no drama. It was a 9-1 win, but it wasn't anything like, I don't know. There's nothing I want to write home about. It was just, okay, you took care of a bad team. That's the way it should be. And this is how you get back on track. Just take care of the bad teams if you need to. Although typically it doesn't work that way with them. They beat good teams.
Yeah. And they don't win at home. Well, lately, anyway, they were actually really good. They're still 10 games, 11 games over 500 at home this year. So they were on a nice run, but then that just fell apart. So, Yiner hit that home run, and somebody tweeted out, looks like he doesn't want to be traded. Am I missing something? Was there Yiner on the block somewhere? Did I miss somewhere?
Maybe somebody had that for a big name player, but I didn't hear it. Not anything serious. Not in the credible rumor people that I usually read on ESPN and the Rosenthals and everyone else, the longtime baseball people. I never saw Yiner's name.
Yeah, I did not heard any Yiner noise at all.
I had no interest in dealing Yiner.
No, I have no interest in that either. But Jacob Melton, and I don't know if it's going to be Jacob Melton, because Dana Brown was on the other day and he said he had nightmares about trading Jacob Melton. So he woke up with a cold sweat thinking about trading Jacob Melton. So I don't, maybe that was hyperbole because he's trying to deal with San Diego right now and get Dylan Cease and, just saying, oh, that's too much. Okay, I'll do it. I don't know what his tact was there, but the rumor is Dylan Cease and possibly Jacob Melton for him. And I put in some sound from Jim Bowden. Jim Bowden talked about getting Dylan Cease, and we talked about it yesterday too. And it seems like every pitcher that comes over, every guy that comes over, Garrett Cole comes over. He was not a mid-league pitcher, but he wasn't very good with Pittsburgh, and he comes over here and he's a Cy Young candidate.
Well, I don't know. Garrett Cole's pretty good with Pittsburgh. He was okay. I think you're maybe misremembering a little bit. Garrett Cole was good. That was a good. He was a solid number 2 when he came to Houston. I mean, I didn't think there was any. The year before, I guess he had his worst year with a 4.26, but before that, he had a 2.60, a 3.88, a 3.65, a 3.22. I mean, he was pretty solid. 10 wins, 11 wins, 19 wins with Pittsburgh. He was a pretty good pitcher. Better than Dylan Cease is right now.
Well, when they got him, he had a 4.36, which is where Dylan Cease is now. When they got him, he had a 4.26 with Pittsburgh when the Astros picked him up, when they got him in the offseason. So he was coming up with 4.26 year.
The year before, he over his 5 years, he had been, all the numbers were pretty good. He just walked too many. His whip got up a little bit, but he certainly became a different pitcher with the Astros before he had his inevitable UCL surgery.
He was 7-10 and 12-12 the 2 years before he got here, which was fine, not good. It's Pittsburgh, but neither here nor there. He became a Cy Young guy when he got here.
Mm-hmm.
Kikuchi last year. Kikuchi had a high ERA, and everybody's like, "Oh my God, this is the guy that you get, really?"
Yeah.
All the pitchers out there,
that's true.
And look how good he was when he got here.
Yeah, he was good. He was better than he was where he was, and that's that's happened. Randy Johnson was better than he was where he was.
Right.
It's many years ago, but Randy Johnson was a guy in the high 4s whenever they traded for him, low 5s. And Randy Johnson became good.
I think that was a shiver getter that was broke for him. And
well, it doesn't matter what it is. Guy's not, if a guy's not performing in one place and performs in another, there's something going on. So,
right. Well,
I'm not trying to give up Jacob. Come on now, for a rental on Dylan Cease, Jacob Melton. That's not good. That's not. What do you think has a better chance of happening? That or the Carlos Correa? The Carlos Correa stuff got really hot yesterday, and I think it's just because people started talking about it a lot. Somebody who knows Carlos.
Actually, Carlos cooled it off. He said, "It's not serious." Well, we've got sound from Carlos actually about. Let's get Jim Bowden though. Let's hear from Jim Bowden. He talks about Kikuchi. He talks about that. Here is Jim Bowden on the possibility of Dylan Cease coming to the Houston Astros.
The Dylan Cease thing, I think, will probably happen. Now, it's funny because once Ken Rosenthal and Chandler Rome put that report out there, of course, I followed up their reporting, which they did a great job. And a lot of people are asking, well, why would the Astros want Dylan Cease and be a top target when he's 3-10 with a 4.7 ERA? Great question. All you have to do is look back 12 months ago. What happened at the deadline? Yusei Kikuchi at the deadline last year was 4-9 with a 4.7 ERA. Dylan Cease right now, 3-10 with a 4.7 ERA. And what happened? Dana Brown said his data room, I like to call it the analytic group, but he calls it the data room. So we'll call it the data room for the Astros. So his data room and pitching room told him the solution they thought they had for Kikuchi. Kikuchi came over and dominated, went 5-1, one of the best ERAs in the league after they got him in August and September. They believe they can do the same thing with Dylan Cease. And the underlying numbers, the strikeouts per nine, I mean, some of these numbers say, yeah, it might be the case. And so that's why they're in on him. They have a plan that if they get Cease, they think they can get him back. And if they make the playoffs, Hunter Brown game 1, Framber Valdez game 2, Dylan Cease game 3. That'd be pretty good if Cease becomes the guy he was last year when he won 14 games.
I don't know if he's got the right order, but okay. I like what he's saying, and Dylan Cease, when he's on, is filthy. We've seen it. We've seen Dylan Cease dominate the Astros, and when they had a good lineup, not the AAA lineup. So Dylan Cease, yeah, if they can get him right, like they got Kikuchi right last year, Dylan Cease would be a huge addition to this team. And you start to get the Peñas back, and you get if Jordan gets back, and you added Urias yesterday, which is a meh. It's a meh addition. He comes over from the Orioles, Ramon Urias. He's a utility guy. He plays some third, he plays some short, he plays some second. He even played a little bit of first base as well. He's a 700 OPS guy. He's not lighting the world on fire. It's just a body, I guess. But it's going to be a body that's going to be better. Probably, listen, Bryce Matthews needs to get a lot more grooming before he's ready to. He had himself a couple of games, and then and found out that he's not a major leaguer yet. He will be. He's not yet. Defensively, I think he's a major leaguer. Offensively, he's way behind. But he's a better option than that. And you got to add some bodies, I guess. I guess Dylan Cease is going to be the guy. Carlos Correa, you mentioned Carlos. Well, we'll hear from Carlos on the other side because we got a break. We're up against it here, but we'll hear from Carlos and what his thoughts on coming to the Houston Astros. That's next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And don't forget, today we are giving away those spots. So you got to keep on listening, and we'll tell you how you can apply to get into our fantasy draft at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Right now, I'm talking about Chastang Ford. Chastang Ford is where you get your Ford car. You get your truck on, rather. You get your truck. You get your SUV. You get your customized exactly how you want it. Now, there's a lot of the trucks that come with packages, right? So I want that package. I want that package. I want that package. They're not going to add anything. You got to get the air, or you got to get the tinted windows. Or you got to get no. They don't do all that. They don't do that. What they want is okay. What are your here's the package for your price range, right? So everybody's got a price range. Maybe yours is unlimited. If yours is unlimited, it'll be great. You know what? Get everything in it. Get it loaded, whatever. But if you have a limitation on how much you want to spend, the Chastang Ford is going to get you there. They're going to get you to where you need to be so that you're not choking on the payments every single month, that you love your car buying experience. Chastang Ford does that every single day there. One of the first things that they'll ask you where your payments have to be. But then the customized part. That's why businesses love them, because they're going to customize it to perfect for their business, exactly what they need, okay? And that's why businesses buy all the time from Chastang Ford, because they're going to get the service, they're going to get the vehicle, and they're going to get it exactly how they want it. You're looking for that Ford car, that truck or SUV, there's only one place for me to go, ChastangFord.com. On 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Mm-mm.
$7:19 here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So Carlos Correa is what we were talking about. And there's been a lot of talk about Carlos Correa recently. Well, really, it was yesterday. It was the day before yesterday. It kind of came out that maybe Carlos Correa was a possibility. And some of the wording and language and some of the reports made it sound like there was, it was fairly aggressive. And then yesterday there was a report that came out that said the two sides are far away. Carlos Correa addressed it himself. I was interested. I think there's about 75% excitement from Astros fans regarding Carlos Correa and a potential return. But I'd say there's a good 1 out of 4, 25% of the people that I saw at least or interacted with who didn't care about bringing Carlos Correa back. They thought he was too injured, the same stuff, injury issues. They say you don't need Carlos. Clearly, if you brought Carlos back, you'd be looking at playing Carlos, I would assume, at third base. But Carlos Correa actually addressed that. Yeah, we got John back. There we go. Carlos Correa actually addressed this topic yesterday. And here's what the man himself, right from the horse's mouth, here's what he had to say about a potential trade.
I mean, I got full control, so we'll see how it goes. You listen to the rumors and all that, and I feel like it happens every year, but yeah, you just gotta let it play out.
Yeah, full control meaning you can decline anything.
Yes.
Yeah.
If it is Houston that's interested, would you go back?
Well, that's not something I don't think is serious right now. So we'll see where everything goes. But my goal has always been to be here and win here, and I've been talking to Derek and Rocco, and I'll be ready for the next series.
Have you ever had to veto a trade before?
No.
Yeah.
Is it frustrating being in the position to even have to talk about it, considering where the team is at right now and the position that you guys are in?
No, it's part of the job. It's part of the job and everything that comes with it. You got to embrace and you got to be available. So it's just part of it. One thing that I really appreciate for this organization is the communication I have with Rocco and Derek and those guys. And they keep me in the loop and things like this. So I get an idea of what's happening, and at the same time, they're very honest with me. So I appreciate that from them.
All right, that is Carlos Correa says it's not very serious, and I can see that. I mean, that's probably, maybe something. I don't know that they leak anything anywhere. I don't know. Maybe it's from Minnesota. Maybe there were some talks, but I would highly. They would have to have picked up. Minnesota would have to pick up about $17 to $20 million of his deal every year, and I just don't see that happening. The Astros ain't giving him $33 million a year. They're just not. There's no way.
No, it would have to be. Yeah, and really, what you're looking at here is the more you pay, the less you give up. So if Jim Craig were willing to pay a little bit more for Carlos Correa,
yeah.
Then you're basically saying he's our third baseman of the near future, and then you got to figure something out with Paredes. Basically, the more you're willing to take on, I was reading this from the Twin side, and the whole talk was about having leverage. If you're going to take on that contract, you've got leverage basically not to give up much at all, if anything at all. So you could conceivably bring in Carlos Correa just to pay us, and really give up, in reality, nothing.
They're trying to sell the team. They want Carlos off the books.
Yep.
So, yep. They would take next to nothing to get him off their books.
You can get Carlos Correa. They're losing. Yep. They're losing money. So you really could get Carlos for next to nothing. But so they're not looking to handcuff themselves by adding. That's not attractive to buyers to have additional monies that you have to pay out that are on the books still for a player who's off the roster, off the menu. So I don't know. I think it's got an outside chance of happening, but really I just think it's a chance for Astros fans to reminisce a little bit. It just doesn't. I think the Urias pickup really shuts that down if you really want to know the truth. I mean, he's more than just he is getting starting. His numbers aren't terrible. He can play second, but he's getting most of his starts. He's got over 60 of his 77 games played. Over 60 of his starts have been at third base. His OPS plus is, you want it to be over 100. He's at 93 this year. He's 114 last year. For his career, it's 105. He is a player at the age of 31 who he's played enough baseball that you look at his numbers, John, and 688 is, I don't know, that OPS is probably still ahead of Christian Walker. Based on how Walker got started. Maybe Walker's above that now, but I think Urias, he's always, he's a career 259 hitter, career OPS is 728. These are numbers that tell me he's more than just some dead body on the roster. I think they're saying he's going to be in the mix at third base moving forward. That's what I think. And if that's the case, then I don't see where Carlos Correa even fits in unless Jeremy Pena broke his entire back, which God forbid.
Well, don't forget you picked up Brendan Rodgers this year to play some second base.
Yep.
He's been gone all year.
Yep.
He could move over to there if you got Correa. I don't. Listen,
Yeah,
I think
it doesn't.
I think the Correa thing is
I think it doesn't. But from a roster, Urias to me shuts the door on Correa pretty much.
Well, no. And then Bob Nightingale says, Dylan Cease, those talks have cooled. So it's not going to be Dylan Cease. It's probably going to be Sandy Alcantara. That's heating up.
Ugh. His numbers are even worse.
Well, way worse. Yeah, he's been bad. He's been just bad.
He's got a whip of 1.4, an ERA of 6.36. He's only got 81 strikeouts and 109 innings pitched, which is, below what the Astros typically have. This is a high strikeout team. So, yeah, in his last 5 outings, I'm just looking at his last 5, and just 2 days ago, he went 5 innings, gave up 3 hits, no earned runs. He was okay. The walk total's getting a little high on him, but he's just not a strikeout. He's just not a strikeout pitcher. He's a high hits pitcher this year. I don't know. To me, it's maybe better than Gusto, who was pretty good yesterday against a bad team. He's just another guy. As long as you're not giving up anything for him, which I doubt you really would, you'd probably give up an A prospect for him, and we'll see what happens.
I mean, 3 years ago,
the benefit
just
is
3 years ago,
control for years to come.
What's that?
And at one point, Alcantara was a jewel of that Marlins system. The last couple of years, actually, just up until the last couple of starts, it's been a disaster. They didn't know what was going on with him.
I mean, he was really good in 22
because he was
Cy Young.
Yeah, he was the dude until he wasn't.
Yeah, that's right. He was Cy Young. And right now, I don't know. I don't know what I don't know what you would give up for him, because you look at the numbers. Even some of the numbers last year were this has been just a precipitous fall off. I mean, his strikeouts have been solid for his career, but nothing that's off the charts great. But I don't know. The whip the last 2 years has become a little problematic.
Everything about him the last couple of years.
I mean,
he
had 3 good solid, well, really 2 good solid years. 2 good solid years. He was 9-15, but that doesn't tell the job that he did. He did a good job at 9-15. And then he was 14-9, and you mentioned he won the Cy Young in the national. If it happens in the National League, I don't care anymore. But
you don't care because he's a National League Cy Young.
I don't care about National League stuff anymore. I'm all American League. You didn't know that?
All American.
I grew up on American League baseball.
That's not
and this
true.
is what.
No, that's not true. That's opposite.
That's a lie.
Yeah,
it's opposite. But he does fit the profile of potential
resurrection, and
also potential top of a staff replacing Fromber, because we heard that stuff. They wanted a guy under team control because Fromber was gone. Now, Alcantara at his best is, as you just said, a Cy Young. He has not been at his best the last couple of years. If you look at what he's making in 26, it's about 17.3, and then a club option in 27 when he turns 31 at 21 million.
Yeah, you talk about Fromber and the value of Fromber, and John, you mentioned strikeout per 9 before. Alcantara's never been a great strikeout per 9. For a career, he's 7.8 per 9. That's not, it's all right. It's all right, but it's not really what the Astros typically have at 1 or 2 in there. Whoever's 1 or 2 for the Astros, their strikeout per 9 is typically a lot higher than that.
Yeah, he won that Cy Young. That helps. That helps get your money up. And actually, at 17 and 21, he's not even close to one of the highest paid pitchers with a Cy Young under his belt. The Miami would have to pick up some of that money. There's no way the Astros are going to pick up 17 and 21. No way. Not for a guy with a 6 ERA. No chance. So that's probably some of the stuff that they're talking about. And then what do you give up for Sandy? You're going to give up a lot less for Sandy Alcantara than you would for Dylan Cease.
But you have them, but it does fit another mode, and it's just the Astros would only have 1.5 years of responsibility for them. Yeah. And really less than a half year, obviously. So, the rest of this year and then next year, and that's it. So it matches up with what Jim Crane, how he operates short-term contracts. So I could actually, this is one that you 100% could see because he hits a few boxes. He didn't hit a high strikeout box, but he hits a reclamation box where a guy has performed at a higher level. And now you think your guys can get him right because, as we talked about, that happens. The Astros have had great success doing that. You've got somebody who gives you one more year of baseball, so not just this year. Could maybe bridge you over next year when you hope that Javier rounds back into form, and maybe he's a fourth starter next year. Garcia comes back. God forbid Lance McCullers. I have no idea on that, but. I could absolutely see this being the case. Not as splashy, but in the sense that he's got a Cy Young behind him, but really the last 2 years does not make him a splashy pickup. And you're right, John. They're going to have to. How much is left on this money? It's not going to be a ton. You're talking about what, $4 million? The team has an option on 27
left. Will be more like closer to 6. But yeah, a third.
Oh, yeah. You're right. It's at 11.
Yeah, right. So we'll see. And listen, I suspect if he gets over here, that's his spin rate is going to increase dramatically. I suspect that he's doing something wrong and they're not catching it, and the Astros will, and because that's what the Astros do. I mean, everybody that comes over here just changes. Maybe they got that magic grip stuff going on or whatever they got going on.
One thing Sandy does have is that he comes back from Tommy John quicker than Astro pitchers do. He missed all of 24, but he was back in 25. So he does. Well, he's not a 18-month to 2-year guy when it comes to Tommy John.
Is he back though? Is he really back?
Well, maybe that's the problem. Is he's just not back.
Well, he's trying to get back, and he has not been good. He has been better his last 2 outings.
But is there a chance now that what you're looking at is a player who's just not going to be that this year? This may also be a pickup for next year, boys. I mean, as much as you hope he's competitive this year, that you can fix some stuff, he may just need, he just may need to keep playing and then keep playing and then work in the off season. And then maybe they think, hey, this is somebody, could he compete for time this year? Yes, we'll be able to throw him out there. He's better than the guys we have, but more importantly, we think we can get him right another year removed from Tommy John. That could be it. His strikeouts, when he's at his best, he's going to be somewhere over the 8 strikeout, somewhere about 8. But he was 8.8 strikeouts per 9 his Cy Young year. This year he's at 7. This year he's at 6.7. That gives you an idea. He's at 3.4 walks per 9. He was at 2.0. The last few years he's been at 2.0, 2.3, 2.2. So yeah, I would say, clearly this version is not, you're buying a version right now that is not the version that they signed the original contract. So you're going to have them pick up some money, and you really have to, the Astros are going to have to, if they make this decision, they're going to have spotted something that they believe they can fix. And if they're targeting him, they already have spotted that. That's not I trust the Astros. While there's some, I don't necessarily trust all their medical stuff. I do trust that they recognize, and this goes click. This was Luneau. This is with Miller. This is with
Murphy.
It's with not the butcher of Bel Air.
Brent
Strom. It's really whoever the Astros have. They've done an amazing job since 2015, over the last 10 years of finding pitchers and making them better. It's just rarely is it worse. Rarely is it worse. I off the top of my head, I can't think of somebody who's like, oh man, there's no Jose. Let me put it this way. There's no pitching version of Jose Abreu where they added somebody and this isn't who we thought we added. I don't remember one.
Well, Montero turned into that.
No, but
Montero.
Montero helped you win a World Series. He was terrific.
Yeah, but then he got worse.
Yeah, but that was you just giving a dumb contract.
Yeah,
that was really just on you. Because pitchers always have those ups and downs. You can't be loyal to middle relievers and set up
these middle reliever hoes ain't loyal. We got a break right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Still ahead, we're going to tell you how you can get to Lake Charles with us and be in our fantasy draft, so don't go anywhere. Right now, though, I want to tell you, if you're an avid gun collector or a history buff, this is something that you have to see. I mean, you can bring if they're studying the Revolutionary War, the Civil War, whatever, you can bring them in and say, these were actually in the Civil War, the Revolutionary War, World War I, World War II. They've got guns, they've got bayonets, they've got knives, they've got swords, it's incredible. It's just incredible, the collection that they have over at Collector's Firearms. It's unbelievable. It's a museum. And yet they have new guns, a bunch of them, used guns. You can sell your gun to them. You can get shotguns. You can get rifles. You can get whatever you're looking for. You're a hunter or you're just a gun enthusiast. They got it. They got everything there. They got a tank there. A tank. It's unbelievable. So if you're a gun guy, or even if you're not a gun guy, if you're a first-time buyer, they got all the tips and answer all the questions that you have. 7626 Westheimer at Foss, right on the corner. Westheimer at Foss. It's the best damn gun shop in the world. Not in the country, not in the city, in the world. The best damn gun shop in the world. CollectorsFirearms.com. How does this sound right here? Del, does this sound okay here? But I got to be up here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Yeah, you're not a coffee guy, are you? You don't drink coffee.
No, not at all, actually.
So I've been drinking a little bit of coffee. Lance is a coffee guy. He likes iced coffee, but it's a latte, and he likes.
I just put iced coffee with some almond milk, and that's it. But
yeah,
yesterday I needed it. It kicked in. Some days it kicks in good, some days it doesn't.
Right, but I'm at my brother's house. He doesn't even have milk. He doesn't have any. It's just black coffee.
Oh, that's what I'm drinking right now.
Those people, you don't do that usually, though.
No, I don't usually. I put a little bit. I used to put a lot more.
Yeah.
2 Splendas in it and all this. Now I'm just like,
no, I do hazelnut whipped cream
I
and
don't drink coffee for the
oat
taste.
milk with, You
do that?
I got it. Yeah. Huh?
You do all that?
I do all that. This is garbage.
Well, you're the foo-foo then.
No, I'm not a foo-foo. I just don't
hazelnut
like
this
Why?
and that.
Now you got to brush your teeth after every sip.
Well, I mean, coffee breath is terrible. We had a baseball coach, Coach Wynn, in high school. He was a good coach, but Coach Wynn was notorious for cigarette and coffee breath.
Wow. When I smoked, if I had,
the daily double of cigarette and coffee, and then he would put an arm around you, put her arm around your shoulder and then around your head and pull you in tight so you could, hear what he was saying.
No.
It was over.
No.
And that's when I realized, coffee breath is really a terrible thing.
Yeah. No.
I brought some gum with me because I got a meeting after this. I got a meeting at 12 o'clock and oh my gosh. I just thought, man, I'm drinking black coffee this morning. I need because I'm just trying to get my caffeine in. If I could chew caffeine gum, they do have nicotine gum. Not interested. I wouldn't even drink, but I drink coffee 7 days a week. But you're right. I can't. The black coffee thing it's a little strong for me, but whatever.
So your boy Mark Ross was out of practice yesterday. You went out to dinner with him.
He didn't have a lot of good things to say about the offense. Not to me, at least.
Well, the defense apparently just dominated them.
Yeah.
They dominated yesterday.
He said the offense literally couldn't do anything. He said it was terrible.
Well, that's a good thing because that means the defense is playing the way it should be, because the defense is one of the top 5 defenses in the league. And if they're dominating like that, then and plus the defense knows what you're doing. Listen, these practices don't mean anything as far as that's concerned. They jump routes. They know exactly what you're doing. So, the defense is way ahead right now than ahead of the offense. And if it wasn't, then there'd be a problem, especially with
that's the lament when you have underperforming offense. Trust me, John, I know. I've watched a lot of underperforming offenses in my life. Yeah. That's the comforting thing to fans, but if the offensive line can't protect,
well,
that's concern. That's
very concerning. There's no question about that. But as far as as the word out of Miami, Dell, is that Tua hasn't even thrown an interception yet this camp.
CJ is throwing pick sixes, so
yeah.
So it all depends on the roster and what's in the setup is of everything. Yeah, unless you see it, how can you really be judging what's going on?
Yeah, and so there is a host at the other radio station that is saying that there's something wrong with CJ, that something's up because he's getting less reps than any starter, except maybe the Browns, because they don't know, and the Saints have no idea who their starters is. They're all switching off, but that CJ is getting fewer reps. Is the shoulder? Is that a real possibility? Because we did have in the OTAs he didn't throw. And now here we are, and he's not looking great. Is that shoulder? Is that a thing that we're going to have to deal with all season long?
I'm glad they don't say that. I'm glad it's just us. It's just conjecture with this show, because even if there is, I don't want them saying it. I'd rather them just keep it. You know what? Some things just keep to yourself. If CJ's shoulder, because this was a thing earlier, right? We're not making this up. This was a thing that D'Amico Ryans talked about a little bit. So if this is a thing, keep it to yourselves so that we don't have to stress out until we get to mid-August, in about 2 weeks. And then we're starting to say, oh no, what's going on now? Now what now? Why is CJ still not? Because he's not going to play in the first preseason game. May not get snaps in the second. If he doesn't get snaps in the second, we probably need to be saying, hey, I can't remember. Did they eliminate the 4th preseason game? Did
Yes. There's only 3.
Yeah, there's only 3. So
Yeah, unless you play in the Hall of Fame game.
yeah.
Right.
So
which is tonight.
So this could it's already tonight. Holy crap.
Yeah.
Trey Lance back at it.
So who does Green Bay play? I don't care.
No, it's the Chargers. Chargers are playing.
Oh, Trey Lance. I'm thinking of Jordan Love. Yeah.
Yeah, Trey Lance.
Trey Lance plays where's Trey?
Is he with the Chargers or with the Rams? I don't remember where he's with. What team he's with.
You said Trey Lance is back at it?
It's Chargers and Lions. Trey Lance is a
He's
backup.
with Justin Herbert.
Yes.
Wow. Trey Lance has been talk about I mean, if you have that as your number 3 pick overall.
Yeah, I told you Bobby Slowick.
A guy who he hasn't even on the field.
I told you Bobby Slowick and what they traded for him. Oh, that was not good. But Bobby Slowick on that fateful flight over to Indianapolis, he did tell me. I asked about Trey Lance when he was at San Francisco. He said, he said he was really doing well, and then he got hurt in a practice. He hurt his shoulder, and he said he never came back the same. The shoulder, his pass had no juice on it. It was wobbly. It sounds like there was just an injury. Now, and forget the fact that he never really played enough. But getting back to CJ Stroud, I'm not going to panic yet, but I am going to keep a watchful eye on that, because if CJ Stroud isn't healthy, you're cooked. You won't make the playoffs. All respect to Davis Mills, CJ Stroud, who's not healthy, still going to play, and he's probably not going to play well. The way he played last year, I guess the defense, you could still win this division just on defense alone. But what if Joe Mixon's not the dude this year?
Well, Joe Mixon's not even out there.
Well, that's what I mean. But
what if CJ's arm is hurting? Are they pulling an Astros here? Hey, Jordan, go hit. Don't worry about it. What? Oh, crap. And they're letting CJ throw. Apparently, they're letting him throw less because he's not getting all the reps. He's sitting a lot. Maybe I don't know. It would be talk about a wasted year if CJ isn't CJ, if he's not healthy.
So the context of the clip you're referencing is apparently CJ is getting as many reps as the number 1 as Keaton Slovis is as your 4th quarterback, which the guy you mentioned, give him Clint Sterner said it. He knows what 3rd and 4th string quarterbacks get as far as reps in practice, and that's not how it should be. It's what he said. CJ Stroud should not be getting the same amount of reps as Keaton Slovis is getting.
Yeah. That's a problem. That's a problem, sis. That's a problem. 713-780-3776. Your boy Mark Ross was out there. He had Will Anderson Jr. and Danielle Hunter on. Now, while did you talk to him since? He said, "Man, the offense looks like crap." You talked to him?
He just said, "No, we didn't talk." He just texted. We went back and forth on text, and he just said, he just made a comment that the offensive, that the offense was just absolutely brutal. He said he did say the stuff with, he enjoyed his time talking to first of all, he loved the food and the drinks we had at Nancy's Hustle. He's a big food guy. Like I said, travels the world, goes to Michelin store, was friends with the guys at 11 Madison Park, Daniel Hume and all that. I mean, this guy's big time. And he loved it. He goes, "Man, this food in Houston is great."
Well, and we also got, besides the food, we got 2 great defensive ends.
And he was happy about those defensive ends too. He goes, "Man, these guys can talk."
Yeah, and he had Will Anderson on, and he asked him about the offense. Hey, the offense doesn't look that great, and Will Anderson disagreed.
Yeah, most definitely. Just first speaking about the offense, they're very dynamic. They do a lot of great things. They've had some really great days, man, where they got after us, man, and I'm excited for them. The looks that they give, the change-ups that they give, the motions that they do, it's going to be really great for them. And, man, the rookie tackle, man, he's awesome. More than anything, what I love about him is I love his mindset, the willingness to get better, the willingness to come out here and be great, to learn from us, to learn from the people that he have in his room, and to come out here and apply it. And that's all you can ask for when you're a rookie, man, and he implies that every single day.
So he was talking about Ariante Ursary. I just saw a clip from Todd McShay talking about Ursary, and he feels like he's one of the best tackles in this draft. He feels like he's extremely athletic.
Mark Ross loved him too on tape. I thought I thought Ursery was okay. I thought he could be an average starter, but Mark Ross on tape really, really liked Ursery. It was one of his favorite tackles.
So did McShay.
Yeah.
McShay had superlatives to say
Yeah, but
about
I'm the preeminent draft expert. Just to
well,
make
no,
sure,
you're a Hall of
just to make
Famer.
sure, and just to make sure we're on the same page. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, Todd McShay, that's fine and good, but
yeah, but he got fired. Like he's like Shannon Sharp. Beat it.
oh
yeah,
that's a different conversation.
He got
sis.
for different
Girls,
reasons.
stop.
Let's be clear.
Girl,
Well,
stop.
but yes, but still,
way different.
They both worked at ESPN and no longer do.
Well,
okay.
Way different. No, one's contract ran out and one fumbled the bag.
Yeah.
Ernest Biner fumble.
And Ernest
right
Biner
at the goal line of $100 million deal.
Well, he also had that problem, so
that's why he fumbled the bag. He was right there. That problem popped up. Now that problem has retired. Think of how this has gone. His problem retired from the business she was in because of what she got in that settlement, and he lost out on working for ESPN.
Yep. Yeah. So he lost in a couple.
I saw somebody say they used a lot of bad language in their tweet. They said words that really we shouldn't ever say.
Mm-hmm.
And they said this, we'll just call him this guy. This guy fumbled generational wealth into this snow bunny's hands for her future kids to have generational wealth while he missed out on 100. Now I think he's still probably doing okay, but he literally was about to get $100 million deal from ESPN. Is what Front Office Sports was saying. And maybe they got buyer's, maybe there's some buyer's remorse because he settled because he thought he could get right back into but I guess he had another thing too, where that was not the first settlement, by the way. He had a second settlement, and I'm sure there were people at the network like Mina Kimes who would probably not have been real happy that, you can't stand against Deshaun Watson and be like, oh, this is fine. No. So.
Right. No, you really can't do that. Let's break here and catch up. Maybe you're going to have to combine, but when we come back, let's tell everybody how they can enter to be with us August 28th and 29th at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, how you can enter and be in the fantasy draft. We'll do that on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Don't go anywhere.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
Hey, Del, where do they sign up?
family has a feature-length documentary film made about it, but yours could.
Dell.
heritagefilm.com and reach out. We sit down with your loved ones, visit about their upbringing, career, history, kids, school, everything, and we make a movie. They have a blast, and you have something truly special for generations. yourheritagefilm.com.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know, I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Dasker Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Dasker Law handles a full range of personal injury cases. They are getting results for their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Dasker with the Dasker Law Firm. Call 713. Call now. That's 713. Call now.
Your home for Texas A&M Athletics, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Oh, on the app.
Dream Rate Mortgage LLC, NMLS number 2482473. Jake and Jones, NMLS number 356118. Equal housing lender.
It's your guy Sean with Greenlight Offer, and guess what? We are still buying houses at fair prices. If you own a house and want to sell it fast in the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today, 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location in the Texas area. Every single month, every single weekend, every single day, we're doing two things, Houston, and that's helping homeowners like yourself with their property problems and buying houses. In 2024, we bought 138 houses, and we want to buy more. We buy inherited houses, vacant houses, pretty houses, not so pretty houses, behind in payment houses. We even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. We will buy your house in as-is condition. No repairs needed, no clean out, and we will pay for movers to help you move. Call me at 832-779-4000 for a same-day offer. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Adam Schefter here from Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Take a home run, thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
You ever get decision paralysis, like figuring out what to watch or what to eat? Well, the same applies if you're hiring. It can be overwhelming to have too many candidates to sort through. But with ZipRecruiter, you can proactively find the best ones quickly. How? Through their innovative resume database. ZipRecruiter's resume database uses advanced filtering to quickly hone in on top candidates for your roles. See someone who stands out? You can unlock their contact info instantly. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL. If you're into firearms, you have to check out Collector's Firearms. This isn't just a gun shop. It's like walking through a museum where everything's for sale. They got one of the largest selections of new and pre-owned guns in the country, from tactical to historical, modern handguns to vintage rifles. Whether you're a seasoned collector or first-time gun owner, the expert staff at Collector's Firearms will guide you through every step. On West Honor and Boss or online at collectorsfirearms.com. Collector's Firearms, the best damn gun shop in the world. You fancy and have an HD radio? Well, good for you, number one. Number two, listen to ESPN Houston's HD channel, 97.9 HD2. So fancy.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal Media station.
It's John and Lance.
What in the hell is wrong with him?
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zerline.
On the Texan.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So I'm going to tell you this right now, but we gotta make sure that everything is all set up. You gotta sign up on the app to get into the contest. You have to go to our app, download our app, ESPN975.com, ESPN975.com. Download our app and sign up. And then we'll tell you in the coming segments how you can get in and sign up for a chance to win a spot in our fantasy draft at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, August 28th and 29th. So just go to make sure you got the app downloaded on your phone or your laptop, and you're signed up. So that's the first step. We'll give everybody a chance to do that, and then we will tell you how you can win. So get in there, get in the app, and let's go. And then we'll tell you how you can win a spot. All right, download the app. Let's go. And we'll do that within the next couple of segments here. Keith is here. Wants to talk about the Texans situation. What do you say, Keith?
Hey guys, love the show. I think I deserve a spot in the fantasy league. To be honest, I'm a loyal caller. Lance says I make fair fantasy trades. I think I know ball, so I think I should be, guaranteed a spot in the league. I don't think I should have to fill out any applications or whatnot. But my question is, if CJ's hurt and we've seen enough of Davis Mills, there's a guy out there who's ready to go, who nearly won an MVP before an ACL
Carson
injury.
Wentz.
Carson Wentz is
Wentz.
ready and able.
There it is.
Yeah.
And he deserves a spot.
He deserves
He's better
a
than all
spot, for
three of
sure.
those Saints quarterbacks. Let's give Carson Wentz a call, please.
Well, everyone who has him doesn't like him personally. I can tell you that from personal knowledge. So people who have Carson Wentz don't like him in the locker room. So I don't think so.
No.
If they hustled out Laramie Tunsil, ooh, man, I heard Laramie. Oh. No, Dell's got it. Dell's got that sound. Do we have that you told me about yesterday? No, we'll find out. Dell may have some offensive line, Texans 2024 offensive line dirt for us to get to. So I'll see if he has that sound. We'll get into it a little bit later. But
dirt or filth? What is it?
Dirt. No, dirt for sure. But if they got Laramie Tunsil out, because they didn't like him in the locker room, it's one of a few different reasons. But do you think that they're going to bring in a backup quarterback? So I was told this. We were talking about I was talking to a scout yesterday about Quinn Ewers and why Quinn Ewers fell. And I'm bringing this up for a very specific reason. Why Quinn Ewers fell. And he said, typically I thought he would have gone third or fourth. I said, that's where I thought he was going to go. And he said, yeah, but here's the problem. I said, why do you think he went? Why do you think he fell? Because he's better than some of the quarterbacks he was there. He goes, well, you look at Dylan Gabriel. Dylan Gabriel he played college football for 6 years, was a 5-year starter, was at 3 different programs. He's a smart guy. He is going to be a career backup, and he has good eyes, and he recognizes, he's quick with his eyes when he plays. He's got good football IQ. And so basically what he was saying was that's not like, if you're going to be a career backup, you got to be built for, number one, being a really good teammate, number two, being a second set of eyes for the starting quarterback, like a Case Keenum type. And where you're like, man, this guy, if he gets in, we know he's going to perform at a pretty good level, but more importantly, we know he's going to help our quarterback get ready. He's like another coach out there. That's not Dylan Gabriel's kind of built like that. Quinn Ewers is like not built that way. The reason I say that is because now when you're talking Carson Wentz, for example, it's no different. It's the same thing. Whoever your backup quarterback is has to be okay with being the backup, number one. And number two, he has to help your starter. Like, he's got to be a ball knower, and he's got to be somebody with a good set of eyes. And if you're not that, then they don't have any interest in you as a backup. You're either a 1 or a 3 in that case. And there ain't a lot of teams interested in carrying 3s.
Well, speaking of Quinn Ewers, he's looked great in camp, by the way.
Yeah.
And
I know his agent did an eggplant emoji, squirt emoji, and sent me that, a Quinn Ewers story. And then he sent those emojis. And I'm like, yeah. Oh, it's training camp glory. I've seen this before.
Does Tua have to worry, Del? Is Tua in some trouble?
They got rid of one of the quarterbacks already, right? Who did they get out of there?
No, it's the same 3 that they started with. Quinn Ewers is surprising people who didn't like him in the drafts, people who have who cover the team and they've seen him out there in practice. Well, I'm talking about just Miami guys who didn't want him drafted, and he surprised them by what he's done. This group, including Zach Wilson, who Quinn Ewers has to beat up.
This is a perfect. By the way, this is a perfect spot for Quinn Ewers.
In fact, Mike McDaniel, when asked about it, Quinn Ewers has played so well. People asked the head coach, "Is he gaining on Zach Wilson for the number 2?" He goes, "No, that's not happening. We are happy with what Quinn is doing, but he's still the 3. But he's playing at a level that at least is getting people to ask the question: Is he coming up on the backup job?" So Quinn Ewers, despite what people may have thought of him, at least showing up right now.
And in Miami, you need a solid backup because Tua is gonna Tua.
What's
Tua
that?
won't be there for about 5 or 7 games. Because that's what Tua do. So, that was a great pick in the 7th round. And he's going to shut Lance up, and his agent is going to continue to send him, "Oh, look at Quinn Ewers. Look at Quinn crushing it with the Dolphins, and you were wrong."
I said all that.
Yeah.
I had low-end starter, high-end backup for him. That was my grade. That's what I think he'll be.
Well, what if he?
It's truly puzzling that he, except for the scout that told me he's not a brain surgeon, so that may be why he's not a backup, because you view him as a 1 or a 3. In that case, he said that's why he fell, because teams don't love him behind the quarterback because they don't think he's going to help much. He didn't seem to be real impressed with Quinn's football IQ, but as a thrower of the football, Quinn can look really good. Remember now, Quinn really was hurt last year. Like in real life, Quinn Ewers was hurt. The problem you have is that Quinn Ewers gets hurt too much. That's the problem is, his agent, "Well, he's hurt, Lance." I mean, I said, "Well, what do you want me to do about that, Ron? If he's hurt all the time, then that sounds like he's injury prone." And that's not good for draft status either. I mean, but I think he had lost weight from when he was heavier, he actually threw the ball better, and he had a little more swagger. He lost all of his swagger at Texas. When the mullet got cut, he just became just another guy. Just another guy. The mullet's gone.
Well, you've been on his ass for years now. Just years now.
One may even say you're a hater.
Don't you start that with me. I don't need to have his agent against me.
Okay. I've had his back for a couple of years now.
That's what people say about John. Quinn Ewers' biggest fan.
John
Granado.
Huge.
Yes.
Huge fan. No, but that is a really good spot for him. Mike McDaniel's off. I mean, it's a really good spot for a lot of quarterbacks. Look at all your weapons around there. But it's a good spot for him. It's his best chance. But we're spending a lot of time on a guy who's going to start the season as probably the 3rd quarterback at Miami.
Well, I mean, hey, can we talk about somebody other than Shedeur? Because we're talking about a 5th rounder.
No, when's the last time we talked about Shedeur?
In a 7th
when's the
rounder
last time we talked about
Shedeur?
We haven't talked about him for a while.
No, but everybody,
but us, we're getting left behind.
ESPN does their Shedeur segment every day.
We're not, though. This is why people aren't listening. You've got to give them what they want. Shedeur talk. Give the people what they're asking for. Shedeur talk. Or we could talk about our. So really, somebody from 6'10" saying they think something's up with CJ's shoulder?
Well, something's up with CJ.
He's gonna be in
physically.
trouble. Ooh, I'm telling Mama.
Well, he did it on the air, so they should have heard.
Who did it on the air?
Well, no, but Cal's listening to us. He's not listening to them.
No, that's right.
I did some.
And you're on Lance. You're on the show too, by the way, just so you know.
Yeah,
I'm aware.
And some people were questioning whether Cal would actually be a fan of you guys, but I did some deductive reasoning because consider this: you guys were on 6'10" when they got going.
Yeah, he knew who we were.
Cal
That's true.
On the way into work, riding with Pops, had to have heard you guys on the air for years.
And we were very positive back then.
Sure. Whatever you say. But he has certainly heard you guys together. So he practically grew up with you guys.
Okay.
That is true.
So one could surmise.
So when people doubt Cal and saying, "Yeah, I love you guys," he probably.
And now he did. Now he didn't say that though, Dale.
He said
didn't
he
say
listens.
I love you guys.
What did he
just
say
said,
again?
I listen.
He listens. Okay.
He made a point of saying I listened twice, almost like it was a threat.
Was Cal threatening?
I listen. No, hey, I listen.
Yeah.
Like, okay. Do you like what you hear?
I said I listen.
Sometimes he likes what he hears.
I'm sure he does.
He probably didn't like all the stuff he heard during the
Easterby years?
The Easterby and Bill O'Brien years.
Probably not.
Because they were a dirty, hot mess over there.
I would have advised him not to listen to sports radio during that
I would
time.
have advised everyone from the Texans not to listen. That's why my son couldn't work at Alabama the first year, because I'm pretty sure Bill O'Brien put the I also find out this. Somebody from 610 was making fun of Bill O'Brien's terrible play calling down at the goal line against A&M. Do y'all remember that, where he just kept throwing with, was it Jalen Milroe?
No, Bryce Young, wasn't it?
Oh, it's Bryce Young, yeah.
But his running back was having a great day.
His running back was killing it. God, who was his running back? His running back was literally, it was Brian Robinson, I think, was a freight train, was just rolling through everybody. He had 4 straight carries, and I mean 4 straight calls to the goal line. I think all 4 were passes, and they didn't score. Alabama fans lost their mind. The Aggies beat them. It was one of Jimbo's wins over Nick Saban, which is a really big deal. And one of the hosts at 610 was commenting on that, kind of making fun, doing like we would have done, just kind of goofing on it a little bit and talking about it. And apparently somebody close to Bill told him, hey, these guys are talking about you. And then phone calls were made to let the party know, not directly, but through a third source, through an intermediary, that
what
I thought.
What's he going to do from Alabama?
I thought we were friends. What's this? What do you have a problem with me? Like, what's your
Yeah,
problem?
we all
with
have
me?
a problem with you. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, you
dude,
sucked here.
Just stop listening. You could have been just fine as a coach, but
no, we all had a problem with you, Bill.
He tried to make a power move, and it hurt. Yeah, I mean, if you would have just stayed coach, you would have been fine.
Yeah,
but you didn't.
Yeah,
and truth be told, you treated people really poorly in the building half the time.
Yeah,
sometimes you were great, and sometimes you were terrible. You just never knew what you were going to get.
Oh my God, the difference in the building with D'Amico versus Bill O'Brien.
It's not only is it not close, it's probably the greatest difference. Now remember, there was 2 coaches between, so it's not like it was not. But there was a big night and day between Cully and O'Brien. Hey, everybody, it's me, David Cully. Is everyone doing okay? Okay, great. That was David Cully. It was like, this is
the best
great.
year of my life.
Yeah, I cannot believe this. Yes, I signed a 3-year contract.
Yeah.
Okay, how we doing today? Everyone good? Great. I know. I wish we were winning more too, but anyway, it's hot outside today, isn't it? Yeah, Coach Cully. Well, anyway, I'll see y'all later.
But I'll tell you this: we ain't bad enough to get that number 1 pick.
No, it was
number 2.
No, that wasn't Cully ball. That was Lovey, and Lovey wasn't about that.
Oh, that was Lovey.
Lovey wasn't. Lovey was like, from what I heard, Lovey was like, okay, I'll be your patsy here. Since you guys wanted to hire McCown and you couldn't because of that lawsuit, I'll be your head coach, but it's going to cost you.
Watch this.
Cully's like, I got the golden ticket. I got the golden ticket. He was Charlie in a chocolate factory, finding a golden ticket, sleeping in a bed with his grandparents, sleeping, foot to nose.
Wow.
And then he gets a golden ticket, and he gets a golden parachute at the end of his career. Like, this is the greatest thing ever. Lovey Smith goes, all right, I'm tired of this BS. I've been through a lot of crap in my career. You want me to coach this team, which will basically be the last job of my career when you see how bad this is? That's fine, but we're going to get this contract taken care of, and I'm going to get what I want. And they said, okay. So Lovey is different. Lovey is more like, nah, we're going to do things our way. And then Lovey just said, I'm going to go ahead and do everything I can to make sure you don't get the first pick, which was actually Lovey doing you a favor.
So thank you. They did a huge favor.
All right. What happens if Bryce Young's better than this? Isn't the first? Hey,
no.
Sauce Gardner was way better than Derek Stingley to start with, right?
Yeah.
Way better. What happens in a world where now you said this, I didn't say this, but you said 610 had reported that there was a shoulder injury with CJ.
No, I did not.
Is that what you said, or I don't?
No, I don't.
Okay.
No one said that.
Okay.
No one said that.
Well, let's say something happens and CJ is just not as good, and Bryce Young ends up with 24 passing touchdowns and 11 interceptions. A good year, nothing crazy, but maybe doable. What do you think the narrative and the talking points would be at the end of this year?
I still think people will be higher on CJ. as soon as he gets healthy.
Well,
he'll be
there's
better.
never going to be a world where I pine for Bryce Young. I'm sorry, it's just not going to happen. He's too small. It's not going to happen now. I mean, I look at the time.
Yeah, well,
at the time,
Kyler's
yes.
proven you wrong.
Not really. What has he ever won?
Well, watch. Just watch.
I'm still watching.
Watch.
You gave him so much money that you had to put something in his contract about video games.
Right,
I mean,
right.
that's my kind of quarterback. Hey, listen, I know there's a new Roblox coming. I know there's going to be a new, what is it that you build what is it, Dell, where you build the stuff? It made a comeback again.
He's gonna blame me when I don't know what he's talking about.
You know what I'm talking about?
See?
The video game that was big, and then it kind of fell off.
Was it Roblox?
No, it's not Roblox. It's
Sims.
Come on.
No, that's a family thing.
Let me go to
Well, you
Restream.
build- don't you build a
yeah,
home
yeah.
in The
No,
Sims?
it's the huge game there. Oh, Minecraft.
Oh, Minecraft.
So Minecraft. So he probably, as soon as Minecraft
It's a
came
movie.
out. Well, yeah, it's how big it was. Well, of course it is, John. If there's a
Mhm.
video game or a comic book that you can turn into a movie, that's what you do, because you don't make real movies anymore.
No, right.
By the way, I saw the scene you were talking about in the assessment, Dell.
Yeah. He's been on a Alicia Vikander kick. He's upset.
See, he's not going to know who this is.
He's upset that he was so late. John would
Yeah,
recognize her. He might know her.
I didn't know
her by
who
name.
she was. Like, I remember.
Who are you talking about?
Did you watch Ex Machina?
Yes.
The star robot of
But
that.
she-
Alicia
Oh,
Vikander.
she's good. She's
Yeah.
talented.
Yeah.
Very
She's really
talented.
talented, but I didn't know that was her. And then she was in a bunch of movies that Dell likes, like Laura Croft
He's
and
gonna
stuff like that.
This is what
What's
he
her
does.
name?
Alicia Vikander.
She's married to Michael Fassbinder, so
Huh.
strap in. But she's beautiful.
Yeah,
I just
yeah.
wasn't aware. I wasn't familiar with her game. She had won an Academy Award. Like, how do I not know for a movie? I don't even remember.
You're
the
uncouth. I
the
told you that
Danish
yesterday.
woman, or it's some movie I'd never heard of.
It's
There's no way
probably
John
that.
had watched it either. But it was I'm watching her now. She doesn't have the junk that you'll like, John. So she spun around, you might say, guilty, and sent her to prison. So she's more petite.
Yeah.
But she's beautiful though.
She's beautiful.
Really
Beautiful.
pretty, really alluring. Yeah. So I watched her in this, and it's a movie it's futuristic, and I don't know, society. There's not enough people to sustain society. Something has happened in the past, and basically people can take this stuff and they can live until they're in their hundreds, and they don't even age. And so we know that, you have to
That's
get
the
permission.
world I want to live in.
Well, you have to get permission to have a baby. This couple, and then they have to come in and do an assessment about whether or not you should be allowed to have a baby. This couple, this girl, the one that I told you, comes in, and she's going to do the assessment in-house. Well, then she turns into like a little kid, where her personality becomes, it's part of her, creating an assessment, is seeing how you do with that. And so let's just say she becomes a little kid, but then she's also a little flirty with the husband, and then some things happen, and then she's watching Elizabeth Olsen and the husband do things. Like, I've got to assess everything. Like, you gotta watch this.
Well,
And then the husband falls into a trap.
And the husband fell. into the
of course he does.
Every man, yeah. As I'm watching, I'm like, I can see how he could have got trapped.
You know what exactly is going to happen here, and I know what's going to happen here. You're going to talk about John Daspit.
I know, because listen, I don't really have a good segue there, but John, I do. John Daspit and a Daspit law firm can do an assessment for you, an assessment of your case, an assessment of what has happened with you and what the next steps forward are going to be. It's absolutely free. Just call and they will do a free consultation with you. 713 call now. If you or someone has been involved in an accident or negligence at the workplace or at a premises that has caused injury, you need to make sure that you have someone who can take, and when I say injury, potential hospital bills. Now, you may get hurt and you may say, man, my back is killing me. I was in a wreck yesterday. Call John Daspit so that he can tell you next steps. You're going to see a doctor, go get an x-ray, make sure you don't have an injury. If you do, it needs to be taken care of. Get an MRI if you need to, get a CAT scan if you need to, depends on the injury. He wants to make sure that you're fine so that they will pay for any medical attention that you need. And any time missed from work, the insurance company is going to pay for that. They're looking to squeeze you. They don't want you to get a fair settlement. John wants you to get a fair settlement. It's pain and suffering. There are unfortunately times where there's loss of life, there's loss of limb, there's inability to ever work again. you better have the right person on your side when it comes to that, because you get one opportunity to take care of your family with a fair settlement, and that's what John Daspit will do. 713 call now. That's 713 call now, or go to daspitlaw.com.
Riding along in my automobile.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, so we are counting down to when you can apply to get into our fantasy draft. The thing that you have to do right now is download our app, either on your computer or on your phone. Fill out it's easy. I signed up this morning. I'm now logged in. I am now a follower where I'm actually have an account on our app. So I've had the app forever, but I just logged in now. So that's all you got to do is log in. And then at 9 o'clock, we'll tell you how you enter, and you can be at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, August 28th and 29th. We will pick somebody randomly, but we'll tell you how you can do it in the 9 o'clock hour. Okay. So John Chill is going to be joining us at 9, and that's when we will kick it off. When John Chill gets with us here, that's when we'll kick it off. But you've got to download the app. Do that now. Download the app and sign up. Okay. So that's happening. Do you guys remember? I put in a Derek Stingley bite there, Del. Do you guys remember last year when Stephon Diggs? And previously, they were asked in Buffalo, which teammate do you not want your sister to date?
And they all said Stephon Diggs.
They all said Steph Diggs. They all said.
That was Minnesota.
Yeah.
I'll
Oh,
bet
it was Minnesota?
Yes. He was in
Yeah, but I'll
Minnesota.
bet you Buffalo
Yeah,
said
I'm
the
sure
same
they
thing.
probably. You mean Community D? The Buffalo
Yeah,
people.
Community D. Right.
I'm
That's
a
who they
great
did
guy.
not want
I'm
their
actually a
sister
great
dating.
guy.
Community D.
Well, nobody want me to do this, is it?
Sometimes John says that too. I'm actually a great guy.
Well,
I'm a great guy.
Well,
I'm actually a great guy.
we got the newest version of that. Here is Derek Stingley, and it's not Derek Stingley talking about Derek Stingley. Who do you think Derek Stingley is talking about here, Lance?
Well, can I hear the? Oh, well, does he mention it in a quote? Can I? Does it say it inside the sound, Del?
I haven't heard it yet.
Can I listen for context, or does it already give the name?
You're going to know immediately.
Okay.
Who this year is? He's really a great guy.
I don't know. I mean, there's a narrative about him,
Chauncey
like
Gardner
that, from people that don't know him, like whatever you assume that narrative is. But like he's a great person. Like he just loves football. Like he gonna go out there, he gonna compete every single day. He gonna pay attention. He gonna talk in meetings, like express like what he think about like a certain play or something. And then we just gonna talk about it. Like I don't know. He a great guy. So I don't know.
I'm a great guy. I'm actually a great guy.
So it's obviously Chauncey Gardner Johnson.
It's C.J. Gardner Johnson.
Now he's not going to say something about one of his brothers.
Edition.
He's not going to say something about one of his brothers.
The Texans ain't afraid to bring somebody in the locker room that's not thought to be a great guy. That's got a reputation.
As long as it's short term.
Right.
As long as it's short term. They're not long term committing to you. But at the same time, you haven't even played a single game with him yet, Sting. So I do think he loves football. I think all that stuff, but he wears out his welcome wherever he goes.
Yeah.
So I don't know. New Orleans, Philadelphia. He's on to the next one. He seems to play pretty good football, and yet they can't wait to get rid of him. So
he might wear on people by the time the season's done.
Because he does.
This is training camp. He's been around them for a couple of months. By the time the season is over, it might be okay. That's enough.
Let's do your job. I'm excited about him being able to look from a football standpoint. He makes you more varied on the back end. He gives you a chance to not have Petrie guarding Devontae Adams or a player like that in the slot. He gives you a chance to guard somebody in the slot, and Petrie can maybe play around the box, be a box nickel. That's fine. That's fine. That's what I like about Chauncey Gardner Johnson is you can change up. You can potentially change how you cover so that you're not as easily exploited at that spot.
There will be moments where we're very happy that C.J. Gardner Johnson is on this team. C.J. Gardner Johnson makes big plays. C.J. Gardner Johnson is going to have a huge interception this year, at least one. Yes,
I think
C.J.
you're right.
Gardner Johnson is that kind of player, though.
Mm-hmm.
He does. He makes big plays, and he's going to make some big plays. And there's times he's probably going to make some mistakes, but that's what all defensive backs do too. Anyway, that's going to happen. But again, I think you're dead on. Is that he's a rental, 2 years max, right? And it probably more than likely,
dude, he's
over 1 year.
John, he's coming off of 6. So this is now actually, I take it back. This is his 4th team.
Right.
In 7 years. This is his 7th year in the league. New Orleans, Philadelphia, Detroit, Philadelphia, Houston. So, yeah, I mean, he had 6 interceptions in Philadelphia, and they let him go to Detroit, where he had 1. He came back to Philadelphia, 6 more interceptions last year, and they let him go to Houston. Like, that should tell you something. This dude has had 12 interceptions in Philadelphia, and they let him walk twice. 12 interceptions in 2 years. 12 interceptions in 2 years, and they've let him walk 2 times. So your comment about interception, probably so. He's had at least 1 interception in every year he's played football. Over the last 4 years, he's had 16, 3, 6, 1, 6. The year he had 1 interception, he only played in 3 games in 2023. So, yeah, that was Detroit. So that was a 1-year deal in Detroit. So
who will have more interceptions, Bullock or CJ?
Bullock. Bullock's a free safety. Bullock's going to get plenty. Bullock takes chances. That's another thing that I think No, maybe it was Mark Ross said that on tape. He thought, he's going to get burned some because he'll take chances on getting to the football and trying to make plays. So some of that may happen, but no, I think Bullock is a legitimate ball hawk. This is going to be something that for his career, he's going to be known for getting interceptions.
He's going to see. I think it's going to be close.
Obviously, the Philadelphia defense, something about that created opportunities for Chauncey to get interceptions. Obviously,
yeah. His name's CD.
It's Chauncey Gardner-Johnson.
No, he said his
here
name's
Pro
CD.
Football Reference.
CD, or what did he say? 7?
CD Deuce or 2X. That's what in Pro Football Reference it says CD Deuce, or is it CD Deuce? Oh no, CD Deuce or 2X. That's when he's wearing number 2, though. He's not wearing number 2 now. Well, I don't know. Actually, I don't know what he is with the Texans.
I think he's 23. I think I saw him standing up.
2X is 22.
He's
2's twice.
Ooh, he's Arian Foster.
He's 23?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another radio station was having an argument, a show that we know, and a guy who listens to our show, I think, about whether or not about who would get in the Ring of Honor. Like Janice McNair is getting in the Ring of Honor. You got both owners, the owner and his wife, and then you've got the 2 players that deserve to be there. I think 3 deserve to be there, maybe 4, but you've got Ring of Honor, you've got J.J. Watt, 3-time Defensive Player of the Year, Andre Johnson, Hall of Famer. Those are no-brainers. If you had to say another player to get in, I think Dwayne Brown, but you can't. Like, he'll never get in because of what he said about Bob McNair, so he will never make it in.
No.
You could argue maybe DeAndre Hopkins, but at the same time, a Ring of Honor needs to be the very best because you can't put somebody lower level in and then all of a sudden everyone is way better. Does Hop fit that? I think Hop fits that bill. He was right. Wouldn't DeAndre Hopkins? I mean, some of his numbers, I think, if I remember correctly, I think he passed Andre Johnson in some of those numbers.
Yeah, no, I'm not putting him in the Ring of Honor. No,
DeAndre Hopkins.
I don't think there's anybody but those 2.
Okay, so they were arguing. The show was arguing about Arian Foster.
No,
running backs have a hard time sticking around a long time, but Arian Foster is an interesting one. He was a really dominant running back, but for a relatively short period of time.
Yes, and not long enough. If Arian Foster was a 8-year guy, I mean, you don't just no. Arian Foster was good, really, really. He's in the Hall of really good.
DeAndre Hopkins played 7 years. Is that enough to make it into a Ring of Honor?
No.
Probably not. Then, he was good. I mean, he was good while he was here. He was.
And if you were traded for David Johnson, you don't. Then no.
Well, that's not fair. He was All-Pro. Well, wait a minute. With Houston, he was an All-Pro 3 straight years. First team All-Pro. 3-time and 1-time second team All-Pro. That's pretty damn skippy. In a like, this is with great wide receivers in the league, and he was All-Pro 3 straight years for Houston. 17, 18, 19.
That's not Ring of Honor stuff, though.
3-time All-Pro?
Yeah.
First team? 4-time All-Pro, first and second team. 3-time All-Pro, 4 times in 7 years. I mean, yes, with every other organization, you're 100% right. We're on a different curve. I mean, we're trying to force people in there. Everyone else, their Ring of Honor people are borderline Hall of Famers or Hall of Famers. Although I would argue that he's got a chance to get in the Hall of Fame for sure.
Andre Johnson was a 4-team All-Pro with the Texans. 2 first team, 2 first team, 2 second team.
Yeah, he was 3 first team, 1 second team. DeAndre Hopkins. So why can't he get a little taste? Why are you trying to keep him from getting a little taste?
Yeah, no. I mean, no. I think Ring of Honor is.
And Dre played with the Houston
Hall of Famers.
Dre played for 12 years, though.
Yes. Hall of Famers.
Led the league in receiving 2 years.
That's what they're for. That's what it's for.
But yeah, he was All-Pro during a 13-year career. He was All-Pro 4 times. In a 7-year career, DeAndre Hopkins is All-Pro.
Dre played for the enemy for 2 seasons.
Well, let's kick him out of the ring.
Played for the Colts and the Titans.
No, he is a ringer. He's a ringer. No, Dre and the only 2 to deserve it. And I'm surprised Janice didn't go in when Bob went in anyway. It should have been Bob and Janice from the get-go.
I see. Now, I think, well, Dwayne Brown played in Houston 10 years. I think off the hoof, Dwayne Brown would deserve to be in. I know he's not going to get in. He was only a 2-time All-Pro, first team once, second team once. He was a Pro Bowler, 5 times or whatever. But he played 10 years in Houston. He was a linchpin. He was an outstanding left tackle. I think he would deserve to be in, to be honest with you, off football alone. But I know off the politics of calling the owner a racist, you're not going to get in.
Yeah. No.
And I don't know that Cal can put him in, honestly.
You burn that bridge.
I don't think
There's no
Dwayne
question.
Brown cares if he makes a Ring of Honor, but I'm just saying, just a hypothetical discussion.
Is he a top, where do you rank him? Top 10, top 5 Houston player of all time?
Top
Where's
5.
Dwayne Brown?
Top
5. There
five.
was a time Dwayne Brown was the best left tackle in football.
Yeah.
And it was about one of the same times that Andre Johnson was best wide receiver in football. Dwayne Brown was outstanding. Dwayne was really, really good. I think he's top 5 Houston Texan all time. If I had to make that choice, man, that's actually, this is hard because you're such a,
who's ahead of Dwayne Brown in the pecking order?
To me, just Hopkins and Dwayne Brown and Andre Johnson and J.J. Watt. And after those 4 for sure. And then after that, I don't know. Like Jonathan Joseph, Arian Foster.
Oh, yeah, Jonathan
J.J.
Joseph.
started somewhere else, but Jonathan Joseph was really good. Arian Foster. D'Amico didn't play long enough, but could get in based on his coaching and playing, though. I could see that happen.
Yeah. Oh, if he's here for 15, 10,
what about Bill
15
O'Brien?
years.
All those division titles. Bill O'Brien?
Yeah. 9-7 is not the goal.
No, he won. How many division titles did he win? 3, 4?
3 in a row.
He could not stop winning division titles.
That's what he did.
I mean, dominant AFC South champion.
What about Deshaun? What about Deshaun?
I don't feel like that's.
He quit on the team.
Quit on the team. Trick you into a $27 million signing bonus that you couldn't
just
claw
put
back.
a little quarterback towel up there.
No,
they're not doing a Ring of Honor towel where they hang a towel up instead of a jersey. Stop.
What?
They're not hanging a towel.
They're retiring a small quarterback.
They're not
with the number 4.
You're barely going to be able to see it from the rafters. A towel with number 4.
Considering how small he wanted those
on it, absolutely not.
All right, somebody who sits up there, put a little baby towel with a 4 up there.
Don't do that, guys.
No.
Don't do a Ring of Honor towel.
We're not doing that. I mean, I know
Ring of Honor towel.
I know it's a little tough to find guys to put up there, but let's not stoop to that level.
Come on, this show's better than that, John.
Yeah, what are you doing, John?
What are you doing?
It's really not.
Deshaun and a towel.
We're much better. This is kind of a classy show. We don't talk about stained towels being up in the Ring of Honor.
You said stained.
Well, John intimated.
No one said stained until right now.
There was an intimation on John's part.
Well, but you
No,
said
I didn't anything about stains on there.
I just
I thought I heard
if
that.
Dwayne Brown can't get in, stained towel Watson can't get in.
No, he for
Baby
sure.
towel.
He literally lifted $27 million off of them in a signing bonus and went, I want out.
Well, that number 27 means a lot to him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. That's true. 27 is a big number in his life.
Why? What else is 27?
Well,
was there case? I thought it was 24
accusations.
I thought it was 24. Did he get up to 27?
I thought it was 26.
And he also got
one more.
Did he also get to 270 million guaranteed?
Was it 230?
Or was it 230?
I believe it was 230 million.
Yeah.
Well,
230
he
is a
likes
big
numbers in the 23 to 27 range.
Right, he sure does. All right. And I'm going to tell you this. Houston Powder Coaters likes you to call them when you got patio furniture that's Shungad. Yeah, you're Shungad. It's all Shungad. Okay. What you need is Houston Powder Coaters to fix it up. And they can fix the slats and the straps and all of everything that goes along with. But now Robin will tell you, no, listen, that stuff that's gone. Buy new stuff. She's not gonna try to fix stuff that's too far gone. But if it's something sentimental to you, or you're like, hey, I don't want to buy new, and she said it too. If you got older patio furniture, it's better because the metal's better. Okay, so if it's worth saving, Houston Powder Coaters can save it. Now we talk a lot about patio furniture, but there's boat stuff, there's anchors, and there's the metal on the boats, whatever it is, the ladders, whatever it is that are rusting out and you don't want to buy a new, just send it to Houston Powder Coaters. They'll pick it up and deliver it absolutely free, and they'll do an unbelievable job, and it'll look great. And you can paint it the colors that you want. You can powder coat it your team's colors. If you've got a boat and you want it to look Astros colors or Texans colors or Rockets colors, whatever it is that you want, or Cougs colors or Longhorn or Aggies, whatever it is, whatever color it is that you want it to look, you can do that. Houston Powder Coaters does. They do every kind of color imaginable. I mean, there's no color that they can't make. So listen. Houston Powder Coaters is all over. Houston Powder Coaters is the biggest and the best. You're looking for the best way to powder coat something, there's only one place to go. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here.
Did you listen to the Gilbert Arenas or the Nick Young thing? Did you listen to the Nick Young thing? You can't play it. Hey, Dell.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hey, Dell, you could start that at about 55 seconds. You can start that at about 55 seconds, and it's actually pretty funny. So, for those of you who didn't hear, Gilbert Arenas arrested yesterday, charged with running an illegal poker game, high-stakes poker game, with someone that has organized crime ties from, I forget what country he's from.
Israel.
Okay.
It was an Israeli organized crime figure. Yes, correct.
Okay. So Gilbert Arenas, the games apparently were at his house, and they were big games, whatever. Apparently he never saw Molly's game. Was it Molly's game?
Molly's game, yeah.
Molly's game. Yeah. It's yeah, you can do time for that. Yeah. I mean, it's actually something that the amount of money that you make on those poker
It's
games
illegal
is,
gambling, but it's also the financial. It's
Yeah.
both. Yeah. The
Right.
financial considerations too.
the IRS. Yeah. The IRS situation. That's what's going to get you. So Gilbert Arenas in a lot of trouble.
He didn't seem like it when he got bailed out. Did you see him running down the steps? I'm back on the streets.
Yeah, well, for now.
Yeah, I don't. You know what? I would just stay humble and really not.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put any video out there to piss
So-
off a judge or a DA.
So Nick Young does the podcast with him.
Yeah, they have a big podcast.
Yeah, it's Gilbert's Arena.
Our guy Russell, who you know well too, sells it.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, sells it out regularly.
Well, Nick Young. Nick doesn't seem to be too broken up about it because he's actually laughing pretty hard. He put out a video, and Dell is editing it right now. I think you could pick it up at 55 and run it for a little while, Dell, without.
Does he think it's a not that big a deal?
Well, he said, where you're going, you can listen to the pot. You can listen, and you can still bet on underdog. I mean,
Yeah, I've got enough of it where you can get the tone of how Nick Young is approaching.
Nick is broke. He doesn't seem to be too broken up about
He's
it.
probably just busting balls, right? I mean, I'm
Oh,
sure
yeah.
they're close if they're on the podcast.
He's got a name change for the show. You'll hear that.
Yeah.
So here's
Yeah.
Nick Young.
Yeah, but you guys would probably do that if one of us
Oh, I absolutely would.
That's
if
what
you
I'm
were
saying.
arrested.
So is that really that big a deal?
Well, you can listen. Nick Young, after hearing the news that his buddy Gilbert Arenas has been arrested.
Don't worry about the show or nothing. Gilbert, don't worry about Gil's Arena. I got that now. We might as well just change the show to Swaggy's Arena. And in conjunctions with Gilbert, we're going to put a little Gilbert sign on the side. It's still Swaggy's Arena until you come back home. And once you get out, it's back to you. But for now, I got it. I got that. All right? It's just welcome to Swaggy's Arena, y'all. In conjunction with Gilbert's Arenas. We gonna have just your name on the side. It's still going. And don't trip. Because where you going, you can be comfortable. They got TVs. I'm gonna send you all the updates. You can make all your bets on underdog. Do whatever you want. You still there. I seen you, the feds, they let you chill. You can have some shoes. I seen you the latest Gil's Arenas, the Adidas. I'm gonna send you all those. You're gonna be flying that shit. But look,
They better be good friends to be talking like that. I felt a little extra.
Yeah, that's sad. That's it's not great for Gilbert Arenas. Listen, he wasn't taking it very seriously. I think dude should. I mean, if they're going to arrest, if they're going out of their way to arrest you, chances are they've got a bunch on you, and you better know that it well could mean you're doing some time. You're doing some time for it.
Yeah.
Yep. Or you got to make a deal with the IRS and pay him back or whatever. Maybe he'll avoid it if he pays enough money. We'll see. We haven't talked about the Astros in a while. How about a 9-1 win? They are back out on the road where they've been much better. They actually won a couple of home games to finish up that homestand, which was absolutely nice. It's still not a great homestand.
No, but the spread's back to a 5-game lead in the division. So that's nice.
I know. How about that? And how about the Mariners picked up Eugenio Suarez?
Yeah, who the Astros they weren't necessarily linked to him, but there had been some conversation media wise. I don't know if it was ever serious. That was a big pickup for them. And Philly's picking up Duran as a closer. That's a big one for them. I mean, they're going to be a factor in the National League this year.
Well, so far it really hasn't been a huge trade deadline. Yeah, Suarez was a big pickup. Now you got two guys. He's got 36, and Cal Raleigh's got 41.
They got some bangers in the middle of that lineup now. I mean, big bangers.
Yeah, as long as Suarez's hand is fine. I don't know how long. We'll see how long it takes him to actually get back and be in Suarez again. But because we know about hands here, hands blow. Okay, yeah. So you're going to Boston, right?
Yep.
You got the day off today. You're going to Boston, and then at Miami, and then at the Yankees. So, three team. Well, Miami not so much. You can already pencil that in as a series loss. But at Boston, at New York, the Astros will make it up because they always play much better against big name teams, and they get to see Alex Bregman again. So, Miami, no chance of winning there. Zero chance that they're going to win that series. But the other two, absolutely. They got a nice performance yesterday out of Gusto. It is a Washington Nationals team that is not very good. They hit well, and he's not a bad pitcher, but they lit him up. Boy, was he pissed off when he thought he had Cooper Hummel on a called third strike. The next pitch, gone. Isn't that always how it happens too?
Yeah.
You think you got the guy, the next pitch.
And it beats you twice.
Yeah, it beat you twice. And then Yiner hit a 3-run shot. Altuve had a 3-run shot. Altuve had 4 hits. It was just a nice way to finish it up, a really crappy homestand. And they're losing 5 straight.
Uh-oh is right, actually. I don't know how bad a hamstring can get, but Paredes' hamstring apparently is the worst than hamstring could ever be. He is now being projected to be out 6 to 7 months with the hope that he's ready by spring training. By opening day, excuse me.
7 months?
They're talking about surgery.
6 to 7 months for the torn hamstring.
They're talking about surgery. So
let's get it done now.
Well,
none of these Justin Verlander wait around 3 months and let's see if it gets better, and then we have surgery and we lose even more game time. So what are we? So August, September, October, November, December, January, February. Yeah, 7 months is pitchers and catchers.
And what a season he was having too.
Yep.
I mean, it's just tremendous. They were talking. Bagwell was on the broadcast a couple, maybe last weekend. And he was talking about, before Paredes got hurt, he was like, man, this guy, he is so good. He's taking pitches. And even Espada said this too. He said he'd rather be 0-1 than 0-1. Because if that first pitch isn't something that he feels like he can handle, if it's on the outside corner, take the strike, get behind in the count. He's gotten it behind in the count 0-2, 1-2. A bunch of times, but he's still able to get a hit. Don't hit a pitcher's pitch. Wait till you get something to hit. And he was great. Nobody was taking more pitches than him. And as opposed to Altuve yesterday saw 2 pitches and had a single and a homer. 2 pitches. Not a great leadoff guy because, he jumps on the ball right away. A leadoff hitter. And this is what Taylor Trammell was doing too. Taylor Trammell was taking a lot of pitches, which was nice, which is a good thing for a leadoff hitter, because then the guys can see what a guy's got. After him, you got your 2, 3, 4 hitter that see, what kind of stuff does he have? Because he's throwing a bunch of different stuff. He's throwing sliders, he's throwing sweepers, he's throwing fastballs. Let's see what kind of stuff he's got. And the leadoff hitter can set a table for the rest of the lineup. Well, not with Altuve leadoff, because Altuve's jumping on it. Okay. So he was a really, really good top of the order guy, Paredes. Even if you was hitting second, when Altuve was out, he was hitting first and doing a really. Or when Pena went down, he was hitting first, and it was really good for the club. But but man, you miss that now. You really miss his bat. You miss his glove. That was a great pickup. Great pickup. And now done till next year.
Yeah,
What looks
that
like till
sucks.
next year.
And then they,
Yep.
the addition of Luis Urias is going to, he can step in and start at third. He's been starting at third base this year already. He's got over 60 some odd starts. His numbers are, what you'd expect. I mean, career wise, he's about 725 OPS player. This year, he's in the high 600s. Nothing that, frankly, should rattle your cages of worry. I mean, that's what your lineup looks like anyway for a big chunk of it. So yeah, I think he's going to get some. I think he's going to get some third base starts. Now, the Carlos Correa talk intensified inside of social media yesterday, but in case you missed it, Carlos didn't really put the damper. Well, Carlos put the damper on it just by saying he does have no trade clause, no chance that he would veto coming back to Houston. However, he said it's not close, and then reports also said that it's not close from inside the Astros. So that was just a lot of talk. I think just some digging around, and obviously that's going to create a little excitement with some people in the fan base. Although, are you surprised that there's people in the fan base who would not want Carlos back? I think from a baseball standpoint, from an emotional standpoint, get over it. If you're worried, if you're upset that Carlos left, Carlos didn't want to leave. The Astros just wouldn't, they didn't want to meet the financial demands, and that's that. So there should be no emotional anger at Carlos. But if you're worried because he's still hurt, he still has a hard time staying in the lineup, he's still up and down from year to year. 1 year he's over 900 OPS, the next year he's low 700s. I get that. And how much would Minnesota pick up of that contract? Because Jim Crane's not trying to pay that contract.
I don't think it's serious. I think it's something that was maybe a room. Maybe they talk about it, but
it's a discussion to turn into.
Oh yeah. And by the way, he's Ramon Urias, not Luis. Ramon.
Oh yeah. Well,
Ramon.
but they may also pick up Luis Urias too.
And
There's
people,
a lot of talk about that.
And his real friends call him what, Luis?
Yeah.
No, probably Ramon.
It's a nickname. Probably.
Well,
people who know him call him
people
Luis.
who know him probably call him that. Yeah.
I mean, you may call
probably,
him Ramon.
People know him, probably call him by Ramon because that's his name.
Says you.
Right. There's a lot of Uriases out there.
Well, there's a lot of John. Well, there's only one John Chill. He's coming up next. So
John Chill next, right here on ESPN 97.5, 92.5. And we'll tell you when John Chill gets on exactly how you are going to be able to get to the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles, and join us for one lucky listener is going to be able to join us for our fantasy draft, August 28th and 29th. We'll do that on the other side, right here. Don't go anywhere.
Brazil Road. Visit Powered On e-bikes today and discover why thousands of Houstonians have made the switch to electric. If you're into firearms, you have to check out Collector's Firearms. This isn't just a gun shop. It's like walking through a museum where everything's for sale. They got one of the largest selections of new and pre-owned guns in the country, from tactical to historical, modern handguns to vintage rifles. Whether you're a seasoned collector or first-time gun owner, the expert staff at Collector's Firearms will guide you through every step. On Westheimer and Voss or online at collectorsfirearms.com. Collector's Firearms, the best damn gun shop in the world. When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm. That's Aspen Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Dashford now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW or visit DashfordLaw.com. Evan Cohen here, whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
GNC knows that you're not always feeling it at the gym, but don't get down, get lit, and get more out of every workout. Beyond Raw Lit is a clinically dosed pre-workout that flips the switch and gives you more energy, focus, intensity, and pumps. The perfect combo for a killer workout. Plus, it's got incredible flavors and thousands of 5-star reviews, so you know it's good. Pick it up at GNC stores or go to gnc.com.
For premier recreation, dining, and entertainment, head to East River 9, located 1 mile from downtown Houston. East River 9 is the only 9-hole par 3 golf course, driving range, and pickleball facility in town that features night golf under its LED stadium lights. The venue boasts a tremendous view of the Houston skyline, which is perfect for sunset gazing while enjoying your favorite cocktail or River House restaurant menu item. Go to eastriver9.com to book a tee time, pickleball court, or sign up for our annual membership. You'll be glad you did.
ESPN 97.5, KFNC 97.9, HD2 on Bellevue, Houston.
Presented by Zadok Jewelers.
All right. Welcome back. It is time. Bringing John Chill, and our fantasy giveaway starts right now. So go to our app, and if you're not signed up on our app, ESPN 975 Houston, okay, just look that up in the App Store, ESPN 975 Houston, and download the app, sign up, and then right at the top, it says enter to win a chance enter for a chance to win a spot in our fantasy draft. So our fantasy draft is going to be at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, August 28th and 29th. Okay. We're getting you. If you win, we're going to select someone randomly. If you win, you get to bring a friend or your wife or whoever you want to bring, someone else that's going to participate in our fantasy draft. But you got to sign up on our app, and you got to enter to win. And we will pick someone randomly.
And this is open till 10 o'clock. So
yes.
So you got from now until 10 o'clock. Get in there, sign up, and maybe you'll get a chance to join us at the Golden Nugget, where John Chill resides.
Right. Is John Chill is here with us. Hey, John.
Hey, John. How you doing?
Doing well.
So yeah, how many do you have? You selected 6. 6 more to go. Is that kind of where we're at?
Yeah, we got 2 last week. We're going to get our 3 and 4. Well, we'll have a contestant win, and then bring someone with them, and then we'll have 2 more to go. So this is week 2 of 4.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, so we're halfway there now.
Yeah, that'd be a good time. I know the package is real good. Starting to look at the cheat sheets now. I got one, I think, 2 days after your guys. We've been doing it back home in Youngstown for like 30 years, so I started looking at it, and it's an interesting year this year as far as a fantasy perspective, and you kind of correlate those into future bets and all that, and looking at those. But depending on the league, are you guys doing points per reception, or are you just doing a straight fantasy?
We're going to do a PPR. Yeah.
PPR, are you? Yeah. So makes it more interesting as far as drafting, who you're drafting and all that. So yeah, you're looking at this year's kind of interesting to see too, just the different, people that have slipped last year that might come back and all that. But I kind of correlate my fantasy with some of my future picks and, some of the prop picks I'll play here for the year and all that. So, but so it'll be a good time. You guys are coming was that Thursday, Friday, and that'll be a good time. And then I got mine Sunday. I'll be doing one in DraftKings as well, since I can't make it back home. But it's a good time in there. And like I said, we're ready to go. We're booking. So if you got a fantasy team out there or fantasy league out there, come to our place and book it. It's a good time. Like I said, we got all the hookups for you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be fun. You're going to get the room. You're going to get You're going to get money to eat. We're going to have dinner at the DraftKings Sportsbook. So it is going to be good. So make sure that you sign up. I don't know that there's been a better time for wide receivers in fantasy. I mean, it seems like every team is loaded up, and some too are it's incredible. It's incredible the wide receivers right now in the league. Now the quarterback play has not been great. The numbers are lower as far as yards, but throughout the league, passing was at one point last year was just pathetic. The yards per game in the league, but I don't know that we've seen as talented a wide receiver group as we have in the NFL than we have right now.
No, I agree. And a couple things, I was looking at the cheat sheets. I mean, Marvin Harrison Jr., which I think, will come out of his slump, I think a little bit. I mean, he's like in the 20s, 19, 20 range as far as, rankings. Yeah. It's loaded, top to bottom with receivers. And, I think that's where, you kind of separate yourself. You get the ones that are hot there. And I think a little bit too, the running backs are going to get more value than they have, than the prior years here. But to see a guy like a Marvin Harrison down in 20, and you look at some of the tight ends, I think they're getting more value than they used to in prior years as well. And but you definitely got a loaded receiving core. I mean, Tyreek Hill at 14. If you get down the list of what's out there and that. So it'll be interesting how the draft. I usually do mine in tiers, and kind of leaning, I kind of mentioned it a little bit, running backs a little bit, I know that was way back in the day, get your 2 running backs in the first 2 rounds and, you move forward from there, but kind of coming back to that a little bit.
How about the ballsy strategy of the 0 running back? I don't know if you know a lot about this, but not taking a running back until much later, no running backs until much later. And boy, you are really, you have low margin for error with that strategy.
Well, in one of my leagues, you have to start 3 wide receivers, and you can only start 2 running backs and 3 wide receivers. You almost have to go wide receiver first. You almost have to go wide receiver first because they're so important, and you got to have 3 of them. So it depends on what your league is. We don't have a flex in that league, and I'm like, which is stupid, and I've been telling them it's stupid. So I'm telling you right now, Tony, it's stupid. Let's do a flex instead of 3 wide receivers. So John Till, we got a preseason game tonight, the Hall of Fame game. What kind of action do you guys get, and how do I bet preseason football?
Well, preseason, usually the unders hit early. I know the trend kind of got away the last 2 weeks, but the unders have hit over 60%. So usually take the unders. The dogs in the Hall of Fame game have been, I think the last 10 games, 7-2-1, and I believe 6-4 straight up in the last 10 Hall of Fame games. So definitely underdogs and under. Kind of this game here, you look at the depth chart. None of the big names are going to play in this one, so you kind of look at the depth chart. I think Chargers have more of stronger quarterbacks behind their starters. So I kind of like the Chargers there. Trends too is look at coaches. Harbaugh at the Ravens. I think he's like 46-17. Since he's been at Baltimore in preseason. So you kind of look at those trends as preseason starts. Which coaches take it serious, which ones, kind of just run what they want to, have their set plays and don't really care about, where they're at in the game and just evaluating their players. So that's kind of the preseason, but unders have hit. That's been the tradition here for a lot of years. Like I said, I think the last 2 weeks, last year, the over started hitting, but definitely unders. I think the weather's okay back home. And so, yeah, I kind of like the Chargers plus 1.5. I think Harbaugh is going to, set the tone starting tonight. I think, there's a lot of expectations for the Chargers, and I think a couple wins during preseason gets the talk going, for them to overtake the Chiefs. So I kind of like the Chargers tonight.
So you mentioned Harbaugh from the Ravens because and you're talking about in future weeks, not tonight.
Yeah,
because
not tonight. Yeah.
Right. But so the Ravens like to win in the preseason. Is there anybody else that stands out that doesn't give a rat's ass about it, or is there anybody that stands out that likes to win?
I tell you, another one was Tomlin. I think he's close to 70%. I know he went 0-3 last year. And, it'll be interesting, with him is he going to play Rodgers? Rodgers came in late, that'll be interesting to see what that dynamic is in preseason as well. That, is Rodgers just going to show up on week one, or are they going to put him in a couple series in preseason? So that'll be interesting. So Tomlin has a good record as well for preseason.
Okay. So Tomlin and if you're going to bet,
the Carolina Panthers are 3-13 over the last 5 years.
New coach though, huh?
Well, same coach from last year.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think the Bengals. Yeah.
I think you have a problem if you're betting a lot on preseason games. I think you have a problem. That's what I think. But go ahead. If you have to do it, go ahead. If you can't watch a game without having money on it, then okay. There's a phone number for you. Yeah.
You asked the question, John. We're just trying to give you answers. That's all we're trying to do.
Yeah. Right. So what else, John? What else we got going on this week?
No, basically, football starting. So I think, we'll start seeing some more action in the book. We got the golf tournament, the Wyndham Championship. To me, it's a good tournament. When Scheffler's not in there, it gives you a chance to maybe hit a long shot. So, the only one I kind of looked at was Lucas Glover. He's at 7-1, top 5. He's had 5 top 10 finishes this year. I think he was 3rd in players, 5th in the John Deere. So, for the golf, and if Scheffler's not in there, it kind of, opens up the odds for everybody. So if you like a golfer, we got that. We have a fight night this week. That still gets traction for every week. And it was Tara versus Park. Short notice on both of them. Tara's at -355. Like I said, they both fight on short notice. I kind of like Tara in that one. And then we have Rebecca versus Duncan at +180. Rebecca's at 205. Rebecca's just a beast. I think, he averages like 4 takedowns a round, which is insane. So kind of like him at -205. And if you parlay those, you get close to even money for that. So, but I think football futures, we're starting to see a little college futures, across the board and seeing the over-under win totals. We're starting to see some action on that and getting ready, close to 4 weeks away for the big games that weekend on Labor Day. So that'll be down the pike here.
This week I saw a ticket. The guy put $200,000 on Penn State to win it all. He wins $1.5 million if he wins 7.5 to 1. Does that kind of bet bring the odds down on Penn State?
Yeah, I mean, you start seeing the movement, and you see the type of money, and it's interesting to see. You're starting to see a lot of national and Penn State. Don't know why, but I think he's still got to prove himself. But yeah, when you see big money like that, it'll move it. Also, the type of the persons that are out there, certain people are betting certain things. They might not put big money on it, but that'll move the line as well.
Yeah.
They'll shop around the different books and play certain amounts at certain books. And if they know, a certain person's playing, that definitely adjusts the line as well for future bets and for all bets.
It used to be whatever Billy Walters played and changed the line.
Yep.
Yep. I don't know anymore, but
yeah, there's definitely a couple guys out there. I know.
Now it might be
out in Vegas.
It might be Lance. Whatever Lance plays, it's going to be.
Yeah.
He's going to move the line. Right. No.
As an employee of the NFL, I absolutely dispute what you are saying, John.
That's right. Well, if you bet, I said if you bet, but you don't. So there's that. That is John Chill, Golden Nugget Lake Charles, with us every week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John, as always, man, we appreciate it, and we will talk to you again next week.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, guys.
We are looking forward to the draft that we are going to do, the fantasy draft, August 28th to 29th. And if you want to play, just go to our app. If you're not signed up, sign up, and just enter to win. Just right at the top, it says enter for a chance to win a spot in our fantasy draft right at the top of our app. So just hit that, click that, and you're going to be entered, and you could possibly be with us August 28th and 29th at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, which is the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Now, this is not the only fantasy draft that they're going to have there. They're going to have a bunch of fantasy drafts. You can either do it by the pool in a cabana, or you could do it in a DraftKings Sportsbook. There's all kinds of, listen, if we're coming down to it, call all your boys if you're the commissioner of your league, or call your commissioner and say, hey, what a great idea. The weekend before the NFL season is the first, is when we can do it, the weekend, and we can watch college football. We can bet on college football. We can do our draft. We can bring the wives. We can swim at the pool. We can play golf. We can go to a concert. We can go to the restaurants. I mean, what a great way to do your fantasy draft. What a great way to do it. It's at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. They've got packages available, and this is just so much fun. I wish our league would do that, Lance. I wish we'd go Golden Nugget Lake Charles and do our fantasy draft there. That would be totally, totally sweet. But we're stupid. We're not going to do that.
Well,
okay?
We have a pretty good setup. You don't have to besmirch our league
Well,
setup. We've done a nice
stupid not
job
to do
over
it. To me-
27 years.
To me, it's stupid not to do it. It's Golden Nugget Lake Charles.
Well,
But
I would
that's
love to. I would love to do it. It's just not. We're doing a different league there. We still have a league there that we're doing.
We are doing it there, and I'm gonna love it because I've got my poker there, I got my golf there, I got everything there. You're looking for a great place to get your fantasy draft on, or just go for the weekend and watch football and go to the DraftKings Sportsbook. Make your reservation at DraftKings Sportsbook now, because football, it is going to be packed, and you got to have a reservation at GoldenNuggetLC.com.
testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy. The John Clay Wolf Show. Here's what's going on in the Wolf Pack. Bubba, we appreciate you. Thanks, man. GG done. You left me hanging, but whatever. I still love you. And I was there first. Talking about the show meeting we had yesterday. She's the only one that showed up. Yeah, and I'm sitting there like, yeah, guys, 30 minutes early. That was 50-1 odds in Vegas. John Clay Wolf Show every Saturday morning. ESPN.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So you've got until 10 o'clock to sign up. You got to do it now. You got to do it now if you want to get in our fantasy
Does John
draft.
not know that we have tea to spill?
Who?
Do you not know that we have tea to spill? Dell and I do.
Tea to spill?
Yeah.
I don't know what that
streets
means.
are talking.
The streets are talking. Do you want to know what the streets are saying?
What are the streets saying right now?
Okay. Dell came in and told me what the streets are saying yesterday. And I said, that's interesting. See if you can get that sound because that's interesting street talk.
Yeah, it's a confirmation of what you have said about the O-line room from last year. You know, they made big changes. The Texans felt like it needed to be done. And this comes from the Establish the Run podcast. Brandon Thorne's on the Joe Moore Award committee, right? So you know him a little bit. Evan Sylvan. And
he's been on the show before.
Evan Sylvan, Adam, I think it's Leviathan.
Yeah.
He's on it as well. But you'll hear the voice of Evan Silva explain how he got word that Laramie Tunsil and Laramie Tunsil and Shaq Mason were a problem, and not the good problem, not like what the Gen Z says. Oh, he's a problem. They were an actual problem in the room, and it comes from a well-informed source.
Surprised when they got rid of Shaq Mason and Laramie Tunsil, but I heard a story. The source being our old coworker at Roto World, Raymond Summerlin, who apparently was playing poker at a casino. And it just so happened that the Texans' old offensive line coach who got fired was playing at the same table. And they sparked up a conversation. And that offensive line coach was like, yeah, Shaq Mason and Laramie Tunsil, they just like lost their minds. Like we could not control what they were doing whatever they wanted to do. They were not doing what they were supposed to do. And everything just kind of collapsed. And like they felt like they had to get rid of Laramie Tunsil. I believe was like a team captain. He's supposed to be a team captain, and he was not acting like a team captain. Anyways, he could easily go and have success in Washington. I actually think that he will. Sometimes a change of scenery can help, but it's a big concern, man. I mean, it's a big concern for for CJ Stroud. I don't know what to expect. I mean, I don't think the Texans know what to expect. They've got.
We know what they got. How about
things get set at a poker table, don't they, John?
At a poker, yeah. You don't realize that's going to be on the air. So you got to watch what you say.
You don't realize who you're talking to it there, but it checks out 100% with everything I've heard. So I don't doubt that was Chris Strausser potentially at that table talking, and it checks out with. I heard Shaq. I heard Titus was, I don't know about a problem, but that he's influenced obviously by and that's all we've been talking about. It's not that players disliked when the play. It was never that Laramie Tunsil was disliked by teammates. Some people really misunderstood the comments that were on this show. It was never about him being disliked by teammates. That's not it. It's the coaching staff just felt like we can't do this. This guy's this guy's not team first. He's not Swarm. He's not Swarm. A wise man once said, you got to have a team full of Swarm. No, it's not Swarm.
Yep.
It's not Swarm, Dell. It's Swarm. And so they made the change they needed to make. And it's not going to be corrected this year. It never was. They didn't have the amount of draft picks needed. It wasn't the draft class necessary. It was never going to be fixed this year. But they hopefully don't take a step back. They took a step back for sure at talent at left tackle. But I think they're hoping that the culture and maybe the consistency in that offensive line starts to change this year. But make no mistake, next year will be a big year in free agency / draft for the Texans offensive line. You will see changes made. And my guess is you won't see. I can tell you this, if Juice Scruggs does not become a factor this year, he won't make it to his 4th year.
No, and why? If he's getting beat out,
exactly.
Yeah. What's the sense if he can't get on the field? We'll see. A lot of people on the Twitch are swarming right now. Swarm. Somebody just swarmed all over himself.
Yeah, no, they love Swarm there. That's the whole city loves Swarm. Only Dell's the one who makes fun of it.
If
Dell's
you
the
ain't
one who
swarming,
says
you're
it's
boring.
Swarm because he went through the actual what's an acronym, right? And
acronym.
No, acronym. Yeah. Why did I say that's like Al Contrario?
An acronym is a spider.
Acronym. No, it's
Arachnid.
Arachnid.
Okay.
Acronym. There we go. And it's super.
It's not super.
Wet. No.
What?
No.
What did you just say?
Sweat. No, sweaty.
What did you just say?
I'm trying to think of what SW. Surprise.
No.
What does it stand for? Solitude.
No.
Warmth.
Superiority.
Superiority, warmth, attitude, resistance, malfeasance.
Malfeasance?
No, that doesn't sound like it'd be what
That
it
doesn't
is.
sound like.
That's
not what the D'Amico.
I don't think that's what it stands for, but I'm not sure any of those actually were. Resistance, probably not. Resilience. I bet R could be resilience.
Nope. Well, maybe.
A, attitude.
Restraint in the face of
Here it is.
Here
it is in the Texans facility. There's a picture of it. Special work ethic, relentless mindset.
Okay.
Swarm.
Special work ethic. It's Swarm.
Swarm.
No, but I
keep
don't.
saying
But
swarm.
that's not.
But they call it Swarm.
That's not Swarm.
It's
not Swarm.
It's Swarm.
Well, if D'Amico calls it Swarm, what are you going to call it, John?
He'll
beat the brakes off
then
you if he was mean.
That ethic should be something else. Attitude, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe just attitude's right there.
All right.
It's right there.
Work attitude, though?
Special work ethic. I don't know, but it's there. You can change that ethic to an A word.
No, it's not shawarma. We're not doing shawarma.
Shawarma.
Shawarma is a delicious.
Sounds pretty good, actually.
Now, when you actually.
It's not always delicious.
You do not want to get a Middle East. You don't want to get a place that serves shawarma at dinner. Those things have been spinning for
around.
too long.
Yeah, that's true.
And John's right. There's some places that
I've never had bad shawarma.
Luckily. Chicken is usually going to be okay. It's the meat is really can be a coin flipper, and you need to go for lunch. Never make the mistake of not going for lunch if you're going to have shawarma.
See, I don't think Swarm.
That thing is on that pole for days.
That's what I'm saying.
So.
No, it's not for days. It's
Yeah.
not good
You don't
places.
think they sell out every day,
Not
do you? That
good
giant
places.
lamb? No.
Yeah, they do. They don't just keep it rolling. Those things would be burned to a crisp.
No, but they shut it down, fridge it, put it up, and that tomorrow.
Super wet and really manly.
They don't throw them out every day.
That's somebody
trust
else
me.
said
Don't
super
read
wet
it.
and really manly.
Don't read it then.
Swarm. That's not what that is.
Don't have wet
But
as
my
part
point
of the
is,
acronym.
don't say that is my point.
Swarm.
I wouldn't say that. I'm not saying that on my own. I'm just saying this is an example of what not to say.
So I don't think special work ethic, relentless mindset is actually a sentence. So you could just throw attitude in there and be good.
I'm going to come up with something different.
Swarm.
A is going to be attitude. R is going to be resilience. M is going to be manhood.
Special work attitude, resilient manhood?
Yeah, but we're not making it a sentence.
Understood. But why is manhood in it?
Well,
That's
your
your
manhood. Manhood.
Mindset is fine.
Not martyrdom. That's
No,
not
no
gonna
one's
work.
dying. Mindset
No,
is fine.
Mindset's a good
What?
one. Yeah.
Martyrdom.
What the hell?
Yeah, martyrdom doesn't work there. Mindset works. Though.
Mindset is fine.
Attitude.
Minecraft.
Resilience.
It's Minecraft.
Mindset. Oh, we just need S and W. But not wet. That's not going to work for anything.
No, it's
Weasel.
not good.
Nope. Not
Weasel.
Wet. Weasel. What? Wistful.
No.
Wandering.
That's not a good football word.
I'm just
Whispering.
Whispering. I'm just, yeah, we're just.
Special whispering?
Special whispering. Yeah.
Worthless. Worm.
No, worthless isn't good.
Worm tongue.
No. Grima worm tongue. No.
Willing.
Women.
Willingness.
Not
women.
Winning.
Special women.
Seeing women.
Willingness or winning?
Seeing women at.
No. Bad. Don't finish.
Succulent.
Okay.
Succulent women?
No. I'm trying to come up with S. Succulent. Sarsaparilla. Sensational. It's not really.
No. None of that.
Superior. Superior warmth. Nope. Superior willingness, attitude, resilience, and mindset. Swarm. One more swarm. Swarms out, swarms in.
You could have just changed ethic to attitude with what they currently have and been fine.
Yeah, but that's
special work attitude.
That's
Relentless
copying
mindset.
then. That might be
Seeing
actually,
women.
that could have been copyrighted.
Always restricting men. Seeing women.
That's another swarm that works.
That's another
seedy women always restricting men.
Yeah.
What about that picture in the DeAndre Ayton with that girl?
She has come out and said
she was swarm.
She has come out and said everyone misread what she was saying. She added.
She didn't get left at an island.
No, that happened. She added DeAndre Ayton, but it wasn't DeAndre Ayton who propositioned her and then left her. It was DeAndre Ayton's security or the security around everyone. She is saying, yeah, I added him, but all I was saying is the private security he hired for their trip was there was a gentleman who propositioned her, said, hey, let's do this. She said no, and then he left her in the middle of nowhere. So she is.
Oh, it wasn't Ayton.
She is saying Ayton did not do that, even though she added him in the initial post.
Why'd he have to take the bullets in?
Because I guess she hired the guy, and she wanted him to know what that guy was about. So I guess he didn't hire the guy again. So she has come out and cleared DeAndre Ayton of any wrongdoing.
Wow, that's nice.
And she
that's
also
nice.
said she flew herself out. So all the things we were suggesting, all wrong. She flew herself out. It was a trip for multiple people, not just DeAndre Ayton and herself.
I had more respect when it was DeAndre Ayton.
More respect for who?
For him.
Oh.
I mean.
She said she barely interacted with him.
She gonna pull that BS, beat it. I'm out of here.
But she is telling you she ain't one of them that gets flown out. It was a trip for more than two people.
Oh. Well, it's not as good a story anymore, so I'm out.
It's less fun, yes.
No.
But I just want to give the other side of it.
You know who's fun? John Clay Wolf. John Clay Wolf is fun. John Clay Wolf is incredible. John Clay Wolf is the biggest car buyer in the country. He does billions in car buying and selling. So he buys your car and then he sells it at auction. And here's the deal is a lot of people do this, right? That's the business. You buy the car and you sell it at auction. Only John Clay Wolf makes less, but he does more volume because he buys more, because he pays more. He pays more for the vehicle. Then when he sells it at auction, he makes less money. That's okay by him. Okay. The other guys want to sell it, buy it for as little as possible, sell it for as much as possible. That's a great business plan. John Clay Wolf said, no. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give everybody more and I'll make less, but I'm going to do big volume because everybody was going to want to sell me their car. And how about this? GiveMeTheVin.com, already the best place to sell your car. Now it's even better with the GiveMeTheVin.com big cash giveaway. GiveMeTheVin.com giving away $25,000 in cash every month. Get 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. For more details, go to their website, GiveMeTheVin.com. So when they buy your car, you got 1,000 chances to win another $25,000 on top of that car, on top of the money that they gave you for the car. They are the best. All you have to do is so simple to sell your car. GiveMeTheVin.com, enter your car's VIN number or license plate, and you get an offer in minutes, well above a dealer quote. And you go back to their top to you go to one of their pickup locations, or they'll come to you. It's easy and it's fast. They'll bring you the check too. GiveMeTheVin.com. There's no better place to sell your car. It's America's best car buyer.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, you still got about 19 minutes to sign up to be in our fantasy draft. So come on, get to our app. If you haven't heard, you go to our app, ESPN975.com. No, not .com. It's ESPN975 app. And then if you haven't signed up, just sign up. It's really easy. And then you enter to win right at the top of the app, right at the top. Just press the button and you're entered to win. So hopefully we'll get a bunch of people in there. We're going to choose someone randomly. We will get a hold of you if you win. We won't call you if you lose. We're not calling all those people losers. When we don't want to call you a loser anyway.
Well, you just did.
No, if you don't win, then you lost.
Yeah,
so
it doesn't make you a loser, though.
Well, you lost, so
Yes,
you're a loser.
you lost. Like
who's
the
the winner?
Astros lost 5 in a row. I wouldn't call
Well, they were
Jose
losers
Altuve
each
a
day.
loser.
Each day they were losers.
Yeah, but loser means just in life you're a loser.
And that doesn't mean that. If you lost a game, you're the loser.
No.
There's a winner and there's a loser.
Well, to be fair, they did not lose because they get a chance to play for two more times. So
2 more times.
So
Yeah.
enter to win until 10, like John said. But if you do not win, we're going to give you more opportunities next Thursday and the Thursday after that, all the way up till August 14th. So stay locked in with us. Get a chance to join us.
So we think we've gotten to most everything today, most stuff. What about Daryl Morey, though? Daryl Morey says that the Lakers bubble championship doesn't hold up. It's marked by an asterisk.
Why would he just say that publicly? Like,
I don't know.
While he's 100% accurate there, and I guess we should always strive to be accurate, and not worry about feelings. I just don't know why things aren't really going great for him right now. He's not on a heater where he can just say stuff. Why would he do that?
So had the Rockets won the title, I absolutely would have celebrated it as legitimate, knowing the immense effort and resilience required. Yet everyone I speak to around the league privately agrees that it doesn't truly hold up as a genuine championship. Perhaps the lasting legacy of the NBA bubble is that the NBA should be proud of its leadership at both the beginning and end of the pandemic, even though the champion will forever be marked by an asterisk.
I'm fine with that. As somebody who had to live with the Rockets asterisks, that they got that because Jordan wasn't in the league and people didn't. They decided they didn't count, which was the most irritating thing I've ever dealt with, other than Altuve's a cheater. That whole narrative, but honestly, like, what was the question that had Daryl even speaking on that?
It's not a interview specific to Daryl Morey. It's one athletic reporter, I think Joe Vardone, asking multiple people about, I think, a bubble retrospective. I believe that's what the article is on. So it isn't Daryl, I'm going to have a sit down with you, but I guess he asked him about it, and that was Daryl's response.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's as well. I don't know that it has an asterisk. They won. You let them win. Who cares? They suck. Who cares? It's the Lakers. It's LeBron. Who cares? Just give him his title.
I mean, a lot of people care.
Yeah, I guess they do. I don't know. That was a crap title. It's a crap title.
I would argue that
them and the Dodgers.
I would argue that the season that followed was maybe even less legitimate, considering the shortened amount of time they had between the end of the bubble season and the start of the regular season. If you were playing in the bubble finals, or even at the final 4 teams in each conference, you had the least amount of time anyone's ever had to get ready for the next season. And it played out that way.
Mm-hmm.
You look at the teams who made the Final Four, they did not have really good years the next year. And the season was shortened. Of course, even that season involved low crowds. I mean, they did travel, but if we remember, the crowds were lessened as they were trying to get people back to normal. I mean, that title that the Bucks won, a little fraudulent. I think it's a little fraudulent. I think a shortened season adds to that as well.
Fraudulent. Wow. I don't know. They seem like champions to me. They look pretty good.
Well, I don't know. When the Sixers of all teams can finish as the top seed in the league for the conference, I would say that season has fraud all over it. The Sixers were the 1 seed. They're the biggest frauds we know.
Right. Yeah. Somebody's asking what button. There's a button, Jay. There's a button at the top that says enter to win, to enter to have a chance of our fantasy league. There's a white line that you just hit.
It's like a banner at the top.
It's a banner at the top.
And then it allows me to enter a contest if I want to do that.
That's all. It says it at the top of the page, the F page. Okay, the first page that you go to. So there's that. There's that. Drew Gilbert got traded again. While, I was kind of like, oh man, we gave up Drew Gilbert. Well, he's already been traded again. He's going to San Francisco now. So maybe Drew Gilbert wasn't all that big, a huge loss that 2 teams have already given up on him. We'll see. Maybe he'll have a great career. I don't know, but we'll see.
I was looking at, by the way, the Kikuchi players. Will Wagner's just been, just a guy.
But he's on the field for that team. That's the first place.
Loperfido. I mean, they still. The reason I looked it up is I said, okay, what was the cost last year based on what you're going to give up this year if you add a pitcher, and it's not like you gave up Will Wagner, who's not going to hurt you. I don't think losing him. Loperfido's just another guy that you would have from the outfield. I would argue Taylor Trammell is, I'm happy with him. And then Jake Bloss, he's doing nothing. So you really haven't been hurt by that rental with Kikuchi.
No,
That's not something to hurt you. Jacob Melton is more than a rental. So if he's part of an Alcantara trade, Sandy Alcantara, just to go back to earlier in the show, if they target Sandy Alcantara, which he does check some of the boxes that they typically look at, that feels like way too much for a year and a half with Sandy Alcantara.
Yeah. Well, he's on the uprise now, and the asking price is higher because he had 2 straight outings where he didn't give up a run. So we'll see if that happens today. By this time tomorrow, we will know what the Astros have done. No more end of August trades going on. So this is it. This is their last chance to add to the team, other than all the guys that are coming back. That they're not trade, but I think Dana said last week their trade deadline acquisitions, the injured guys. No, they're really not. Brett McMurphy says this: Costco is selling discounted 2-ticket packages for South Carolina, Purdue, Louisville, Virginia, Baylor, Oklahoma State, Tulane, UConn, Louisiana, Western Michigan, Kennesaw State, and Idaho home games. The prices vary from $49.99 to $99.99. Some include $20 food beverage credit for parking pass. Do you want Costco tickets to a football game?
I guess. I mean,
you're getting
if you get in, I guess.
If I buy tickets to the game, do I get free samples at Costco? Not free samples. Get like free something from Costco as well, because I find that more valuable than tickets to a random game. I want. Obviously, I already have the membership. Throw in some Costco. Do I get $100 credit to get a hot dogs and drinks from your little concession stand you guys got going there?
Well, I don't know if they're.
Do you get a churro with it?
Yeah. Can I get a churro?
Can I get a churro and a ticket to a?
Is there pizza? I know Sam's Pizza and hot dogs are really good.
No, Costco's pizza is the truth. People can sleep on it all they want. Sam's. I've ordered it for birthday parties, for kids. The Costco pizza eats. It eats. The truth might be a little strong, but it eats for sure.
Sam's is pretty good.
I'm sure it is.
Sam's, really good, actually. Really greasy. It's great. I love that. Love me some greasy pizza. Anything else we missed today, Del?
I don't think so. Nothing salacious like what happened at our WNBA game a couple nights ago, so you don't have to worry about that. What else is out there? We mentioned the trades. We mentioned Gilbert Arenas. I think we're good.
Tanner says this: the San Diego Padres are finalizing a trade to acquire left fielder Yordan Alvarez from the Houston Astros. The deal sends right-hander Dylan Cease and all-star closer Robert Suarez to Dyken Park.
Tanner.
Tanner. Tanner said this. It's not true, people. It's not true.
Why'd
so
you
don't
read that?
I got it on my timeline right here.
Mean you should read that because if people aren't really active listening and they don't hear brought to you by Tanner and John Granado, Hall of Famers.
Tanner said it. I didn't say it.
I know that, but if people don't hear that part and they hear John Granado saying the Astros are trading Yordan Alvarez, that's gonna freak people out.
Well, I mean, if his hands aren't,
what hands? He has hands still?
He has hands. Yeah. So. Yeah. Yep. I'm watching Sophie Cunningham with a Hot Girls Eat Arby's shirt on dancing. She got an Arby's deal.
Yeah, I'm uncomfortable with that shirt, and
Why?
I'm not going to go into it.
Why are you uncomfortable?
I'm not going to go into it. As long as she did it for the right reasons, and
What do you mean?
and this is about, as long as this is about the restaurant, that's fine.
Sure.
And I'm not going to say anything
But
else.
she has a deal with Arby's.
What else do we have to do?
Do you know any other Arby's other than the restaurant?
No.
Do I have to say it out loud?
I don't know why you're so bothered by it.
Okay, I don't
Roast
know.
beef.
What's wrong with
Oh.
roast beef?
Well,
That's what Arby's serves.
yeah,
What's your point?
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
Are you done? Because I don't know what your point is. We did mention that the Blue Jays acquired Shane Bieber, who is working
get
his way
back to
back
that.
from Tommy John surgery. He's had a couple rehab starts. They think they'll get him back for the end of the regular season and the playoffs. So the Blue Jays acquire a former Cy Young winner. I don't like that, particularly if he's good.
Yeah, if he's back.
Yeah, well,
If he's back.
he's doing what the Astros are doing. He was down making starts on the minor league level, so they expect him to come back.
Yeah. All right. All right. We got news of the wear coming your way next. Don't go anywhere. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Dell, I lost it.
Welcome back here. All right, guys. How about this? Coors is releasing a Rocky Mountain scented deodorant. It's a limited edition deodorant that smells like the breeze of the Rocky Mountains and must be refrigerated before it can be properly applied, with the packaging mimicking the beer's signature mountains, turning blue when reaching the ideal cold temperature. Do you want to smell like Coors Light? Yes. The answer is yes for everybody. Is this not the greatest idea ever?
Do you want to smell like Coors Light? Is that what you just said?
Yes.
I don't know. I don't. No.
Well,
I don't.
like the breeze.
No offense, Coors Light. I just don't.
Like the breeze of the Rocky Mountains. Is that not? I mean, what woman could resist the breeze of the Rocky Mountains?
There's women who could.
No, it's just the best. I mean, let's go. Okay, so now I know what I want you guys to get me for Christmas.
Don't you always smell like Coors Light?
I do.
So what do you
but
need that
I
from
can
us
smell
for?
even more like Coors Light.
Well, no.
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah.
helping you out there. I got enough whiffs of you smelling like Coors Light in my life. Just the
Okay,
Christmas party. The Christmas party, it's coming out of your pores.
That's the best. When you smell like Coors Light all day.
So
when
I'm
you,
not gonna buy you a deodorant for that to be the case all year long.
Yeah.
So your body smells like your mouth? No thanks.
Or I'm out.
No thanks.
Not
None of that sounds
And
appealing.
he drinks enough of it on Christmas party day that it's his body.
All you
it's
need
his
is just
mouth.
spill some.
It's his
Look,
hair.
Just spill some on yourself per usual, and you're good.
Yeah.
No.
Seven Coors Lights deep. Of course you'll spill some, and you got the smell right there.
Yeah, there you go.
No. But how about this? When you get pulled over, the cop goes, "Hey, you smell like you've been drinking." You go, "It's Coors Light deodorant."
Are you going to
sir.
carry that with you for that?
Yes.
That's good.
Yes.
You're still gonna have to get out of the car.
Well, how about this?
Sir, I need to get you to get out of the car, and then you're going to be one of those guys who loves to test the cops and then keep your phone on them.
Yeah.
What am I being pulled over for? I don't have to give you my license. I don't have to give you my license. What is this for? Am I under arrest?
Yeah. I'm
You
sorry.
won't
I smell
comply.
like
You've
Coors
got
Light.
non-compliance all over you.
I'm wearing Coors Light deodorant, sir. Thank you. Okay.
Deodorant.
How about this? A DUI lawyer's dream come true. High Noon is recalling Celsius energy drink because they may contain vodka seltzer. High Noon cans were mislabeled as Celsius energy drink.
Oh, you might have a little. Yeah, you might have accidentally stumbled into.
Yeah.
Stumbled in a
You
little
just
something
go,
extra.
"Oh, I've been drinking this Celsius, sir." Oh, I didn't know it had alcohol in it. Oh, so there, I win. No jail time for me. I'm going to go pick up a bunch of Celsius
And your Coors Light deodorant.
and
Just
Coors Light
double
deodorant.
down.
Sorry. I thought I was drinking, and I smelled like it because of Coors Light deodorant, and I was drinking Celsius.
No, I
Thank
swear,
you.
officer, it's my Coors Light deodorant. No, I was drinking Celsius. Good luck, John. Those excuses with the cop. No, it was a Celsius. I swear, it was just mislabeled.
Look, I got it. Look at the open can of Celsius right here.
That guy, he's just gonna think you poured High Noon into it.
That's a good idea too. Just pour a High Noon
It's
into
not
it,
a good
carry it
idea.
around.
It's not.
Yeah, it's a great idea. All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Hope you enjoyed the show. We will talk to you again tomorrow, everybody.
Now, Omar Khan saying the goal is the Super Bowl. Oh, of course he's going to say that. And of course he should say that. He's an NFL general manager, but they're not better than the Bills. They're not better than the Chiefs. They're not better than the Ravens. They're not better than the Bengals. They're maybe in line, in my opinion, with the Chargers and the Broncos. I want to see a second year of that defense being as dominant as it was a season ago. Now, with the Steelers, though, it begs the question because Mike Tomlin, for the last couple of years, has received some angst from the Steelers fan base. I'm down in South Florida in the West Palm Beach area. There is, because of the Rooney family, strong contingent of Steelers fans in this region, and there's some displeasure with Mike Tomlin. Needs to win a playoff game. I think it begs the question, with this roster, a little long in the tooth, but some big names and an aggressive offseason, with this roster, what is enough? What is the bare minimum that Mike Tomlin and the Steelers need to do to get some people off of his back? And I do think if Aaron Rodgers can have a productive season, which I think he can, and keep it as normal as possible. If Jalen Ramsey falls in line and is heading to Instagram to send these subtle, innocuous Instagram posts expressing his displeasure without outright saying it, if DK Metcalf can stay on the field and play consistent football, this is a team that could be in the discussion for the AFC North with, I don't know, a month, 3 weeks left to go in the regular season, and maybe even host a playoff game. I think that would be enough. Forget the future for a second. I think that would be enough for people to say, all right, Mike Tomlin, he's got it again. I think compared to other coaching situations in the NFL, because the Steelers are a model of consistency and have been under Tomlin's getting some unfair criticism for a lack of movement in off seasons. He is squeezing out as much as he can get from some of these rosters. At one point, he had Antonio Brown and Le'Veon Bell on the Steelers roster at the same time. And
it's time for the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
When the world was assigned this and that, I was young, didn't know to hold it back. Now we here in the world, something else. We could leave any day and call for help. With gods, nobody was above me. The A on my chest like a Dolce. The A on my chest, put your fist up. The A on my chest like a chipmunk. Alva, Theodore, breathe in, breathe out. Me and more, breathe in, breathe out. Never mind, it was time. Number 9, love your lies, feed line, with a death wish. Eat right, didn't have no name on the guest list. Hold on with destiny.
And never move, and never move, and never. See, now I just wanna live forever and ever. Maybe it's the last night. You and me. Maybe it's the last night. Firework. Maybe it's the last night.
Welcome into the show after a little delay, but we're here. Part of that delay is the Gallant show, but also something happened, but we're here. And yesterday, we kind of ended the show hoping that we would have breaking news about a Carlos Correa trade to the Astros. That has not happened. In fact, Carlos Correa, I guess a couple hours after we were done, kind of squashed the momentum there. And that continued throughout the night as we found out that the Astros and Twins weren't very close. And the latest from Bob Nightingale suggests they're even further away than you would want if you thought a deal could happen. According to him, one of his latest tweets are the Astro trade talks with the Twins or for shortstop Carlos Correa are all but dead. The Astros asked the Twins to pay about $50 million of the remaining $102.5 million left in Correa's contract and to include an outfielder. The Twins rejected the offer and are budging. While the Twins are for sale and they want the Correa money off the books, not enticing, I guess, to pay nearly half of what's left and then throw in a player. So the Astros, showing they're not desperate to have Carlos back, weren't going to bend on what were the things they would love to be in place for a deal to get done. And at this point, it appears Carlos Correa will not be an Astro. There will not be a reunion, but things get a little squirrely as we get closer and closer to the deadline. Sometimes owners get involved and they want to get a deal done. We know that has happened across really all sports. Sometimes an owner gets involved and changes the math on stuff. But right now, Carlos Correa appears, if he's going to get traded, it won't be to the Astros. And with his no trade clause, it might not be anywhere. So that's where that stands. Of course, the Astros did win yesterday afternoon. They take care of the Nationals in what, from people are saying, what's possibly Mackenzie Gore's last start as a National. I love a pitcher who has a single digit. So I'm by default a fan of Mackenzie Gore. You roll out there, particularly with the number one. You just want to go out there and pitch the number one on. You got a fan with me. He's not good in July, so the Astros losing to him and losing the series would have been an upset. He's just bad in July. So he normally gets it together in August. So maybe any team who's looking to acquire him takes the July month into account. Yeah, he's stunk over the last couple starts, but that's not who he is once we acquire him. So that's a name that's out there that could be moving. The Blue Jays acquired Shane Bieber, who is coming back from Tommy John surgery. He's making rehab starts. He's kind of in the same position that our guys are in, like Luis Garcia and Christian Javier. We'll get into what Javier did yesterday with the Space Cowboys. Pena hit a home run, so that was nice. We'll talk a little bit what happened with the guys who we expect to come back. So the one pitcher that has come to the forefront for the Astros as far as the trade is concerned is Sandy Alcantara. While Dylan Cease was supposed to be the guy, and that, according to Jim Bowden, thought that was supposedly going to get done, the more recent reporting suggests that the Cease to Astro stuff is cooled, and now if they do get a big name, point to Alcantara with the Marlins. He would be under team control beyond this year. It would be 26, and then they would have the club option for 27. He's a former Cy Young Award winner. He had Tommy John surgery. He has not been good the last couple years he's been available to pitch. He had the Tommy John, and he missed all of 2024. But in 2023, it wasn't good. And so far in 2025, up until the last couple starts, he has not been good. But he does have a pedigree of being a pretty good pitcher. The money isn't exorbitant as far as what you'd have to pay. I think it's in the 17 range the next couple seasons, and then maybe the club options like 21 in the final year of the deal. And it's kind of funny how two different sides approach a deal like this. If we just go by the fans, like we were talking about this morning with John and Lance, and they're like, yeah, the Marlins are really going to have to pay some of this, plenty of this to make a deal work as far as the remaining portion of his contract, much like the Astros, I guess, want the Twins to do. And we don't have to give up very much. He hasn't been good the last couple years. The Marlins side, from reading what people around that organization think, is that they could get a haul for Alcantara. And they are expecting a bidding war. And in fact, the reporting is that there is a bidding war taking place with Alcantara. So while there's some hesitancy to include a Jacob Melton in a trade for a guy like Sandy Alcantara, the Marlins side is like, you think it's going to end with Melton? That's just a start. So we will see which side of that, if it does come to fruition, is right. I just found it funny that the two sides are like, our guy's really valuable. What do you think you're going to give? What do you think you're going to have to give up? And our side's like,
this guy has a 7 ERA.
Yeah, we're not giving up anything.
Yeah,
you'll be lucky if we take him on. So that's where we
you
stand.
guys didn't get anything for Christian Yelich.
so
the Marlins are like, this is the time where we're gonna sell and we're really gonna get some stuff for it.
And the Marlins have played better. They've won the last couple. They're only 7 games or so out of the final wild card spot. So while they're not really in it, they're not completely out of it. I guess their hope is we'll see what's left of that team after the deadline to maybe finish above 500 and look to next year, particularly if they're going to trade a guy like Alcantara, look to next year as a year where they can be much better. So the Astros are involved in several talks when it comes to pitchers. We'll just see if the price is right, and when by price I mean how much they're going to have to take on as far as contracts are concerned, and also the price of prospects.
I do feel like baseball is the only sport where we get like the Dylan Cease. The Astros are talking about Dylan Cease, and then the next day it's really heating up, and I would expect this move to happen. And then even after like Jim Bowden was the only person who was like, the talks are heating up.
Pretty much. Yeah, it was
And-
almost a consensus that
yeah.
this was going to get done.
And then like, whatever, 4 hours later, it's like, it's cool. They've actually moved on to a different pitcher. Like no other sport do we get the like, the kind of high tide to low tide of like news that comes in with these guys of like, you don't see like the Rockets are close to a deal with Dorian Finney-Smith. Actually, they're not. Like actually,
Royce O'Neal is who they're going to get.
Yeah, actually, no. Now they are. They're back in.
Yeah.
Like it's just we get so like I don't know, like minute
It's-
by minute
It's
reporting.
very transfer window in soccer like when it comes to this stuff, where 1 minute they've agreed to terms with the player, now they need to get a transfer fee done with the team, and then the next minute, the deal is falling apart, and now AC Milan's looking to sell a player to Chelsea instead of Man U. It's stuff like that.
Is it because these are the two sports where teams like actually kick in something financially?
Maybe.
Because in football and basketball, like there's cash considerations, but it's never like changing your world.
Yeah, like,
and you can't like, we'll pay for half of Kevin Durant's salary to trade. Like they don't. That's just not something you can do in basketball.
Occasionally it'll happen in football, like the Jalen Ramsey Minka Fitzpatrick trade involved the Dolphins paying like $2 million of his salary because while the Steelers wanted Ramsey, they were getting rid of Fitzpatrick partly because they didn't want to pay him what he was worth because he was declining a bit as a player in their system. We'll see what he is in a new system. So you'll get like if you get a trade like that, maybe $2 million, but you're not getting, hey, we need you to pay $50 million over the course of his contract.
I was gonna say like the Arenado and Correa stuff. It's like $8 million a year for the next 3 years.
Yeah, that's not that doesn't happen.
Yeah, like I think that's why. It's just because it's more. It involves the owner being like, wait, what? What am I supposed to be doing? Not like just give him a prospect. Who cares? Like give him our first round pick from 2 years ago or from 2 years from now, and this guy make the money work, and we're good. This is like actually like you have to call in the owner of the Minnesota Twins and be like, so you're going to be paying whatever $24 million for Carlos Correa to not play on your team. Is that cool with you?
Yeah, a lot of moving parts.
I wouldn't sign a free agent for $8 million.
So
kidding me?
So many moving parts. And while we did touch on the Astros winning, they got the win. They win the series. They head to Boston, and our dreams of possibly having Correa, Bregman, Altuve, Pena all in the same spot appears to be dead. That dream appears to be dead.
Maybe they can make a move for Marwin Gonzalez.
Well, Justin Verlander's apparently on the block too. So
of course,
yeah. Well,
let's get him.
If we're looking for a pitcher who would be available, and that we're familiar with, there's one there.
Verlander is available, and yesterday the Mets traded away Drew Gilbert.
So that trade worked out for no one because Verlander came back when
2023.
And of course, you get to the ALCS. You get to the ALCS, but you don't win it. And then we have 24, and now he's gone. But it's a trade where I can't believe we gave up Drew Gilbert. And then Drew Gilbert's now been traded a second time, so we'll see where Drew Gilbert's career goes. The Astros did actually make a move and complete it. They acquire Ramon Urias. So if you're looking for an infielder, they went out and got one. That had been the talk, certainly, for a while now. And then it became more urgent when Paredes got hurt. And now we have a timetable, according to Bob Nightingale, for Paredes. We went from maybe he's back at the end of August to maybe he's back by the postseason to he could be possibly back by opening day. That hamstring, all the jokes about it's a well-cooked brisket and it fell off the bone. The torn hamstring, 6 to 7 months he'll be out.
Yeah.
They're hoping he's back by opening day.
That's like the Dak Prescott one from
brutal
from the last football season.
Like you see, and he could barely move. He needed help, but you don't imagine when you hear hamstring. We've all seen hamstring injuries to varying degrees on players in all the sports, but you just don't imagine 6 to 7 months. Like that is legit, almost an ACL tear as far as recovery time and coming back.
Yeah, no, that it is crazy. And for, the Astros, it's not that it doesn't matter, but it doesn't change how much Isak Paredes I was thinking I was going to get for the rest of the season. Like I wasn't really thinking he was going to come back anyway, but when it turns from, oh, he might just miss the playoff, like joining the team for the playoff run, to now it's like I'm doing the math. I'm like, whoa, like spring training is in question for this guy. That's crazy, a crazy turn of events.
It's unfortunate too, because the trade, the one that brought Paredes and Cam Smith, who had a nice day yesterday, and also Wisniewski, felt like a win, a real win, and it still probably will be when Paredes his career isn't over, and of course Cam Smith is a contributor to the team, and Wisniewski we'll see, but two of those guys won't finish the year. And Cam Smith, he will go through his ups and downs as a rookie, but at least you see that you have a guy there. So that's good. But the other two guys we won't see for a good bit, and Wisniewski, who knows when he comes back. So we'll see if Kyle Tucker is a Cub beyond this year. But I think Kyle Tucker trade watch that we had going maybe still needs to be something we take a look at going into next year, because like I said, we expect Paredes to be back, but potentially 7 months for a hamstring is tough. Then we'll have to see him work his way back. And Wisniewski, I guess I'll see you in 2027, man. I'm just expecting that, and we'll see if Kyle Tucker's a Cub in 2027. But right now, I feel pretty good about the trade. Just wish the guys weren't banged up and hurt.
It's yo-yoed the last or this half a season.
Yeah,
I think since Cam Smith kind of turned it on in, I think it was like May or June, it's like, okay, we're good. It's not a disaster. It's just going to be like on the margins of, do the Cubs re-sign this guy? Basically, that's what it comes down to.
That'll really determine. I mean, everyone will have moved on, but as far as people who will judge these things and want a winner and a loser,
yeah,
if the Cubs keep him, I mean, like, I guess you could say both teams won.
Yeah, but you're not going to be on the other side of like the Tigers Verlander trade or the Greinke trade, where it's like none of those prospects turned into anything.
Sure,
you're like, okay, avoided that. now let's see what the rest of this deal is going to look like.
So I got a question on Twitter, not about this. We're about to go to break here.
We can go to break, by the way, Dal.
Okay, we're good.
Yeah,
we got everything set up. I don't know who won, not Dan Holden. He was very interested to see if he won the spot for the fantasy football league that we're doing with the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles. We did give away a winner. You had to download the app, and I think you had to sign in as well, so you would see the banner pop up to click on a button. You will be contacted at random. I don't have the power to make the selection. I don't even know who is in, outside of people who tweeted me to show me that they were entering. You'll get told today. I saw in an email. You'll be recognized today. They'll let you know that you have won, and you find whatever person you want to take with you to the Golden Nugget to be a part of our fantasy football league. It'll be myself, Sean, John, and Lance, and 8 of you, 4 winners, and the person you bring with you, and you'll be able to have a 2-night stay at the Golden Nugget. Hopefully it's someone you don't mind spending time within a room with, because it's a double. You'll get 2 beds, but you will be spending time in a room with someone. So bring someone along that
you have to sleep 6 feet away from.
Yeah, you don't have to go feet. You don't have to sleep in the same bed. No. One person at one in the bed. The other.
I mean, you can
just so things don't get weird.
You can if you want.
But if you want to share the same bed, you can. But you'll have a second bed. You'll have a nice room. I spent time at the Golden Nugget. They always treat us right. They'll treat you right as well. You get the $200 food and drink credit, and you get a dinner at the DraftKings Sportsbook you can take advantage of as well, where we'll be for our fantasy draft August 28th. So good luck. I guess there's no good luck needs to be wished since we've already had the contest, but for next Thursday.
Well, no, I mean, I don't know if we have a winner. I don't know whoever's selecting this winner.
That's true.
I don't know if they've selected yet.
I don't know how my luck will play a part in you potentially winning, because
and then bad luck for the draft.
I don't know. I don't know if
Najee Harris.
all
right.
Is he going to be able to see the holes? you might want to make sure that he'll
Quentin
actually
Johnson
have
is
vision.
mine. I'm going all Chargers. I
It
think.
seems like you're picking guys who've had one ill ailment or the other.
I can't say who I actually like because
You don't want people
I
to
don't
steal
want.
your
Yeah,
picks.
exactly.
So
I mean, I know at least one person's listening. You probably would forget.
I'm not gonna remember,
Yeah,
and even if I did remember, I probably won't care that much. So, yes, I will likely be the least motivated. And if you want to talk trash, that's part of your game. Try it with Sean and John and Lance because it's not really gonna work on me. But
try with John and Lance too.
Oh,
I'm too mentally
tough.
tough. Yeah.
You're not gonna shake Sean.
No.
Because talking
Nothing
trash,
but composure.
talking trash to him will really affect the players he picked on Sundays.
Mm-hmm.
Always made a lot of sense to me that you're talking trash. I can't. Sorry, I've already picked my team. I can't play.
Boom.
Nothing you're gonna say to me is gonna affect what's gonna happen on that field.
6th round. Boom. Got him. Keep talking.
I don't think Sean's gonna take him in the 6th round, people. He's trying to trick you.
That one I was just naming a football player.
Yeah.
I don't know if he got hurt last year, right?
Yes. Trying to think. Raiders defense. Start naming stuff. That's one of my choices, everyone. Don't take it from me. The Raiders defense, sans Christian Wilkins, because he does weird stuff in locker rooms. All right, we'll go to break with that. If you want to join the show, if you're disappointed about the Carlos Correa non-trade at this point, or maybe you didn't want him here anyway, you can call in about that. We'll get into some Texans news because NFL Network was once again there. So they sat down with Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter. Will Anderson had some glowing words for the offense, which is in stark contrast to what one of the NFL Network observers had to say about the offense and what he saw. We'll also talk about what potentially is a thing regarding CJ Stroud. If I go by what a media member who was an ex-quarterback has to say, maybe the CJ is fine stuff is a little ahead of ourselves. We'll talk about that when we come back. We thought we could go to break. Apparently, we cannot. So, how do we handle this? I, at some points, have been in that position, but it's not my issue right now, other than I have to keep talking. Do you want to just play instrumental music for a couple minutes before you figure it out? Because,
it's just
technology happens and our system has an issue right now.
It's just like muted. Like I can.
So you can see it playing, but you can't hear it.
It's all working. It's just muted.
Well, I think we should play instrumental music for a couple minutes just so I can shut up. And plus, I got to go to the restroom. So, Sean, whenever you find a non-copyrighted music bed that we can play for a couple minutes until we get back, well, okay, we'll do that right now. So we'll be back in a couple minutes. Is everything muted?
No, it's just an stupid
it's an ad.
on
Okay,
YouTube.
let me know. Let me know when the ad is done, so we can get out of here.
3, 2.
There it is.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
The A's made a move. We don't have to see Mason Miller in this division anymore. They send out the hard-throwing closer to the Chargers, the Padres, excuse me. Not that the Chargers are in San Diego anyway, but San Diego affiliated, certainly. So they send him to the Padres. The Padres send back the third best prospect in baseball. So the A's will get Leonidas De Vries along with a couple other pitchers. Nick Kurtz is still in the division, so that's a problem. But
Can you trade that guy?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Get him out of here. But Mason Miller to the Padres. Okay, let's move to the Texans. As I said, NFL Network was out there yesterday at practice. Now, they sat down with Will Anderson, and Will Anderson was very effusive in his praise for the offense and one particular tackle. So let's listen to Will Anderson big up the offense.
Yeah, most definitely. Just first speaking about the offense, they're very dynamic. They do a lot of great things. They have had some really great days, man, where they got after us, man, and I'm excited for them. The looks that they give, the change-ups that they give, the motions that they do, it's going to be really great for them, man. The rookie tackle, man, he's awesome. More than anything, what I love about him is I love his mindset, the willingness to get better, the willingness to come out here and be great, to learn from us, to learn from the people that he have in his room, and to come out here and apply it. And that's all you can ask for when you're a rookie, man, and he implies that every single day.
That is Will Anderson on Erante Ursray, who at this point is your starting right tackle. He has taken that spot from Blake Fisher. Now, there has been really only one back and forth in the first week or so of training camp. It is the center position. It has been, at least initially, it was Jared Patterson getting the first reps with the ones. And now you see the reporting, the tweets, it's Jake Andrews, who we talked about earlier, maybe a couple weeks ago on this show, because he made an appearance, talked about what the offensive line was going to be. He's getting his chance to make himself the starting center. So right now, it looks like that's the one spot that at least the initial lineup has some fluctuation in the center spot. So that's Will Anderson. He was talking to Mark Ross. Mark Ross spent some time with Lance Zierlein. They had a dinner together. Mark Ross was less effusive in his praise of the offense. They texted back and forth apparently, and he wasn't complimentary of what he saw out there.
Yeah, that matches what I've heard from other people that have been there. I mean, even Will Anderson, he was like, man, that rookie tackle, whatever his name is.
I don't know. Well, we've seen Ursary being filmed working after practice with Will Anderson and stuff. So we've seen what Will Anderson is saying, that he is looking and trying to get better.
I was going to say, his praise is he's trying hard out here.
Yes.
Not, man, he's making it hard for me to get to the quarterback. He's working on getting better. Yeah. Which is praise, but I would like him.
He cares.
I would
like
him.
Saying.
Yeah, I'd like and man, he's really making me better going up against this guy. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too negative.
It is a direction we kind of lean in sometimes on this show. We kind of see the other side of the positivity. We always kind of look for what he's actually saying if we read into it too much.
It's more what he's not saying, which is this guy's again been kicking my ass. No, just he's trying hard. He gets up every time. Every time he falls up.
Every time I get into his chest and he falls on the ground, he gets back up.
Gets right back up.
Okay, that's good.
Like Batman and Batman Begins.
Yes, and when I get past him and simulate knocking CJ down, he's right there to pick CJ up, unlike the guys last year who wouldn't do it.
Yeah,
on game days.
I actually need that praise, or I just need to see it in the first game of just them going out of their way to pick up CJ Stroud. I'm like, oh, okay. There actually is a new mentality in this offensive line.
And we actually will have real football, if you want to call it that, today or tonight. Got the Hall of Fame game. Chargers versus Lions.
Not real football.
It's real football for Trey Lance, because if he doesn't play well, I don't know. Trey Lance hasn't done enough to like solidify himself as that guy can be a backup for 5 more years. He better watch himself.
Yeah.
He better go out there and show something. I don't know if he's starting the game. I don't know if he's solidified as a Chargers backup or not. But as far as names of a couple years ago that had some juice to him, he's the one immediately I can think of.
A team traded 3 first-round picks to
Yes.
draft him 3rd overall.
Yes.
In what?
2021, I believe. Yeah.
So it's been 4 years. Like, it hasn't been that long.
He's on his 3rd team already.
Yeah. That's a good case. Good sell job
I'm
by
not
you
telling
doing
anyone
Rodgers bidding. But
I'm not telling anyone to lock in for 4 quarters. But if you're trying to find a reason to watch the Hall of Fame game beyond that, it's football, I must watch. Watching maybe the career of Trey Lance in the balance, maybe something that'll interest you a little bit, considering that he was like a top 5 pick very recently.
That does, I mean, no offense, doesn't really.
I'm not offended. I'm not watching.
I think that, I mean, the Texans played in the Hall of Fame game last year.
Yes.
Do we all remember that? Maybe people don't remember it because
I remember
terrible. What, like, it's
no. I
it
remember
stinks.
one play. Wasn't didn't Cam Akers catch a screen and do something? People got really excited about it. I think
take your word
I
for
think that happened, and you saw the sideline erupt because they were so happy for Cam Akers.
Yeah, but it's just once the entire new look Chicago Bears offense decided not to try to get on the same page and play together with the rookie quarterback in the Hall of Fame game, I was like, all right, this thing's cooked. Like,
or perhaps we should have known the Bears were cooked.
That too.
They didn't take that as an opportunity. What's his name? Eberflus didn't take that as an opportunity, and we saw the decisions he made later in the season. Maybe we should have taken that as a clue.
Nobody plays it like this. This is a NFL licensed XFL game. Like, that's what this
I don't know. Could Trey Lance start in the XFL?
Probably not. I mean, he would for 6 games,
sure,
at least.
Before, what's this? Jordan Tyam would take his job.
Yeah. Again, Max Duggan would take his job. I'm not watching this. The preseason football sucks. I don't know why people talk themselves into it. It's just terrible.
It used to be a time to see if someone could win a job, but now it feels like those jobs are even won more in joint practices and training camp than they are in actual games. I don't know. It doesn't feel like jobs are as open as they used to sell as they were.
Yeah, I don't know if it's jobs actually aren't as open or if they just stop lying.
Yeah.
Like, they're like, okay, we're not even pretending. Well, it's also part of it's the Rams, and I think the Rams were like on the forefront, but I think the Ravens too, where they're just like, Matt Stafford isn't going to play in any preseason
But
games,
the Ravens
and we'll be
try
fine.
to win. They just try to win with guys they don't mind if they play and possibly get hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but it's just like once teams were just like, we're not playing anybody in these games. We don't need to play preseason games, because like the 3rd preseason game back in the day, it was like, you'll see these guys for 1 half and then maybe like another couple drives. Like, you would see guys for almost 3 quarters in the 3rd dress rehearsal preseason game. And now teams are just like, we don't need that. We're doing enough.
Yeah, training camps and joint practices, training camp, regular practices, and joint practice have gained in importance. And the preseason games, the ones fans get to see on television, have lessened in importance.
Yeah. At least the tickets are cheaper, though. Oh, no, wait. I'm just receiving word that
no, they're not. No, the NFL ain't looking to shoot you a deal.
They're like, we're giving you 1 less of these.
Yeah,
don't
don't worry about it. Less inventory. Actually, they say 1 less preseason game, 1 more regular season game.
Mm-hmm.
That's the trade-off. Speaking of trade-offs, CJ Stroud's out there, and the question is, we were just talking about how first teamers don't play. The question is how many reps you give your first team quarterback or even your first team players overall in practice, because you've got a long time between now and actual games. So you don't want to wear an arm out. You don't want to wear legs out. You got to figure out how to work all of that into practice. According to Clint Sterner, a former quarterback, currently he works for 610, and maybe unfortunately for him, at least for me, he's best known for the stumble against Tennessee, where Arkansas could have derailed Tennessee's undefeated season back in 1998. He was a quarterback for a pretty good Arkansas team. But right now, doing his thing over 610. And he's saying, after being out of practice, that CJ Stroud isn't taking the number of reps a normal first string quarterback takes. He is saying that he is getting the same amount of reps as like their third string and fourth string quarterbacks, like Kadon Slovis is getting the same amount of reps as CJ Stroud. He said something pretty funny. Trust me, I know as a third string or fourth string quarterback what reps in practice looks like. And you do not get the same amount of reps as your first teamer. So we can speculate because of what happened earlier this offseason with CJ Stroud and the general soreness, and he wasn't available for some camps, and then he came back maybe even a week earlier than the Texans wanted, but he wanted to be out there. So we kind of pushed that aside. So if we look to the positive side, we go, well, Nick Caley, that's the way he does things. Everyone gets even amount of reps. It would be a departure from how most training camps go when you, particularly for a guy in the new offense. Does your starting quarterback get less or even reps that with the third stringer? Seems unlikely. So that leads to, are they putting CJ on a pitch count? Is he someone who they don't want to overwork? It would make some sense if the general soreness was extended into training camp, and they're just being careful. And I'm sure D'Amico would say, you don't care enough about my players, so why are you even talking about it? But I do think it's interesting that was noted by an ex-quarterback, someone who would know that the starter isn't taking the normal amount of reps. So that's where we stand with CJ. Doesn't seem like it's a big issue. I don't think anyone has said he was throwing the football differently or the ball wasn't coming off his hand in the way it normally has. He is just not getting the number of opportunities. And Sterner also mentioned that it's been more run based as far as what they're doing, and maybe that's just about mindset for the offensive line. But when CJ's getting opportunities, they're few and far between, at least compared to maybe previous training camps. So just something to take note of, and I'm sure will be pushed aside as not a big deal, and hopefully that's the case. But that's just what's going on at training camp today.
After the 2 weeks in June, I'm just, who cares? Who cares about CJ Stroud's shoulder?
Who cares about your starting quarterback shoulder?
Who cares? No, that's nothing to worry about.
I hope that's the case.
And we're actually the dumb ones for caring about it. So also, I asked Paul, because I saw this, and I asked Paul, who was there yesterday, and he was like, I don't know what he's talking about. He was like, CJ was out there a lot.
Yeah, I don't know. All I'm going by is what the ex-quarterback said.
Yeah. And she's like, yeah, he was like, I don't know what he's talking about.
Well, two people's opinions differing on how a quarterback should be out there. Who knows? But that's just one man's perspective, and we have Paul's perspective as well. Okay, we'll go to break with that. We'll in the second hour we'll hear from Carlos Correa. I think we'll get to that sound as long as a trade doesn't happen between now and the end of the show. We'll hear from Carlos Correa in a little bit. His thoughts on a potential reunion with the Astros, and I'm not sure if Rahil's going to join us. I generally would have gotten a text like, these are the topics. So maybe Rahil's busy. It happens. He does, I think, record CityCast on Thursday. So he may not be with us again today. So if you want to join us, 713-780-3776. We have not done a list in a while, and this one won't really be a list, but Reed Shepherd is expected to be pretty good. That was the thought coming out of Summer League last year, and he didn't play very much, but he makes a list of players who could be breaking out. And I guess we'll tell you. I wouldn't say I guess. We will tell you where he's ranked. Reed Shepherd still got a lot of fans. Look, the Rockets' entire young core, which has lessened a little bit with Jalen Green being traded, still got fans around the league. I was listening to something earlier today where Amen Thompson is still considered a guy who will be a star, and that stardom may showcase itself this year. So the Kevin Durant thing is big, but people are still very high on the youth on this roster, and Reed Shepherd remains one of those guys people like very much. So we'll talk about where Reed Shepherd falls on a list of potential breakout players in year two. We'll get to that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
We'll get to the Reed Shepherd thing. We're close to finishing up hour one here. We'll get to the Reed Shepherd list in the second hour. But I was watching a clip of a McDonald's worker. He's filming inside of a McDonald's delivery truck and showing us all our favorites. I guess if you love McDonald's, like chicken nuggets and the spicy chicken patty and all the ingredients in them. I'm like, no one goes there because it's healthy stuff, bro. I appreciate the behind the scenes of what is actually in a chicken patty from McDonald's. But if I wanted a healthy option, I wouldn't choose McDonald's. And if I'm McDonald's, at some point you gotta put it in the employee handbook, whatever you get those people to sign when they get to become a McDonald's employee. We might sue you if you film inside our trucks, because none of these things are ever complimentary to the fast food place in question. But it's not breaking news that McDonald's isn't feeding me the best stuff if I go there.
No, I mean,
he just, hey, guys, you shouldn't eat this stuff. Thank you, guy with a tattoo on your neck. I appreciate the advice, but I know no one told me or informed me that McDonald's is a good option. The social contract of you go to McDonald's because it's quick, it's consistent, unless it's the ice cream machine. You never know if that's going to work. But it reminds you of when you were 10, and it tastes the same way it did when you were 10. That social contract has been made with McDonald's. You ain't got to alert me that the food is crappy and is bad for me.
Yes, McDonald's, they got us.
Yeah, it's too late.
As an American people, they got us. We're good. I think I want to say the average, because like the high end probably drives this number up a lot. But like I guess like the median, most people that you know, how many times I go going to McDonald's a year? Like, I feel like what McDonald's does is they have some high end, like some loyal customers, and then the rest of us, where it's like, I don't know, every 6 months, like
kind of, yeah,
twice a year, you're just either in a spot where you're just like, man, McDonald's is my only option, or you're just, hey, let me, I don't know, get a McFlurry.
Like I go to McDonald's when I'm like, you know what? I don't really know what I want, but at least if I go here,
I can figure it out.
I'm gonna like it most likely.
I get 20 nuggets.
Yeah, or get a spicy chicken sandwich and some fries and maybe a caramel sundae, and I'm good. That's it's not good for me, but I know I'm gonna enjoy it for the 10 minutes that it takes to eat it, and then we'll see the aftermath.
Actually, the number might be high because I didn't think about McGriddles.
Oh, so you will go in for a McGriddle?
I'll get it's more of a breakfast place at this point for me.
Yeah,
because I really like.
Yeah, my schedule sets up where I'm like,
getting breakfast.
I'm getting breakfast pretty tough, but I get that. Like on a weekend, I might if I ever think of it. Yeah, a McGriddle would be a choice. But thanks, buddy. I appreciate the breaking news.
Oh, wait, the McGriddle isn't. They're not cracking the eggs in the.
Sean, before you go get your next McGriddle, I got some information for you.
Oh no. Yeah. Oh no. Wait. So the square block of fish that I'm getting at McDonald's isn't.
Yeah, every time
sea bass.
Every time I get a spicy chicken sandwich, the patty looks the same as it did the 4 previous times I got it.
It's the same way it looked 20 years ago.
yeah. When I was we were talking about earlier in the week, we were talking about how Jack in the Box used to feed us when we're in high school. We had a McDonald's right across the street from my high school, and that's the place we all would go in between the end of classes on a Friday and our football game. We would go over there, get a spicy chicken sandwich and some fries. That was my choice. And you know what? That patty is the same today as it was when I was in high school 20 years ago.
As a Jay.
But thanks for the alert.
Yeah. Oh, wait. This might not be good for me. Okay. By the way, I forgot to count in grandparent. It's not that it drives the number up, but I think that's where most of my McDonald's consumption goes. It's like the grandparents, like my grandparents, like fed us on McDonald's growing up.
Just
when like the cousins would stay over for like a week over the summer, it was just like it was McDonald's like twice during that week. It was crazy.
I'm trying to figure out the best way to describe this guy because
I mean, you said neck. Thanks for the advice, neck tattoo guy.
I would say if Tyler Hero didn't have a bag, if he couldn't play basketball,
Tyler Hero never got out.
Yeah, this is what he sounds like.
Of
if Tyler
Milwaukee
Hero,
suburb,
if Tyler Hero couldn't play basketball, I'm not saying that Tyler Hero would wind up driving a McDonald's truck, but this is what Tyler Hero sounds like, and this is my version of Tyler Hero with
in
working
the
at McDonald's. Yeah,
in the multiverse.
Yeah,
where
in Earth 616, Tyler Hero. This is
where he's not 6'5".
Yeah,
and can dribble.
Yeah, if he's 5'11" and still has the T-Rex arms that he does have, but at least he can knock down a shot. I could see a version of Tyler Hero talking about why McDonald's.
Yeah.
Like there's an old Cat Williams thing where I don't know if he said it was attributed to we, but he goes, "There's always someone you know who's a smart dumb person who says like eloquent things, but they're not the brightest insights ever. This is what's going on here. Like, look, man, I got to put y'all on this.
Yeah, you're right technically, but you're positioning as if the 100,000 people that are going to see this are just like, what? what?
Yeah. Mike, we see you. You want to talk about something that is very interesting, considering he is one of several guys who spent time on First Take, who no longer can be on First Take. We'll get to you, Mike, and anyone else in the next hour, 713-780-3776. But before we go, Sean, can you hit the Lance horn, the breaking news horn? The Big Mac is bad for you. We'll be back. So Mike called in, and he wants to talk about the latest. And these have all happened in the last week. Has it been less than 7 days that these first take guys have run afoul of? Well, the Shannon Sharp thing happened time ago,
but the news was yesterday.
But the consequences of the settlement and the accusations made by the former OnlyFans model, she's retiring thanks to the bag that she just got. She didn't say that explicitly, but we can all figure it out. Much like we know that the Big Mac is bad for you, we know why she's no longer doing the OnlyFans thing. She got a bag from Shannon Sharp, allegedly. So he gets fired by ESPN. Marcus Morris writing bad checks. He has come out and defended himself on social media. And the latest is a guy Mike wants to talk about. What's up, Mike?
Hey, Dale. Hey, first off, about the McDonald's guy, like that, I think a good way to describe him is he looks like someone who would take videos on Snapchat of him vaping, like thinking that's cool.
Yes, that's correct.
You know what I mean? Like
That's
a
correct.
selfie video of him like throwing up like a peace sign while vaping.
It's dead on.
Can do a ring with the smoke.
Yeah, he can do tricks. Yeah.
Yeah. But the Gilbert Arenas thing. So what is so weird? I know. Listen, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but when it comes to sports, there's a lot of weird things, right? So a week ago, Gilbert Arenas was making fun, okay, of Jeff Teague saying that he had to backtrack on the whole LeBron thing about the steroids and like you had to call him daddy and daddy called and you can't talk about Bronny and you can't talk about LeBron. I know that's Sean's favorite player, but like when it comes to like you literally can't say anything about LeBron, and y'all were talking about this a couple weeks ago of like why does no one like why do they think that we have to bow down to like Caitlin Clark if you're another WNBA player? But in the NBA for the past 10 years, if you don't bow down to LeBron, there are serious consequences. And this was so weird timing that he immediately comes out and makes fun of the people for saying LeBron was on steroids. And then out of nowhere, he gets to it with this gambling thing. I don't call it coincidence. I just think it's really, really weird timing because Gilbert Arenas has never held his tongue on anything. You know what I mean? He just doesn't care. So I don't know. I think that was a really weird thing. Like, why now are they just bringing that on him? There was no mention. There was nothing like that. I truly think that LeBron is like the mafia head of the NBA. I think you can't, just like some of the musicians have to thank Beyonce when they win an award. Everyone has to say thank you to LeBron every time they do something. Anyways, that was it. That's all I was bringing up. Thanks, Phil.
Appreciate it, Mike. Another shot at Sean. That rivalry continues. But Gilbert Arenas is a big Laker fan, loves LeBron. I don't think, even if you're right, I do think LeBron wields a lot of power in the NBA. I don't think you're wrong there. But is it to the level where he can get people arrested and get the feds involved? While I appreciate any conspiracy theory, we will take them all and listen to them, and then we will dissect whether we believe in them or not. I do not believe LeBron would care enough to do that, considering, particularly when it comes to Gilbert Arenas, or has the power to get the feds on Gilbert Arenas when he is alleged to have set up or helped set up poker games that involve the Israeli people, part of the Israeli mob? Is that that's part of the accusation?
I believe it was organized crime.
Organized crime. So maybe they don't call it the mob, but Israeli organized crime.
Yeah.
I don't think LeBron is involved, partly because Gilbert Arenas doesn't say bad things about LeBron. That dude, as you said, was going after Jeff Teague for going after LeBron and Bronny, or at least particularly LeBron and the joking allegation of LeBron using steroids. So, yes, Gilbert Arenas, Shannon Sharp, Marcus Morris all have appeared on First Take.
Yeah.
The
real conspiracy
in the last year or so, and all of them have suffered fates they didn't expect. Now, Gilbert Arenas was very joyful after he was released. He has since been released since he was arrested, and said they couldn't hold him. Actually, you're just out on bail. That's all that was.
You made like $200 million like basketball.
Yeah, you're able to pay the bond. They didn't just release you. He pleaded not guilty. He pled not guilty. He is going to trial. Trial is scheduled for September 23rd. So he's not free and clear, despite what he did on social media after he had his bail set or got out on bail. Excuse me. His lawyer said something pretty funny. They asked him about Gilbert Arenas, and he said he hadn't had much time to speak with his client. He's presumed innocent, right? So the lawyer's going, "Hey, don't make any judgments. My client is innocent."
Not my problem. I'm not going to be on the jury.
Well, you may have to convince a jury, sir. Oh, you mean you're not?
Yeah,
gonna be
no,
on the jury. Yeah.
literally not. Like I don't have to think like that.
Yeah,
I can think whatever I want.
It's true. It's unlikely that either one of us will be on the jury. So if I want to,
it's impossible.
If I want to feel like he's guilty without any facts, I can say that he's guilty. Doesn't matter. I'm not.
Here's my conspiracy theory.
My conspiracy theory is
Gilbert Arenas, for the second time, has faced consequences for illegally gambling. The first time was when Jarvis Crittenton pulled a gun on him.
Yeah,
in the Wizards locker room.
And this one involves a high level member of Israeli organized crime. Kwame Brown was celebrating the downfall yesterday of Shannon Sharpe and Gilbert Arenas.
I mean, Kwame Brown just like now. How many more guys need to get arrested before he's on First Take? You know,
I don't know if he
chaos
said
is the ladder.
It depends. I think Stephen A. Smith has been less than complimentary to Kwame Brown, so I'm not sure when Kwame Brown was actually a thing
for 25 years. Oh, okay.
yeah. And I don't know if he's ever said anything complimentary about Kwame Brown.
I think the famous clip of him going like he can't play was about Kwame Brown.
I believe you're right. So the one connection is Stephen A. Smith. So between all three of the guys who are either going through real legal issues or been fired because of legal issues, you're doing the Brian Windhorst fingers. Understood. So
another guy on First Take who's not been arrested yet.
So okay. Now the Brian Windhorst has never been a high level athlete at any point, which is another thing that bonds all three of them together. So maybe that keeps him out of the line of fire when it comes to being on First Take and then suffering some legal problems. I don't know who's next.
Michael Irvin. Oh, wait.
He's had his issues, but he is free and clear currently.
Yes, and on FS1.
Yes, he's got
I mean, honestly, if you're FS1, you're like, hell yeah.
And you got to be someone who is
a lot of talent's in the portal.
Well, we'll see if FS1 takes advantage because Shannon Sharpe was once on that network himself until he left.
No Skip now, so hey.
Yeah, Nick Wright's their new star, so we will see who's next because we know it comes in threes, but will we get a Mount Rushmore of First Take contributors who wind up in real trouble with the law? It can't be like a full-time ESPN employee. It can't be Windhorst or Ryan Clark who would fit the profile, but he's one of their guys.
Yeah.
He's hired.
I feel like he's also more of an NFL Live guy.
That's true. He's currently on NFL Live right now. Looks like no, that's First Take. A rerun of First Take. But yes, you're right. He's
like every day on NFL Live. He's on every once in a while on First Take because First Take is just Molly, Stephen A, and then like a rotating cast.
True.
So I'm a rotating cast that included three guys that have now, I'll say, been accused of felonies.
I was just trying to think of a guy who doesn't have not that I know any of their deals, but you would say doesn't have an actual long-term contract with ESPN, who's more of a mercenary type who they bring on. You might call him a freelancer. I like mercenary.
Yeah, mercenary. Oh, especially given what Gilbert Arenas is into. He probably played a card game with a mercenary once or twice.
Sean, you're talking real reckless about things that you may not want to talk about real reckless about.
Sorry.
Just saying.
At least I'm not saying anything bad about LeBron.
Well,
that's the issue. Don't
according to Mike, yes, it's LeBron doing these things. Either way, Gilbert Arenas is not in custody right now. He does have a court case coming up soon. We'll see how that plays out.
Yep.
Marcus Morris
also has a court case coming up. He said that he wished the things were like the old Vegas where the mafia handled things.
Well, he's not playing basketball anymore, so they wanted to break his leg. I guess it wouldn't mean that much.
But imagine being like, I wish the mob would have gotten me instead of the cops.
No one wants to deal with the feds, man.
I know, but I mean, you know what the mob did to people.
I guess he thinks it wouldn't go.
He would get off with a warning.
I guess he thinks he wouldn't get buried in the desert. Maybe a hand gets
severed,
hit with a hammer, or gets put in a meat press. I don't know what he thinks would have gone his way.
Kneecap maybe would have been
he's not.
lost.
As I said, he doesn't need a knee. He doesn't really need a hand for basketball. How he made his money. I mean, you want a hand just to live life.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
But
it'd be easy to tell the difference between the twins.
But maybe he thinks the feds are worse than anything that the mob could do, I guess. Maybe he thinks he's kindred spirits with them and they could come to some sort of agreement where the feds, he can't, unless, he's got someone to snitch on, which I don't know that he does. And that was what Kwame Brown was talking about, because he was saying, Gilbert,
he got out fast.
He made those comments before he was released. He was like, you can't talk, because if you talk, they got people who can reach you. And I know you don't want to deal with what prison has in store for you, Gilbert. So what you're gonna do? He was having a good time.
By the way, the Gilbert Arenas thing. I think it's messed up that the only two people who we know the either name or occupation of is Gilbert Arenas and this Israeli organized crime,
whose name I won't mention just because I don't know that he's involved.
No, I don't know. But what I'm saying is, give me some more, at least jobs of these people. I want to know the whole crew.
Well,
I want to know there's this guy, and then there's the headlines. It's only these two guys and more.
You want it like a hedge fund guy to be named?
Anyway, I'm just interested in what job, what kind of.
Well,
I want to picture the room. I want to close my eyes and there's Gilbert Arenas.
I don't know if the court documents are on Court Listener yet for all the other names involved, because there are sites where you can find out.
There's a fishmonger.
He's got to be have a membership and pay, but along with the aforementioned named Israeli high-level member of organized crime, there are 4 other associates who are also indicted and arrested in connection with the alleged illegal business, but we don't know.
Give me just the jobs of those 4 other people, unless they're minors. And then you can't.
Yeah, you can't
say their names.
Maybe they're also high-level members of an Israeli organized crime.
But the one guy, if it was 4 other guys that are also in the Israeli mob, that's the story. Then is Gilbert Arenas gambling with the mob.
Maybe these people aren't
organized crime. I'm sorry.
Maybe these people aren't names that grab headlines. And their jobs aren't. Things that grab headlines.
Throwing Israeli crime family.
Look,
that moves that gets some clicks more than
What would you rather see? Recently viral McDonald's truck driver who rips McDonald's food was arrested as well with Gilbert Arenas.
Haktua girl also in these card games.
She had her own issues, but apparently free and clear. Drew, we see you want to talk Fantastic Four. Michael Carroll joins us every Friday to talk about things like that. Last week, had he seen it? No, he had not seen it.
I was the only one. And Jong.
Yeah, Jong had seen it. He gave
Jong was the only one respected that saw it. I had also seen it.
It's true. Well, that was set up by Michael, and I just went with it. We will see what Michael thinks of it tomorrow. Drew will tell us, I guess, what he thinks of it in a couple minutes. We'll be joined by Drew. If you want to join us, that number is 713-780-3776. Me and Sean, we will be back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
Not at all, actually. Michael Carroll getting a little shine. He'll be back with us tomorrow. But let's get to Drew. He's going to join a show where all of us have seen Fantastic Four. We've got a non-respected reviewer, simply a fan of the Marvel Universe, and now Drew. Drew, have you seen it? What do you think?
Yeah, hey, how y'all doing this morning, man? I listen to your show all the time. I was the dude that called in about Superman.
Yeah, I remember.
I think last week. Yeah, that Fantastic Four was a good movie. Like I didn't think it was going to be, but it was a real good movie. And I could say Superman, his other like his co-stars or whatever was better than him or whatever. Like Mr. Fantastic. I mean, not yeah.
Mr. Terrific.
Yeah, and the Green Lantern was pretty good too.
You know what? The guys around Superman, I think, did a really good job. I think you meant Mr. Terrific, who was kind of the technology guy. I think of the Green Lantern as the dude from Castle. I forgot Nathan Fillion. He was also he's been in some other stuff too. Yeah, I would agree. Though you wouldn't say that auxiliary pieces, the ancillary guys who were around, they were good. Hawkgirl was fine.
Superman had a super team around him.
Yeah, and some people were like
asterisks on his ring.
It wasn't in the bubble. Metropolis wasn't in the bubble. Daryl Morey.
Asterisk.
So you like Fantastic Four, right, Drew? So let's go with this. Who was your favorite character? Was it Thing? Was it Johnny Storm? Who'd you like the most?
I kind of like Thing because like he pretty much grew a beard in the movie. That was pretty crazy.
That was funny.
Like,
yeah,
that was pretty funny.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they did.
And like he was going on his Italian side or whatever. Like that was pretty funny.
Yeah, they did a good job with Thing, and of course, at the very end, he gets the line off that was a kind of a running bit throughout the movie. I don't want to give too much away for people who have not seen it. It's only been out now a couple weeks now. But yeah, Fantastic Four. Go see it if you like what we like to talk about on Fridays. Michael Carroll. That's one of the good ones.
I have a question for Dell and I have a question for Drew. John and I last week had to compare and rank Fantastic Four versus Superman.
Okay.
I now turn the question first to Drew. Which of these two movies did you like more?
Out of Superman and what's
Fantastic Four.
And Fantastic Four.
Fantastic Four for real, because like I was kind of seeing like they was trying to do the woke thing with the woman being pregnant, still working or whatever, but they fit it in right with Galactus trying to take the baby or whatever. So it kind of fit in right, but I kind of didn't like Silver Surfer that much because he was a dude at first or whatever. But they still had the same backstory behind it, so it was pretty good with that. So it was decent.
Appreciate it, Drew. Yeah, I have never been a giant Superman fan. It doesn't strike a chord with me that it does with others. So I like Fantastic Four more. Sue Storm was actually the delegate and politician more than the husband was. Miss Reed Richards was, and then Franklin Richards, who is a baby, is apparently one of the more powerful beings in all of Marvel. So we'll see how that progresses as the Fantastic Four continue to be part of the MCU. Thanks for that, Drew. I agree. I'm not as down on Superman as he is, but if I'm rating the movies, I'm taking Fantastic Four over Superman.
Cornswag got carried, dude.
I like them as Superman. It's just
Jalen Hurts as Superman.
I don't know who Cornsweat's Gilly is, but you better be careful.
That means Henry Cavill's Cam Newton.
The Cam Newton
Jalen Hurts debate, which I can't believe is a debate.
It continues.
If you're an Eagles fan, or if you're too young to have watched prime Cam Newton, that's the only two excuses for the Jalen Hurts side.
Yeah, if you want to back your dude, I get it.
Yeah, hey.
Jalen Hurts has won a Super Bowl, but if we really want to go by rosters and what Jalen Hurts had and what Cam Newton had is not comparable, as far as particularly on the offensive side of
and
the ball.
that's look at what Henry Cavill had to work with.
Ben Affleck?
That was later.
Michael Shannon?
I do like Michael Shannon.
Yeah. What are we talking about here?
He's the Luke Kuechly.
Gal Gadot.
Tedkin.
Looks wise. She runs fast. She just runs fast. She just runs fast.
Devin Funchess.
Nah, she's a little faster than Devin Funchess. She can make big plays. Not consistent, but she can make a play or two.
Amy Adams. Devin Funchess.
Compared to Rachel Brosnahan?
Yes. AJ Brown.
Rachel Brosnahan is AJ Brown.
Yeah. One
of the best to do it? Huh.
In the conversation.
Better than Kate Bosworth, huh? Better than Margot Kidder.
Well, not Margot Kidder, but Kate Bosworth. She's those Auburn receivers that never did anything in the league.
I'm thinking of a number 80. I can't remember his name.
Oh yeah, there's it was like Marcel Lewis or something. I want to say it was just I don't think the entire Auburn offense had a guy who played serious time in the NFL.
Yeah, if we're talking about
Trey Mason, I don't know.
Cody Burns, remember him? If we're talking about supporting cast on the college and NFL level, Jalen Hurts and what he had far outseeds what Cam Newton had. Emory Blake was the 80 I was thinking of. He did have one Michael Dyer.
Oh yeah, Michael Dyer was. People forget Michael Dyer was a problem.
Yeah,
I guess Trey Mason was on the other team. He was on the Nick Marshall.
He was the 2013 team who nearly won it all, if not for Kelvin Benjamin. Speaking of former Panthers, making a touchdown
Kelvin
catch
Benjamin.
on that last drive with Jameis Winston.
Jimmy Olsen? No.
Who? Kelvin Benjamin? Jimmy Olsen. Jimmy Olsen was no. Cut it out.
I think it's just funny to picture them comparing these two.
Jimmy Olsen 5'7". Kelvin Benjamin 6'5", 245 pounds, maybe heavier at his heaviest weight. Jerry, you want to talk Cam Newton and the Cardinals? Let's get to Jerry here before we go to break. What's up, Jerry?
Yeah, Cam Newton was great. I'm not going to remember the details or the years, but I'm a Arizona Cardinals fan, and Cam. What I remember from that game in the playoffs, I just remember Cam Newton tearing us apart, skipping down the field, huge smile on his face, broke my heart.
Yeah, the worst part of dealing with Cam Newton was the joy he played with while he was murdering your team. That smile, that depending on what side of the ball you're rooting for, you might have thought was disingenuous because he was smiling to taunt you as opposed to just smiling because he was having a good time. He was just bigger, stronger than everyone on the NFL level, which made it nuts. There was a time that Cam Newton was the biggest force in all football. Of course, he won an MVP, made a Super Bowl, and that's what led to Ryan Clark taking a shot at him for not diving on that ball. But Ryan Clark and Cam Newton have a rivalry that goes beyond that play.
By the way, he should. What was the deal? Should dove on that ball.
You're still doing this thing 10 years later?
Come on.
Cam Newton's like, don't attack the man.
I'm just
attack the stats or the man's words. I think.
Yeah. I'm just trying to be fair. Of hey, we've been.
Well, we can't talk ball every time we talk ball, and I say something you don't like. You got to go back to when I didn't jump on that football.
No, it's not that. I want to. I'm not sitting here telling you Cam Newton was perfect. The ball thing is pretty bad.
For what? For who? Well, it was the Super
For
Bowl.
him.
It was the Super Bowl, Cam.
The Carolina
it was
Panthers.
the Super Bowl, Cam. Not that was his excuse.
Now, that the Cam Newton not jumping the ball, I would say, affected the game less than the fact that they started Mike Rimmertz opposite Von Miller. I think that mattered more. I will say that.
Once again, it's Cam supporting cast. A bigger problem, and in the bad way, even though that not jumping on the football was very glaring. It'll stand out. It'll be the one thing.
It's the one thing snapshot
you
moment.
It's the one thing you can't push aside because it's the one
and
thing
it's
it's the one thing Ryan Clark can go to when he's taking a shot at you. Of course, you can respond with Ryan Clark. I cannot relate. You were undrafted. I wasn't #1 overall pick. What were you? That was his response to Ryan Clark's salvo against him. Of course, Paul Feinbaum had words for Cam Newton. I think we talked about that as well, where according to Paul Feinbaum, Urban Meyer said that Cam Newton was the worst player he ever had to coach, as far as having to deal with, not as a talent.
Cam Newton also your word, mercenary first take contributor.
Ooh. Oh no.
Just hit me.
And
I'm seeing it all now.
Shannon has his own thing too, just like Cam does with 4th and 1 with Cam Newton. If you don't know, this is in reference to the fact that Marcus Morris, Shannon Sharp, and now Gilbert Arenas have all run afoul of the law.
All part-time.
They're
first take
all, as
contributors.
I say, mercenaries. You might say freelancers or contributors on First Take. Cam Newton would fit the bill as well. I don't like it.
He's on Fridays. That's all I'm saying.
True. If you believe in it happens in threes, Cam Newton is safe. If you more like the Mount Rushmore thing, because it is summer during radio.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's,
Mount
Rushmore
of arrested ESPN personalities.
Mercenaries. Yeah. Cam Newton could be on Mount Rushmore. Might even be depending on the crime, the George Washington of Mount Rushmore. Who do you think is the George Washington right now of the list?
I think Shannon Sharp's the most notable.
It's
just
true.
because he was like he was the, I guess, lead co-host to Skip Bayless to
Stephen A.
Yeah, he was kind of positioning himself as the Skip Bayless, but as far as the crime themselves, I need more details to come out.
Yeah, the Shannon Sharp thing.
I need more details on the Arenas thing.
It's murky, and we're not now. It's been positioned as not even a crime. It was a consensual thing that ended poorly, and now allegedly a settlement was agreed to, and the woman involved can now retire from OnlyFans. Apparently, the other things haven't been settled yet, but they are positioned as crimes. We'll see what happens with Marcus Morris and Gilbert Arenas. All right, we'll go to break with that. If you have a potential George Washington of the ESPN First Take Mount Rushmore, let us know. Right now, he's free and clear, but Sean's thoughts on Cam Newton?
I'm just noticing a pattern.
Well, the pattern is clear, and he would fit the pattern. Ex-athlete, contributor, part-timer on ESPN. I'm going to say Cam avoids this particular trend. It's not like Final Destination where it finds them all.
Yeah, he breaks the tackle.
Yeah, he jumps on the football in this case and avoids slander, scrutiny, and maybe some time behind bars. I don't know that Gilbert Arenas will face that or will have that happen to him. I don't know if that Marcus Morris will, but it's up for debate right now. We'll see how that plays out. All right, we got a couple more segments to go. We'll come back with the Reed Shepherd list. We'll hear from Carlos Correa as well, because after diverting from hardcore Houston sports, it's time to kind of get back to that. But knowing this show, we won't. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
I guess you would say, if you don't want to say it was a disappointing year for Reed Sheppard last year, you would say it was a surprising one as far as the lack of minutes he got. The fact that he wasn't someone that could take minutes away from Aaron Holiday. When he played, it's about 12 minutes a game. Reed Sheppard played in less than 55 games. He's had a stint in the G League, put up 49 points, kind of proved that it was too good to be down there. Had his moments when injuries put him in the starting lineup, and he had a couple nice games. But overall, it was one where he was deemed non-essential to what the Rockets wanted to do and wasn't a real rotation player for a team who wound up being the 2 seed and, of course, disappointingly lost to the Warriors in 7 games in round 1. But we could say that the guard rotation feels a little bit more open without, if you want to classify Dylan Brooks as the wing or / guard, he's out of here. You've got, of course, Jalen Green out. The main acquisitions have been front court players. They did bring back Aaron Holiday, so you have a clear competition at that backup point guard spot. But there seems to be an opening for Reed Sheppard, and he makes a list of the most interesting sophomore players for the NBA coming up this season. He was part of a draft class that wasn't highly touted, certainly less so than the one we just saw get drafted, if only because of Cooper Flag. That draft class has more hype. Then you've got the likes of Ace Bailey, who slipped, and VJ Edgecombe. But overall, the 2024 draft class wasn't one people were that excited about. That's why people thought, after watching Reed Sheppard what he did in Summer League, that he could be Rookie of the Year. That hype started even before then. Of course, that didn't come to fruition. So Reed Sheppard ranks as the most interesting player as a sophomore for the 25-26 season. There are other guys on the list, like Stephon Castle, who's going to play for the Spurs. That one is interesting because he's got De'Aaron Fox there. They just drafted Dylan Harper. How's that all going to fit? Is he going to start? You would imagine that would be the case, and Dylan Harper would come off the bench. Zachary Ricochet from the Hawks, Metellus Buzelis, who had some nice moments with the Bulls. I start naming these guys, and like I said, not a who's who of guys.
Yeah, still not a great draft class.
Yeah, Topic from the Thunder, who was hurt all of last year, showed some things in Summer League. He was one of those guys who fit the meme of the Thunder won the title, and they let them get this demon.
Yeah,
he fits that meme, and he's coming back. He's a big guard. And Jeremy McCain, who had a nice start to his rookie year before he got hurt. So it's not a class that had a lot of accolades, other than someone has to win Rookie of the Year and someone has to make all rookie first team. There's a lot of that. Khalil Ware makes the list as well. Most notably, the Summer League being called out by his coach for not trying that hard or not being a professional. So this is where the list is. It's not a lot of guys who showed out too much last year, even though Stephon Castle won Rookie of the Year. So Reed Sheppard, top of the list. And
most intriguing,
most interesting, I believe. Most interesting sophomore in all of the NBA coming up. So congratulations, Reed, on your newest award. Hopefully you make these people right. Now, interesting.
Well,
I want him to be interesting. I do want him, because it
could be interesting in a bad way.
But if he depends on how the interesting goes, you're right. But if he is the same guy he was last year, getting spot minutes, can't beat out Aaron Holiday, not dependent on, not in the rotation, not interesting. I saw that already.
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
So if he's going to be interesting for me, unless he's, a complete disaster and he doesn't get out of the G League, that'd be interesting and would be something to ask Rafael Stone about, certainly. I need interesting to be he's playing where there are minutes to be had, and he becomes a guy who maybe ups his minute total to 20 minutes a night, because he is a guy you can depend on for scoring burst when Kevin Durant's off the floor. Because if you think about it right now, Alperen and Kevin Durant at this point, and even Alperen didn't have a great great year last year around the rim. He didn't finish very well. That needs to get back to where he was the previous year. Who are your consistent scorers? Who are guys you're going to depend on the score right now on this team?
Those two guys, and then it's complement, or guys who are more suited to be like the complementary score types of like Fred VanVleet, of Amin Thompson, everyone on the second unit running some offense, that kind of stuff, and getting out in transition.
They don't really have someone you can classify as, that guy can go get us a bucket right now. Reed Sheppard can shoot. We'll see if he's mostly off ball.
Jabari Smith is kind of
still another guy who needs other people to, and he eats off of others. Like, he's going to be a guy who's going to space the floor.
Yeah, and he'll put the ball on the ground twice.
And you joke that the Rockets don't want him to get to a third time. So
definitely not.
So
I don't.
Well,
I don't know what they want. I don't.
Yeah, so there is space for a guy who can just go get you a bucket and go get you multiples in spurts. And it feels like that's a role that Reed Sheppard can carve out if he can be trusted to do the other things.
It is interesting though, like Reed Sheppard, even in these summer league games, G League was a little different, but summer league games, like he's not out there gunning it too.
It's true.
So he is more of he is just kind of point guardy.
He's more combo guardish than just a straight two.
Yeah, it's a little bit of the thing, and I'm definitely not comparing him to this guy, but it's right now it feels like he has the same issue that Steve Nash has talked about, where in his own career, Steve Nash now looks back and he's like, you know what? If I came up in today's league, I definitely would have shot more. I just would have passed less and looked for my own shot more.
Changed the course of Marion's career.
Right? Yeah. All those, Quentin Johnson's you didn't have to, or Quentin Richardson's you don't have to. But yeah, I think there's some of that with Reed Sheppard again, just in that being the either mental block or he's just not comfortable doing it. And in Reed Sheppard's case, it's I don't know if he's good enough. Steve Nash, I'm confident, was good enough that he could have taken 4 more shots a game and would have been fine. Reed Sheppard, I feel has some of that in him too, where he was never the guy on a team where it's I just take every shot coming down the court. I transferred 7 times and this is my 5th high school and or this is the 5th high school team I've been on, and yep, I'm just gonna shoot every time. He didn't really come up like that. Even when he was at Kentucky, he wasn't supposed to be a one and done.
And while I don't think an offense, at least for the second unit, would be centered around Reed Sheppard being the type of guy.
Yeah, being like Jordan,
Cam Thomas, something like that.
Jordan Clarkson.
Yeah, I don't think that would be his role, but I think there's a role for someone to be like that for a team who had trouble scoring. And while Kevin Durant will be looked at as a guy to close games because the Rockets had issues there are moments throughout the game where they certainly struggled at times. So it won't always be Kevin Durant on the floor. It won't always be Kevin Durant available. So they're going to need to find ways to go get offense, and maybe Reed Sheppard is the guy for that. Okay, we'll go to break with that. We'll come back with, since the trade hasn't happened, maybe we can tell you, Carlos Correa can tell you his views on the trade, which when he spoke was probably about 26 hours or so ago, maybe 27, whenever the Twins game was over yesterday. But he didn't think the talks were serious, and it certainly has played out that way. And I'll kind of review some of the context of why a Twins and Astros trade hasn't happened as of yet. We'll hear from Carlos Correa when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
All right, let's get to this from Carlos Correa. Carlos Correa was asked after yesterday's game for the Twins, which he wasn't a part of, and people were speculating, oh, what does that mean? Is he on his way out? No. As of yet, he is not an Astro, and there are some obstacles there that may make this deal a dead one. And I misspoke. He did play yesterday. No, he did not. It was Tuesday. His last game was Tuesday. So he was out yesterday. He was asked about a potential move to the Astros. Here's Carlos Correa on that.
I mean, I got full control, so we'll see how it goes. You know, you listen to the rumors and all that, and I feel like it happens every year, but yeah, you just gotta let it play out.
Yeah, full control meaning you can decline anything.
Yes.
If it is Houston that's interested, would you go back?
Well, that's not something I don't think is serious right now. So we'll see where everything goes. But you know, my goal has always been to be here and win here. And you know, I've been talking to Derek and Rocco, and I'll be ready for the next series.
Have you ever had to veto a trade before?
No.
Yeah.
Is it frustrating being in the position that you're going to have to talk about, considering where the team is at right now and the position that you guys are in?
No, it's part of the job. It's part of the job, and everything that comes with it. You got to embrace, and you got to be available. So it's just part of it. You know, one thing that I really appreciate for this organization is the communication I have with Rocco and Derek and those guys, and you know, they keep me in the loop and things like this. So I get an idea of what's happening, and at the same time, they're very honest with me. So I appreciate that from them.
So they have not formally brought anything to you at this point?
Not that will be any news.
That's Carlos Correa yesterday after the Twins game. The main reason why this hasn't happened, at least what's been reported, is financial reasons. The Astros want the Twins to pay $50 million of Carlos's $102.5 million, the remaining portion left on his contract. The Astros want the Twins to nearly pay half, and they also want an outfielder from the Twins. And the Twins are like, nah, it's not exactly what we're looking for. They would love, it appears, to trade Carlos. He is not someone financially they think will continue to be viable for them on their roster. They would want to make a move. I think the Twins are a team that's for sale. Generally occurs, high salary guys from a small market. When you're making a sale, you want to trade some of those guys to make yourself more appealing. Right now, the Astros are asking too much of the Twins. The Twins aren't looking to acquiesce. So according to Bob Nightingale, that deal is dead. The Astros did acquire an infielder of less acclaim. Wasn't a name that was on my radar. Now, I'm sure there are some baseball nerds who thought the Astros could really use Ramon Urias. I don't classify as a baseball nerd, so I did not have him on the list, but he is now an Astro. He's a body. OPS under 690. Take that for what it is.
Yeah, someone put the last 2 years of him and Mauricio Dubon next to each other, and it's like, all right, pretty even.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you like Dubon out there, just see another guy who's very similar at the plate. And so if you like and don't have any issue with Dubon, don't have any issue with Urias.
Yeah.
Even though he's not your guy. Dubon's been your guy, and I understand that part of the equation.
And Carlos Correa was my guy, too.
Yeah. But Carlos Correa is too damn expensive.
This guy's not my guy. Why did we trade for this guy? Does Jim Crane know we traded for this guy?
He's aware.
Okay.
I don't think they sneak things by him. I think he's a pretty involved owner. We'll see. We're about 5 hours away from the deadline. 5 o'clock Central is when the deadline hits. We'll see if the Astros make another move. You're going to have Paul Gallant out at Carbach along with the Killer Bees. So they'll continue to talk about it, and they'll be on air if the Astros do make a more consequential move than Ramon Urias. Is it Sandy Alcantara? That's the latest name. The Dylan Cease talk seems to have. What's the joke there, Sean? The Dylan
Ceased.
There it is. I let you say it. I didn't want to say it. We're done. Join the guys out at Carbach, because if you do, you get a chance to win a cool prize from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. 2 e-bikes valued at about $4,000. Go out there, register to win, meet the guys, get to the promo table, and register yourself to win as part of our summer circuit tour. Since we're done for the day, Sean, what does that mean?
Shred 'em, Stroud!
But not too much because you're on a pitch count. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
If it is Houston that's interested, would you go back?
Well, that's not something I don't think is serious right now. So we'll see where everything goes. But my goal has always been to be here and win here. And I've been talking to Derek and Rocco, and I'll be ready for the next series.
Have you ever had to veto trade before?
No.
I dreamed a dream where Carlos Correa would return to the Astros. Then I woke up today and he wasn't here. Not even Justin Verlander or Martin Maldonado. I'm very sad. So many hopes and dreams dashed against the rocks on this Black Thursday, July 31st, before baseball's trade deadline later this afternoon. If you want to drown your sorrows away, you should come hang out with me. I'm hanging out at the Carbog Brewing Company. We're going to be testing out a brand new lager, now pouring exclusively on draft and in bottles in Austin and H-Town, just in time to help you cool down with a crisp one. It's going to roll out to all Texas markets in 2026. Carbach Lager, baby. ABV of 4.5. It's got balanced flavor with Saaz and Hallertau. I don't know what that means, but it sounds German, and I'm assuming that means it's good, unlike the Astros trade deadline to this point, as far as satisfying my appetite. I was going hungry yesterday because of the Carlos Correa rumors. Would it have been smart to go get him and pay him? No. Don't get me wrong. I just got excited. I got excited about the possibility of reconnecting with an ex. Alas, earwax. So, no Correa, no Verlander, no Dallas Keuchel, no Charlie Morton, no Martin Maldonado. But the Astros did make a move yesterday. Bob Nightingale, the one who reported that the Astros trade talks with the Twins are all but dead. I don't know why he should just say dead. All but dead. When you hear all but dead, it's like it's everything but dead. But that means actually that it's dead without 100% being dead. You're welcome for the explanation. As you can tell, I've had a lot of coffee today. But they did make a move yesterday. Are you excited about this? They needed to make a move at third base because over the course of a couple of hours, we went from believing that Isaac Paredes was going to be missing 2 months to Isaac Paredes being out 5 to 7 months with a hamstring. Yikes, that's like Dak Prescott length of time. Did it come off the bone? That sounds painful. So they traded a minor leaguer who I've never heard of and hopefully never will hear of. Twine Palmer. Twins Palmer to the Baltimore Orioles for infielder Ramon Urias and cash considerations. He played 60-plus games at third base this season. I think it's officially 66. He was a Gold Glover in 2022, but he's had a rough 2 seasons in between this year and that 2022 season in the field. I saw that per baseball guy Adam Spillane. Not making a lot of money, $3.15 million the rest of this year. And if you take a look at his numbers relative to one Carlos Correa, I mean, they're not that far off. Urias is a 1.4 wins above replacement to Correa's 0.1. He's got more homers than Correa, 8 to Correa's 7. More RBIs than Correa, 34 to Correa's 31. He's hitting .248 with a .688 OPS. This is a nice stopgap. Does it make you feel good when you hear that one of your best offensive players is going to be out the rest of the year, especially considering the struggles this Astros offense has had when they were healthy this year? No, but it's better than nothing. So I will take the very, very, very tiny size 8W, Helvetica font, of course, and we will see what he's able to do. But theoretically, the Houston Astros infield in Boston this weekend could feature a whole lot of Gold Glovers. Urias, Pena, Dubon, Walker. I mean, they say defense wins championships. Now, that's football and basketball and not really baseball, but if they say defense wins championships, that would be my spin zone. That would be me if I were Dana Brown and I were doing a press conference to talk about trading for Ramon Urias, who I had never heard of until today. Other rumors involving the Houston Astros as we kick off today's show live at Carbog. Talks with the San Diego Padres about starter Dylan Cease have cooled. Mark Feinsand of MLB.com said otherwise last night. Last I checked, they are focusing on Miami Marlins ace Sandy Alcantara. The Yankees are also looking at Sandy Alcantara. We'll see what it would take to go get him. The Marlins are low-key stupid, so it's certainly possible to rob them blind. We'll see what happens. Maybe it'll only take some cash considerations. But this trade that they made for Urias, you didn't give up a lot. And that was really the question, I think, for the Astros at this moment in time. What do you really have to give up? And how much is a couple of month rental worth, given where you are in the AL West right now, and given that hopefully players return from injury and then all of a sudden some of your offensive problems are solved? I don't think it would have made a whole lot of sense to make a big swing move for Carlos Correa, even though it excited me, or some of the other names linked. Hell, and even these starters that they're attached to, whether it's Cease or Alcantara, there's a part of me that likes hearing that they're making phone calls, but I just don't see any realistic way as to how they bring those guys aboard. If you want to weigh in on the Houston Astros, the trade deadline, 5 p.m. Central Time today, you can. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. HTX Rhino says on Twitch, "Oi! God wills it." Yes, he does. The Astros got a little extra defense, so they didn't have to give up much to get it. God wills it. On YouTube, Acts 2:38. Is that some sort of biblical verse? Says, "Bring back James Click once the Astros get eliminated in the first round again. Fire Dana Brown, fire Joe Espada." I'm not keeping that same energy with you. I think Espada's done a pretty good job considering the hand he's been dealt to this point this year. I mean, they're in first place by 5 games. They're in competition for one of the top seeds in the American League despite all of these injuries. I would say the same thing about Dana Brown. They have been throwing randos that you've never heard of into the lineup and into the starting rotation, and they have not fallen apart. The players deserve the most credit for that, but it's weird the amount of people that seem to be frustrated with Dana Brown, and it seems to be because, from a messaging perspective, the Astros often make promises that they don't deliver on. It's why I always compare Dana Brown to politicians. I don't think he can help it. He gets excited. He's like a what's the character's name? I'm thinking about the Christmas Vacation franchise, B-Mac. Uncle Eddie. There we go. He's like Uncle Eddie. You know, he wants to give a great Christmas, but he doesn't have much to offer as far as a great Christmas. And you're probably going to have to kidnap somebody to make it work out for this team to seriously upgrade. Like, you know, Uncle Eddie's not going to offer much.
I just hope they don't do the MLB trade deadline equivalent of having to pour things down the
drain,
down the sewer, empty the crapper into the sewer in front of the house.
You couldn't hear a dump truck drive through a nitroglycerin plant. It's Grace. And the rocket's regular. I don't know why.
The tree catches on fire.
Yes, absolutely. I don't know why Christmas Vacation's on the mind, but we're all over the place, as you can tell today. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. It is the most interactive sports talk show in town. Some text from the 713. By defense in baseball, it means pitching wins championships. I like to think it's defense, though. It's the actual fielding. And if that bothers baseball people, good, because that's what I'm going for. From the 281, where's the splash at the trade deadline? That wasn't even a ripple. We got Dubon Jr. WTF. Different facial hair than Mauricio Dubon. He's got the chin thing, like just a chin. I don't know if that's not a soul patch. Those are gross, but it's just a chin beard. It's rather swarthy. So that's a look for sure. From the 409, is this a size 8W a Euro or an American 8? It makes a difference. Well, I was talking about it just from a font perspective, but it's probably more of a Euro 8. It's not a huge acquisition, but you didn't have to give up much to get them. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. It is the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. From the 832, this show is off to probably the worst start of any show ever. Well, given it's coming from that guy, that means we're off to a rollicking start. Come out and hang out with us. We are hanging out at Carbach Brewing Company. We are in the back in this cool little pizza joint. It's called
Pizza and Pints.
Pizza and Pints. Thanks, B-Mac. I can't read because it's backwards. But it's a cool spot. Awesome painted brick walls in here. Interesting chairs. And it smells amazing. You can smell a little barbecue. You can smell the wood from the pizza. Big old oven. So come on. Get your Thursday happy hour started a little bit early. Come out and hang out with us. Killer Bees are going to be here too until 6. And of course, as part of the ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 ESPN Houston Summer Circuit, you have a chance to win a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. You just got to stop by the promo table. The entire summer circuit schedules at ESPN975.com. Up next on the most interactive sports talk show in town, how close are the Astros to getting some much-needed reinforcements? One guy looked pretty damn good last night. We might see him very soon. Who am I talking about? Find out next. It's the Paul Gallant Show.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Carbach Brewing Company as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On E-Bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
2 outs. First offer to him, and Pena hits this high in the air, deep to left, and that one is gone! That's what the people showed up for tonight.
Jeremy Pena's ribs seem okay. Jeremy Pena, the skeletal part of his body that protects his heart and lungs, is okay. So there you go. Pena had a home run last night with the Sugarland Space Cowboys. It stands to reason that he will be joining the Astros for their series against the Boston Red Sox in Beantown this weekend. Kind of bummed out. I missed the Red Sox-Astros series at Fenway Park by just a week. Would have loved to go out there. Just kidding. Tickets are like $8,000 to go to that dump of a ballpark. I think Fenway's the most overrated ballpark there is. And I'm from Boston. Yeah, that's right. I've actually been there a few times. Testy text line right now. A text. People implying that Dana Brown is cooking right now should hold their head underwater until the lights turn out. You want people to drown themselves? I am not going to drown myself. I think Dana's doing a very good job this season. I don't know what he's supposed to do at the trade deadline more than what they've done to this point. I do think it is probably ill-advised to leak the things that have been leaked from the Astros front office. But is Dana doing that? Or are these agents that are feeding random baseball reporters that deals are percolating, hoping that it'll create a bigger market and perhaps down the road create a bigger extension for their clients? I truly don't know the answer to that. But what does Dana have to move? Nothing. How much money do the Astros have to spend before they go over the luxury tax threshold? Like less. They have less than the assets that they have. A texter says, I'm okay with the Astros not making a move. They probably just get hurt anyways. Why not just ride it out? That's fair. That's totally fair. Stallonage asks, what's with the terrible singing? Sir, you're uncultured. I have been told that I could be, if I so chose, an opera tenor. I don't know if that's the high guy or the low guy. All I know is I'm a great singer and you are uncultured. Okay? It's fine. Now, was that texter also perhaps suggesting people that don't understand the power of Paul Gallant's music should drown themselves? Perhaps. And I would say to them, no, don't do that. That's bad. It's bad to drown because you're dead and gone forever. Stafford Icehouse with a pretty messed up comment on YouTube. Drowning is like God gave you a big, wet hug forever. Goodness gracious. This show has gotten very, very dark. Jeez. Can some of you guys come here and have a few at Carbach Brewery, okay? And just dial it back. We're about at a 12. Let's get back to about a 5, okay? People are mad. The Astros haven't made a move at the trade deadline. Stafford Icehouse also comments, what did Aaron Rodgers say? Relax. Don't go whining like Dallas Keuchel did in 2017 when he was supposed to be the ace. He was supposed to be the ace, and he got replaced, you know? From the 832, it doesn't count if your mom tells you you're a good singer, Paul. Well, watch me at T-Bones on Saturday nights every now and then. I'm just saying. Artist of a generation. From the 361, Paul's musical voice is our generation's songbird. It's true, because you know why? Because the music today is that bad. That's why. Want me to do some mumble rap for you, too? I can keep on singing. We've had a lot of songs today. I could do a little mumble rap. The Astros aren't be making any trades. That's Travis Scott. Just sounded like him. Man, text line is really bumming me out today. Another texter for the 832. I've been drowning for years. Damn, dog. Again, come out and hang out with us at Carbach. So Jeremy Pena had a home run yesterday in his second rehab start with the Sugarland Space Cowboys. We also saw Christian Javier on the hill. It was a meth performance. 64 pitches, 33 strikes, 24 swings, 6 whiffs, an 80.6 mile per hour average exit velocity. 93 on the gun for his 4-seam fastball. 3 1/3 innings pitched, 3 strikeouts, 4 walks, 3 earned runs, and 2 hits. I'm sure, like all pitchers, when they're in the midst of a rehab start or when they're pitching in spring training, if he were to speak to us en anglais, he would probably say, I thought my stuff was pretty good. On to the next start. That's just what pitchers do.
You're also missing, I was working on stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, B-Mac. That's how it goes. It do be like that, you know? So there you go, everybody. Javier closer to a return. And Jeremy Pena also closer to a return. Isaac Paredes is, holy crap, so far away from a return. This is probably the biggest bummer of an update that the Astros have had all year. That hamstring injury did not look good the way that he was hobbling in Seattle. But did you think that it would go from last night being projected as a 2-month injury to being now a 6 to 7 month injury per Bob Nightingale? Damn, I would go get a 15th opinion. 6 to 7 months is an insane amount of time. The hope is he can be ready for opening day. Oh, that's a huge bummer. Opening day. And it's a hamstring that we're talking about. He's a bigger guy. Is this going to be something that potentially acts up in the future? You have one hamstring injury generally leads to more hamstring injuries. If you're running down the first baseline as fast as you possibly can, definitely going to add up after a while. He's probably not going to be able to run full speed unless it's the playoffs in the near future. But 6 to 7 months, damn, I thought it was going to be 2+ months last night. Unbelievable. Meanwhile, we got I think this is a good update on Yordan Alvarez, but I don't know what to say anymore. Dana Brown, yesterday, while he was on the Astros flagship, said Yordan could return in the middle of August. Okay, so tomorrow's August 1st. So we're talking another 2 weeks or so. For Yordan, Jeremy Pena, perhaps this weekend. Christian Javier, maybe somewhere in between. Nothing on Luis Garcia. Haven't heard anything on Spencer Arrighetti in a while. Oof, there's just so many different names. Zach DeCenzo. You actually miss him. It's a rough spot that the Astros are in due to all these injuries, and not being able to get Paredes back the rest of the year is a real bummer. From the 832, you sound like Brennan from Step Brothers when you sing. LOL. Yes, that's exactly what I'm going for. You hear them sing at the very end. I mean, I think it was a little Andrea Bocelli. Conte partito. It means time to say goodbye, and time to say goodbye to, it seems like, Isaac Paredes the rest of the year. It is the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, and arguably the greatest sports talk show to incorporate music that you'll ever hear. Because a lot of people in my industry, they're a little bit too much hardos to admit that deep down inside them, the music is calling and wants to rise to the top, like the Astros are trying to rise to the top. I miss doing those advertisements. We're hanging out at Carbach Brewery. You can come out and hang out with us. We're inside. Pizza and pints. It smells amazing. Plus, there's beer in here as well. At some point, I'm going to get myself a brand new Carbach lager. The new brew pairs perfectly with smoked brisket, barbecue chicken, fried catfish. Oh, God, it's making me hungry now. And soft pretzels. All staples of the great taste of Texas lifestyle. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston and Twitch at ESPN 975 to get aboard the most interactive sports talk show in town. Up next, we'll keep you posted on anything Astros related at the trade deadline. Do the Mariners get better by adding Eugenio Suarez? What the hell are the Rangers doing? And are there anyone that the Astros should be concerned about? Plus, it's a tinfoil hat Thursday. If you got a tinfoil hat conspiracy, Bring it to the table if it's in the world of sports. I've got a few for you next. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 statewide.
This is the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Carbach Brewing Company as part of ESPN Houston's summer circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
That's right. You can come out here, register for a chance to win a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. We're hanging out inside Pizza and Pints. It's pretty crowded in here. Good little turnout. You can get some pizza. It smells great in here. It really does. You can get some beers as well. It's a grand old time. Major League Baseball trade deadline is this early evening at 5 p.m. Central Time. The Astros have only made one move to this point. One, they traded minor leaguer Twine Palmer to Baltimore for infielder Ramon Urias and cash considerations. He is a Gold Glover who's a great third baseman in 2022, not great 2023, 2024. This past season, over the course of this year, this year that we're in the midst of, he's been pretty damn good again. Offensively, I think Dubon's not a bad comparison. Not a lot of power, not a lot of hits, but not terrible either. not a hole in the lineup. But we are at a point now where Yainer Diaz has to keep up what he's been doing recently. Christian Walker has to do what he's been doing recently. They're going to need guys to step up that haven't been stepping up for a little bit. And the hope is that with the Jeremy Pena and the Yordan Alvarez in the lineup, that everybody helps protect one another. But we'll see. The other rumors, the Astros were supposedly attached to Dylan Cease, but those talks have cooled. Started with the San Diego Padres. Also, they're supposedly focusing on Miami Marlins ace Sandy Alcantara. I don't expect an Astros move in the next 4.5 hours. I will not be upset if the Astros don't make a move. I'm more just bummed because it sounded like Carlos Correa was a possibility yesterday, and we probably always should have known it was an extremely long shot that they would be able to bring him back, especially considering the guy is under team control with Minnesota for the next couple of years and do a lot of money the next couple of years. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. It is Thursday at 12:30. That means it is time for a tin foil hat Thursday. See this? Hear about this? LeBron James, Maverick Carter, and Nikola Jokic's agent met in France, but not to discuss LeBron and Jokic teaming up in Denver or somewhere else. There's going to be a global basketball league in 2026 with 6 men's and 6 women's team with a touring format like Live Golf and F1. Players get equity. It's backed by global investors. NBA rules block player ownership. So this is going to be something that perhaps LeBron does once he retires from the NBA. See if he actually gets money for it. Could this league compete with the National Basketball Association? No idea. Truly, I don't know. What I do know is now basketball is getting a version of the Live Golf Tour. I imagine it'll be like a better version of the Big Three or something like that. And we will see how many people actually watch this league. I suppose there would be some players that would be more excited about this international possibility as opposed to playing in a European league or something like that. But I wonder if they'd actually be able to draw like true great players or anything like that. And what kind of players they'd even be looking at. Tinfoil Hat Thursday continues. Can you believe this Nazi ad that aired all over the internet? Hit it.
My body's composition is determined by my genes. Hey, eyes up here.
Sydney Sweeney has very genes.
My body's composition is determined by my genes. I wish that we could just make fun of how she talks as opposed to like having to determine whether or not this is racist and eugenics, cis, or whatever the hell, you know? It would be nice if we could do that instead. I got to say, as a man who literally burns as soon as he steps outside because he's got the Irish curse, more ways than one. A man who goes outside and burns immediately with spindly forearms and tiny calves that I suppose helped my ancestors steal potatoes through grates back in the motherland. It was tough over there back in the day. I don't exactly have the best genetics is what I'm trying to say, but I did not find this advertisement to be Nazi. In fact, I did not see it that way. So this is a big conspiracy right now. Are eugenics back? 713-780-3776 to call into text. And by the way, Sydney Sweeney did another advertisement, and it's basically the same thing. For what? I said there's a sign for it outside of the Texans training camp, like "Hey, dude, now" or something. Anyway, here's more Sydney Sweeney.
You can take the dude out of the country. You can't take the country out of the dude. Wish you were here.
I have no idea what that means. You can take the dude out of the country, but I had the country out of the. Why do all girls sound like this now? What happened? How did we get to this point? I thought this now. This is me. I'm a sex symbol. I'm gonna talk like this. Hey, eyes up here. Not the only advertisement, by the way. If eugenics are back, like we got those two advertisements, but now Dunkin' Donuts has entered the fray. Here's some douche canoe from The Summer I Turned Pretty or something like that. I think he's got an Italian sounding name. I don't want to give it to him. I saw him. I wanted to push him into the pool. But here's the new Dunkin' Donuts drink that is apparently a troll job on top of the advertisement that we saw for Sydney Sweeney, because eugenics are back now, y'all.
I didn't ask to be the king of summer. It just kind of happened. This tan? Genetics. I just got my color analysis back. Guess what? Golden summer. Literally. I can't help it. Every time I drink a Dunkin' Golden Hour Refresher, it's like the sun just finds me. So if sipping these refreshers makes me the king of summer, guilty as charged.
Oh my God, I hate him.
The Golden Hour Refresher. Only at Dunkin'.
The Golden Hour Refresher. Okay. I wasn't sure if it was the Golden Shower. It's the Golden Hour Refresher. I will admit this guy is definitely better looking than me, but I just hate him. So maybe this is why all the girls are looking at Sydney Sweeney, who's talking about her genes, which are related directly to her bajongas, because unless you get in a pair of bolt-ons, I think that's God-given, right? You either have them or you don't. That's genetics. It's funny. It's about being white and blue-eyed and hairy. No, it's like the genetics to have boobs or not. Like that's how it goes. But I suppose I now understand how all the ladies who are mad feel, and they're just saying, well, it's coded language. That's racist. You're telling me I'm not good looking enough. And then now I feel the same way. I'm looking at this very tan man who's like sitting by the pool. It's like, look at my golden shower. It's apparently like a fruit flavored drink, but it has 0% fruit juice in it. So there you go. Tinfoil Hat Thursday, every single Thursday at 12:30. Keeping an eye on what the Astros might be doing at the trade deadline. Some comments here on the Twitch. Ryan Lost in Texas says, I wouldn't sleep with Sydney Sweeney because that would upset my wife. But also said the same thing about the Dunkin' Donuts guy. Fair point. Would upset my wife. And says, Ryan, the voice is called vocal fry. It is a thing. I want to know what started it. It seems like it came from Los Angeles, but was this some sort of bastardization of the way that Paris Hilton talks, or somebody perhaps even further back? Anna Nicole Smith, Pamela Anderson. Like, I'm trying to think about where it came from because I can't really think of it off the top of my head. Anyway, guys, it is the Paul Gallant Show. We are hanging out at Carbach Brewing Company. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Are the Mariners and Rangers about to play one another? Acts 238 asked me that question. That's a tough one. Because I think from an Astros perspective, I think you want the Rangers to win because the Mariners have better pitching and they just got Eugenio Suarez. I think they did get improved by adding Eugenio Suarez. But I don't know. I don't even want the possibility of Texas beating the Astros. At least I'm thinking about it from my own perspective, not from your perspective. From this perspective, if Seattle wins, there are at least some Mariners fans that I like, even though you guys might not like them. I don't know why I said it like that. But no, I can't deal with the Rangers fans again. Our friend Tab, we hope he's still kicking because he hasn't called in such a long period of time. Tab the Rangers fan, but that's like the only Rangers fan I can tolerate because they are truly we do not care unless it's the World Series. And even then, we're probably going to pay more attention to the Cowboys when they're in third place. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. You know how to call in. You know how to text in. We're keeping you posted on all things Astros related at Major League Baseball's trade deadline, which is later this afternoon at 5 p.m. Central Time. We are 4 hours and 16 minutes away. Up next, more of that. And one of the Astros' main rivals embarrassed the hell out of themselves last night. Stick around, Paul Gallant Show.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Carbach Brewing Company as part of ESPN Houston's summer circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Come on out and register for a chance to win a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It is a $2,000 value. We're going to be here until 6 o'clock here at Carbach Brewery. This is the latest little tidbit as far as the Astros at the trade deadline from about 15 minutes ago, John Morosi of the MLB Network said this: the Astros are one team to watch on Stephen Kwan. Houston has had 3 different starting left fielders in the last 3 games. Stephen Kwan, for those who don't know, is an outfielder for the Cleveland Guardians. He is hitting .286 on the season. And I think from a contract perspective, let's take a look here. 1 year, $4.175 million. So this is not a very expensive player, and he's actually someone that hits for average. I wouldn't mind this, especially given where the Astros lineup has been. So if they get Stephen Kwan and the player that they acquired earlier today, in case you missed it, they traded for Orioles third baseman Ramon Urias. They traded a minor leaguer and got cash considerations with Urias to do so. He's making $3.15 million this year under club control. Next year has some defensive prowess in his background. That wouldn't be a bad trade deadline. Is it enough to stick with the Seattle Mariners? The Mariners have been very aggressive. First, they traded for a guy they used to have not too long ago, Eugenio Suarez, who is the best power hitter on the market. He's having a pretty good season. I wonder if those numbers will be as good as they were in Arizona, in Seattle, given that Seattle's ballpark is a big one and the weather doesn't exactly help out with the marine layer and all that stuff. Hitters, but he's on pace for over 50 homers. He has 36 right now. They have Cal Raleigh, who's got all those runs. Julio Rodriguez is better than his numbers indicate, in my opinion. So the Mariners actually have a little bit of pop offensively, and they also traded for reliever Caleb Ferguson, who is a left-handed pitcher for the Pirates. They sent somebody named Jeter Martinez to Pittsburgh in exchange for him. That's their number 13 prospect. So Mariners have definitely done a pretty good job to this point in the trade deadline. As far as the Rangers are concerned, it's been a little bit of a bummer for the Rangers. If you've been keeping tabs on them. Per Bob Nightingale of the USA Today, the Rangers are hoping to clear a bit of payroll to bring in help for their bullpen. They're tied with the Mariners for the third and final wild card spot and are about to play Seattle. It should help the Astros out a little bit in the American League West. 4-game series. Hope for a split from both sides. They do seem to be cooling off quite a bit. I know there's a lot of hype about what they were doing just a week ago or so, especially with all the ground that they made up on the Astros. But all of a sudden, a couple of Astros wins later, a couple of Rangers losses later, it's changing up. It's a funny account on Astros Twitter. The Astros Monk was talking about the Rangers broadcast. There was no Astros game last night, so he put it on. You can actually watch it if you have Fubo TV. I DVR them for some of the Astros games because the broadcast every now and then they get very pouty when the Rangers are getting smacked around by the Stros. I'm hate watching the Rangers broadcast, says this guy, and the announcers are talking about the methods of intentionally hitting players. What an absolutely classless organization. Rangers announcers admitted to this Angels series being as important to them as their World Series as well. Damn. Well, that's rough. So I guess you do want the Rangers to win this series against Seattle because it does seem like they are starting to take on water. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Anything happens on the trade deadline for the Astros, we'll keep you posted, as will the Killer Bees. It's tonight, 5 p.m. Central Time. Last night, one of the Astros, I guess, most adorable children found themselves in a world of embarrassment. They're really not playing so hot recently. It's time for another episode of Yankees Watch 2025. This is an all-time moment for the Yankees, who are just such a shell of what they used to be. So last night, with one out, the Yankees decided we're going to bunt a runner over Austin Wells to second base. But it seems that Austin Wells forgot how many outs there are. Here is a dismayed Michael Kay.
And a push bunt. It is a beauty. The throw to first. Oh, what a scoop by Aranda to get Grisham. Don't know how they made that play. Now they have the runner in a rundown. And amazingly, Wells is doubled up. Where was he going? Wow. What looked like a sheer bunt hit turns into a double that was play. A third out? Oh my goodness. He had to think that was a third out. Yes. Oh, unforgivable. That one is hard to believe. Extra innings coming up.
They were trying to get a game into extra innings with one out in the ninth. A runner on first base forgot how many outs there are. I mean, that's all time. That's all time. If you're the New York Yankees, you're trying to keep pace with the Toronto Blue Jays, who have all of a sudden come out of nowhere to overtake you in the American League East. And you have to watch this highlight because the bunt was a really good one. He should have easily gotten over to second base. Why would you bunt with 2 outs? Just a completely crazy thing to do. And the fielder for the Yankees throws it over the first base. Austin Wells just starts walking back to the dugout, and he got caught going from second base to first base in between the 2 bases. All-time moment for the Yankees. It's kind of depressing how boring they are now, you know? Like, it's nice. It's nice to have somebody that could potentially challenge the Astros that you also hate, because it's hard to really feel anything for the Rangers, even with the Rangers having beaten the Astros. The Rangers fans just don't care that much. You know, like a lot of the Rangers fans here became Astros fans when the Astros got good. I don't hate on that. The Rangers were good before the Astros got good, and now the Astros are good and the Rangers are middling outside of that one World Series year. But yeah, you don't really get that. You don't really have that same level of vitriol with them as you do with the Yankees. So I always like to see the Yankees kind of screw up. Hey, I'm walking here, going the wrong direction. Oh, gabagool, Tony Soprano, the Giants. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Other moves today. Baseball's trade deadline. We saw the Philadelphia Phillies get pretty aggressive. They traded to go and get an outfielder, Harrison Bader. And they also, on top of that, got from the Minnesota Twins their closer, Joan Duran. The guy sounds like he's from Game of Thrones. And the Tigers, they traded for a couple of closers. One of them, Nationals closer Kyle Finnegan. But the other one, this one's the one that tickles me. The Tigers traded for Rafael Montero. Oh, maybe the Astros get a little batting practice in a late inning situation, thanks to that move. You know how to get aboard. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. It is the Paul Gallant Show. Coming up next, keep you posted on everything going on with the Houston Astros and what Dana Brown had to say about said trade deadline tonight at 5 p.m. Central Time yesterday in a rousing edition of Down with Dana Brown. Stay put. the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. I'm Paul Gallant. We're hanging out at Carbach. Come out and hang out with us. Part of the ESPN Houston Summer Circuit. You can win a pair of bicycles, $4,000 value from Power On Electric Bicycle Companies. You just got to go to the promo table and register for a chance to win. Rather quiet relative to all the teasing we got yesterday. Final day before the trade deadline for our Houston Astros. They traded a minor leaguer to Baltimore for infielder Ramon Urias. They also got cash considerations in exchange for that. As a guy who's won a Gold Glover, so he's defensively pretty competent, but he's not much of a hitter as far as power goes. Not a bad hitter either. He's just, one of those high 600 OPS guys. As far as some of the other names they've been linked to, talks with Dylan Cease have cooled. Sandy Alcantara from the Miami Marlins is supposedly at the top of their list. The Carlos Correa conversations we heard are all but dead, per Bob Nightingale. And outside of that, it's been pretty quiet while the Mariners are making some big moves and the Phillies made some big moves. The Astros are standing relatively pat. And I have no issue with that because I just don't know what it is that Dana Brown realistically can do. I just don't know. I don't see it. What assets do you have? How much money do you have under the luxury tax threshold to add on salary? You just don't have that much, So there you go. Now, every single Wednesday, Astros GM Dana Brown joins the Astros flagship, which usually leads to us reacting to what he had to say. Are you down with Dana Brown? Here is what Dana Brown had to say on the Astros flagship earlier today. First off, a Jeremy Pena update. We should have him back by the end of the week, says Dana Brown. All right. So that means he will be in Boston at some point. I think the real question is, does that mean end of the week, weekday or weekend? When it comes to the trade deadline, here's what Dana Brown had to say. Quote, I'm going to remain optimistic to do what we need to do to make this club better. Well, he's always going to be optimistic, and he's always going to pitch things like he's a politician. That's just what he does. And I would imagine that he might have had some involvement in what was leaked over the last 24 hours, the possibility of a Carlos Correa return, Dylan Cease, now Sandy Alcantara. How serious, though, do you take any of those when the guy that the Astros got to this point is Ramon Urias? He's going to be optimistic, though, so I do buy Dana Brown there. Are you down with Dana Brown? Dana asked about a trade. He said, quote, we look for impact first. If it's a bat, then it's a bat. An arm, it's an arm. Wow. Really tipping his hand here. My goodness. Really taking us behind the kimono. A lot of honesty, a lot of transparency. Hell yeah. Probably for the best that he's giving us less of that, though. Given that he got me so hot and bothered yesterday with the possibility of a Carlos Correa reunion. Dana Brown on Yordan Alvarez. Quote, we project that he could be back as soon as the middle of August. He's hitting, and we're building up the intensity. Tough to put a deadline in terms of a date. He's making a lot of progress. Okay. Middle of August for Yordan Alvarez. More from Dana Brown. Are you down with Dana Brown? Dana on players coming back from injury. The depth that is coming is your friend and not your enemy. What the hell is he? Machiavelli? The hell did that come from? Sun Tzu's Art of War? What are we doing here? Relax. Settle down. The depth coming is your friend, not your enemy. That's straight out of a fortune cookie. I guess it's a step in a different direction from saying the depth that is coming is trade deadline acquisitions, but the depth that is coming is your friend and not your enemy. Who thinks it's your enemy? More Dana Brown, this time talking about Christian Walker at the plate. I still think that the best is yet to come. Interesting, because Christian Walker, if you've been paying attention recently, has had a pretty good month or so. Now, still hitting 237 on the year, but if you go back over the course of the last few weeks to right before the All-Star break, and specifically that series that he had against the LA Dodgers, in July, Christian Walker hit .318 with an .833 OPS, 4 doubles and 3 home runs, 18 runs batted in. That's a pretty damn good month. Really. I don't think any of us saw that coming. I don't think we ever got that from Jose Abreu here. So not bad. I actually buy what Dana Brown is selling right there. Maybe he can keep it up. Dana Brown on whether the Astros will be improved by the deadline. That is the goal, and the priority is impact. Thanks, man. Yeah, that is the goal. Appreciate the insight. So there you go, everybody. Are you down with Dana Brown? We react to what Dana Brown had to say, generally Wednesdays, but today we did it as we wait for a possible Houston Astros move with baseball's trade deadline set to hit in a couple of hours. 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. You can also join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. I do not want the Astros to get competitive because the Mariners have won the trade deadline for a change, trading for a guy with 30-plus home runs, trading for a left-handed reliever. And I don't think the Astros will do something as the result of somebody else in the division. But there is no denying that the Mariners certainly improved themselves. From the 832, what's the deal with the phrase all but dead? Wouldn't that imply that the trade talks are still alive and kicking if they're all but dead? I feel the same way about that saying. So we're going to look this up and bore the hell out of everybody. Why is... This is riveting radio right now, no? Why is all but a saying? What's going on? All but means very nearly or all except. What is the meaning of the phrase all but? Very nearly, almost. Without you, the job would have been all but impossible. So it's basically like saying almost, but instead of saying almost, you say all but. Why not just say almost? What are we doing? Some ass man that's thinking about this phrase or something like that? All but. It is all about the butt. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. OTR Sean says, all the Mariners have done is bring back a player they let go. That is true, but he's having a great year. I imagine for Mariners fans, after a couple of days, they're going to be like, wait a second. Didn't we have this guy? Why did we trade him in the first place? But Jerry DiPoto said that the Mariners are going to go all in for a change. And this is pretty close to all in as far as things go. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston and the greatest sports talk show when it comes to incorporating music into the program in the history of God. We'll keep you posted on all things baseball trade deadline. And get this. It's training camp up the road, and things are messy once again. What am I talking about? You find out on the other side. Stay put, the Paul Gallant Show.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from Carbach Brewing Company as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
So here are all the names that the Houston Astros have been linked to with the trade deadline tonight, 5 p.m. Central Time. Dylan Cease, dead. Sandy Alcantara, dead. Ryan O'Hearn, dead. Brandon Lowe, Willie Castro, Stephen Kwan, Carlos Correa. There's a part of me that just wants to get to 5 p.m. Central Time. Let's rip the Band-Aid off. Let's let all of the Astros fans collectively freak out about a lack of anything done when it was unrealistic for them to actually accomplish anything, you know? That would be nice. Let's just get it over with. I am with a person I just saw posting on that list of all the players the Astros could have gotten at the trade deadline. Like, I just don't see anything else happening because I don't really see what it is they can give up. And I don't really want to give anything more up, you know? They're still in a pretty good position in the American League West. Does adding Eugenio Suarez, given the way that Seattle's ballpark is, does that really put them over the edge? Does adding a left-handed reliever help out as well? I just wonder about that. I mean, Suarez has been a hell of a contact hitter. Excuse me, not contact hitter. Hell of a power hitter the last few years. But Suarez, if you take a look at his numbers over the last couple of seasons, when he was in Seattle, he hit 236 in 22 and 232 in 23 and 31 homers in 22, 22 homers in 23, playing in all 162 games. Like, I bet Seattle thought they were getting a little bit more. This year, he is having his best season since 2019 in Cincinnati. And I wonder, you go back to Seattle, is this going to stay the same way? Seattle was very excited, I remember, when they got him. But I'm just not feeling it. Not feeling it. 713-780-3776 to call to text. Junior Broncos says, per Jeff Passan, Stephen Kwan just was traded to the Milwaukee Brewers. Well, there we go. Another name off the list. All right, guys, getting closer and closer to the start of NFL training camp, and we like to keep tabs on the boys up I-45. It's time to play with the Dallas Cowboys. I love this song so much. I kind of want to watch Top Gun. Watch some Gene volleyball. How the hell is Tom Cruise dating Anna de Armas? I know I'm in a very awesome relationship right now, but I'm annoyed by this. I'm annoyed. I don't care if he's Tom Cruise. You know, he hasn't won 6 Super Bowls like Bill Belichick or 7 like Tom Brady. But Paul, you've said he's the greatest actor of all time. Shut up. But still, you know. Anyway, what's going on at Dallas Cowboys practice? Uh-oh. Look at this. Calvin Watkins says after a nearly third fight, Brian Schottenheimer is making his team run. They had 3 fights yesterday. Cowboys getting feisty. How about that? How about them Cowboys? Let's go. Dak Prescott, guys, guess what? He's bleeping motivated to lead the Cowboys to the Super Bowl. Yeah, he even dropped the cussy cuss. Guess what? Dak Prescott also, he's most disappointed with the team's playoff results, saying, nobody's more disappointed than I am with the Cowboys' playoff results in my time running the show. Damn. CD Lamb, and by the way, clean up aisle me, Junior Broncos. I'm about to ban you for that. Junior Broncos was lying when he said Jeff Passan reported that Stephen Kwan got traded. I don't really care, but, here we are. It's baseball trade deadline day. Woohoo, baseball, what a sport. CD Lamb. Hear him say this. Dallas Cowboys talk. I'm a dominant wide receiver and will remind you of that this year. Hell yeah, dude. That's so cool. And now, guess what? He's got George Pickens lined up across from him. And George Pickens, he thinks the Cowboys are going to run better plays now with Brian Schottenheimer running the show. Hell yeah, dude. Cowboys are so back. Super Bowl, watch out, Philadelphia Eagles. Especially when someone like Tyler Smith is saying, quote, the Super Bowl is a realistic goal. End quote. Damn. Let's go. So there you go, everybody. That's hanging. That's playing with the Dallas Cowboys. We'll have more tomorrow. Lots of Dallas Cowboys stuff going on. But as far as baseball's trade deadline, yeah. I'm not feeling great. And everyone just keeps on putting out possibilities for the Astros. But these possibilities don't seem to have any smoke at all. John Morosi says the Tigers made a trade. The Tigers traded with the Rangers. The Rangers traded him Cody Hauer. Cody Hauer is a reliever with a 6.75 ERA. Why are the Tigers trading for bums? The Tigers traded for Rafael Montero earlier today. Now they're trading for this guy? What are we doing here? What's going on? What is happening? Just trying to serve up some batting practice in the 2-game series against the Astros this coming season? Anyway, let's take a look at some text here. The most interactive sports talk show in town. From the 281, Paul, you sounded like Charlie on Always Sunny in Philadelphia. That sounds fun. Ryan Lost in Texas says, I look like a hungover pilot that's about to take you on the absolute worst flight of your life on a bush plane to the Alaskan wilderness. It sounds like that one Mark Wahlberg movie that came out recently where he's got like the monk bald spot, like where the top's gone, but the sides are there. So that's fun. I feel like I don't know if I really look like Mark Wahlberg, but yeah, right now I'm wearing a Porsche hat, sunglasses, so no one will make eye contact with me as I do this show here at Carbach Brewery. And on top of that, I'm wearing a basketball jersey, Mario Ellie, a white T-shirt underneath, mustard-colored shorts, red shoes, and red socks. That's right, dude. I look like a boss. Per the texters. I honestly, I don't know. I probably do look more hungover than I'm saying right now. I'm not, though. I'm not. Big Art says the Astros need to be on injury watch, Dark Knight style. Well, no, we have Astros ER for that. And listen, there haven't been any new injuries. It's more just Isaac Paredes has gone from being out 2 months to being out 6 to 7 months, which is an insane amount of time to be out with a hamstring injury. Someone's got an explanation for Ana de Armas and Tom Cruise from the 832. And again, I might have to take everything texted in with a grain of salt after Junior Broncos ruined it for everybody by telling me about a trade that happened that didn't actually happen and that I was too lazy to look up. From the 832, Paul, Anna was chosen by the Church of Scientology for Tom. Yes, they choose who to pair him with in order for him to easily promote the church, since he is literally the second most powerful Scientologist on the planet. Who's the most powerful Scientologist on the planet? I figured he'd be the first. Now what we really need to know is if Anna is okay with his personal relationships with Fish. Well, they're holding hands. She can't be too weirded out, From the 832, Paul, don't worry. Once all the Astros players come back, it's like making trades. That is true. That is true. It's just Yainer Diaz is not going to be coming back a little bit better. From the 409, who uses Anyway better, Gilbert or Paul? I do say that a lot, don't I? When I'm wrapping up a thought. Anyway, you know why I do it? There's this YouTube video, and I bet maybe a few of you have seen it, called Mr. Plinkett's Star Wars review. It's from Red Letter Media. If you're ever bored and you want to watch somebody just dump on the Star Wars prequels for the bad movies that they were, go watch them. They're actually very funny, and he would end any of his thoughts by saying anyway all the time. So I guess I do that now too. I got some bad habits. Got to shake that off. From the 281, has Altuve gotten better in left field? You know, I totally forgot that he's been playing left field a lot. From the 281, John Travolta's the number one Scientologist, but what has John Travolta done in like forever? You know, it's got to be. No, John Travolta can't be the number one Scientologist unless he was the first Scientologist. John Travolta, Tom Cruise, Scientology power rankings. So I know there's the South Park episode about them, you know, Tom Cruise in the closet. Here's a ranking based on information about Tom Cruise and John Travolta per artificial intelligence about where they rank. Number 1, Tom Cruise. Number 2, John Travolta, because he maintains a lower profile. So there you go. According to a former Tom Cruise bodyguard, Cruise surpassed Travolta in the church hierarchy and was recognized as its most dedicated member with the Freedom Medal of Valor Award. There you go, guys. All sorts of Scientology takes. Please don't sue me. It is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Get this, guys. We are just 35 days away from the start of the NFL season. So exciting. Who's the best 35 in NFL history? Who's the best 35 in Texans history? And a key question about the Houston Texans. I got into a debate last night about it. We'll discuss. Stay put. 5 days away from the kickoff of the NFL season. The Eagles, the Cowboys. Hell yeah. Who is the best 35 in NFL history? Some say it's Aeneas Williams. You might remember Aeneas Williams from his time with the St. Louis Rams. He was part of the Greatest Show on Turf. He also played before that for the Arizona Cardinals for a few years. 10 seasons in Phoenix. I think they were the Phoenix Cardinals for a little bit. 91 to 2000, he played for the Rams to end his career. 01 through 04. 3-time first-team All-Pro, 2-time second-team All-Pro, 8-time Pro Bowler, interceptions co-leader in 1994. Went to Southern University. Has a brother named Achilles and is from New Orleans, Louisiana. Also, speaking of New Orleans, did you know that Earl Campbell wore number 35 in New Orleans? That's just so weird, huh? It's weird to see Earl Campbell with the Saints. But he wore number 35 there. Saints, man. It's pretty crazy how bad they were until Sean Payton and Drew Brees. And now they look like they are back to where they used to be. Who is the best Houston Texan to wear 35? This one was a tough one. There's a bunch of names that are out there. I think number 35 for the Texans currently is Jake Hansen. Shout out to Eddie Pleasant, who I remember very well from his time as a special teamer for the Texans back in the day. But not a lot of great Houston Texans wearing number 35. Got into a debate about this today. There's this idea from some who have been out at Texans training camp that the offensive line has not been a mess. I think it's been a mess, and I think in particular Blake Fisher has looked the worst of most of the offensive linemen, mainly because the guy keeps on false starting. And it gets to the point where the coaches get frustrated with him and they just bench him. I think all the offensive linemen don't look particularly good, but the fact that Blake Fisher is behind a rookie, even though he got a lot of experience last season at right tackle, this early in training camp isn't a good sign for him. It's not. And that same rookie, Arianti Ursary, is also working with the third unit at left tackle. It looks like we're closer to the Texans even deciding who their starting offensive line is going to be. I think they're looking to have it decided by next week. The only position battle that seems like it's still happening is at center between Jake Andrews and Jarrett Patterson. Cam Robinson seems to have won the left tackle job. No Trent Brown to compete with because he's still not showed up. Laken Tomlinson's at left guard. Titus Howard's moved to right guard. Titus Howard is the only guy that I think has definitively won his job by default. And then you got a right tackle rookie, Arianti Ursary, out there. I would like to say it's because Ursary is good, and some people are trying to push that. Ursary is just so good. He's surpassed Blake Fisher. Like, do you want that? Don't you want Ursary to be the one that is fighting for playing time right now as opposed to just getting beat right out of the chute in training camp before padded practices begin and the first couple of padded practices? So things could theoretically change, but it looks like the Texans have already gotten close to settling on who their starting offensive line will be going into the year, barring injuries. And there we have it. More from around the National Football League. Trey Hendrickson, Bengals pass rusher, spoke up after showing up to report to Cincinnati. When asked about talks about a contract extension, he said this: things are exactly the same. What I'm not going to do is, as best as I can do, avoid being a distraction. Wait a second. Double negatives here, Trey Hendrickson. Can we not do that kind of thing? What I'm not going to do is, as best as I can do, avoid being a distraction. I want to help the guys, but I mean, all he could do is, I'm going to try to be just say I'm avoiding being a distraction. I'm trying to avoid being a distraction. What I'm not going to do is, as best as I can do, avoid being a distraction. Sounds like you're saying I am not going to avoid being a distraction. Language, it matters. Words, use them right, use them well. We'll see if Trey Hendrickson actually plays for them this season. I do think he killed a lot of his leverage in actually reporting here. Lamar Jackson, he's a quarterback. He plays for the Baltimore Ravens. Get this. John Harbaugh had this to say about Jackson. Harbaugh's been doing a lot of interviews this offseason. He was on Part of My Take earlier this week. He was also on ESPN's This Is Football with Kevin Clark. There's so many things, and Lamar, as a person, is the thing I'd say I appreciate the most. The leader of the person, the genuine human being that he is. I love him as a person. But I think from a football standpoint, just to go to the most basic, simple thing, Lamar, as a passer, he is a historically good passer. And that's really quite a statement because of the narrative that's been surrounding him ever since the beginning. Lamar Jackson can throw the football. He can throw it every kind of way. He can make every kind of throw any way you want. He's as good as any passer there's ever been. Damn! And I think now the numbers are proving that. Okay, I think he's better as a passer than he's always been made out to be, but that is an absolute Travis Shamockery and offensive to my God, Tom Brady. So, John Harbaugh, I might have to do a jihad on you. I might have to go jihad ward on you. The Titans signed him this week, by the way. I don't know. Doesn't seem like that would be the best thing to name your kid. Anyway, whatever. That's neither here nor there. Lamar Jackson, one of the best passers we've ever seen for John Harbaugh, as good as any passer that there's ever been. I think this would qualify as fluff during this time in the offseason. What else is going on around the National Football League? What relationships across the league are still a work in progress? And what relationships for the Texans are a work in progress? I definitely think their offensive line is figuring out how to gel with one another. But there are some interesting comments made by Tua Tagovailoa. Remember when at the end of the season, Tyreek Hill said, yeah, I'm leaving. Like, I want to get traded. And they didn't trade him. And now he's back. And he's acting like nothing happened. Tua Tagovailoa said that his relationship with Tyreek Hill is a work in progress. And Hill, for his part, actually honest here, said, I feel I haven't given the best version of myself throughout my entire career. Very interesting to hear him actually be honest and accountable for the stupid thing that he said at the end of last year that honestly did nothing to help him get to where he might have wanted to go. And more than anything, probably just created some drama in his relationship with both with Tua Tagovailoa and with Jalen Waddle. Jalen Waddle was asked about the idea that he is now Tua Tagovailoa's favorite receiver. And he said, nah, man, that ain't true. He didn't say that, but that's me paraphrasing it. So there you go. 10-minute drill continues. See this? Hear about this? Remember how everyone had some conspiracies about the Cleveland Browns drafting Shedeur Sanders because Shedeur Sanders was waiting around so long, and even though they had drafted Dylan Gabriel a couple of rounds earlier, it did seem like maybe, just maybe, given the dead reactions by both Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry when the pick was made, it seems the Browns want people to believe that they did not, I repeat, did not force Andrew Berry to make that selection. Here is Browns owner Jimmy Haslam yesterday.
If you'd have told me, so you picked him on Saturday, right? Friday night driving home, y'all are going to pick Shedeur, I would say that's not happening. But we had a conversation early that morning, and then we had a conversation later that day. I think we had the right people involved in the conversation. At the end of the day, that's Andrew Berry's call. Andrew made the call to pick Shedeur. Just like who's going to start or what play we're going to call is Kevin's call. But that's Andrew's call. He made the call.
Okay. Interesting. Very, very interesting. I don't believe him at all. This is damage control. And I wonder if the Browns will have their current regime in place at the end of the year with a two-time coach of the year and Kevin Stefanski and their GM. Would you want to stay there? It just seems so dysfunctional. You got like 8 quarterbacks. I'm exaggerating. It's 5, but too many. Anyway, guys, it is the Paul Gallant Show live at Carbach Brewery. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston, and on Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 832, Paul, 12 days to the NFL opening day falls on a Sunday. What are you going to do with your idol? Are you going to say F it and talk about 12 on Monday, which is 11 days to opening day, or you won't just talk about the greatest number 12 of all time? I mean, I honestly do that every single day. So do you really want more of that? I always find a way to squeeze in Tommy. So don't worry about that. We'll do number 11. I'll probably do Drew Bledsoe instead, who's definitely not the greatest number 11 of all time. What are the Astros doing? We'll keep you posted. It's been a slow trade deadline for them to this point. Do they need to get a little more aggressive? We'll discuss that and more. It is the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Carbach Brewing Company as part of ESPN Houston's summer circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston, 713-780-3776 to call to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Guys, I have some major breaking news for the Houston Astros right now. I was just talking with a source. This source told me something, and hold on to your hats and buckle up your belts because this is about to change everything. Is that enough of a dramatic pause for you? I'll go even further. Again, you might need to pull over to the side of the road for this one. But per my source, let me read the text. The Astros, quote, might, end quote, do, and then we quote one more time, something, end quote, by today's 5 p.m. trade deadline. That's huge. The Astros might do something by the trade deadline tonight at 5 p.m. Central Time. The source went even further. And again, buckle up. The source confirmed the Astros are optimally looking for a human being who plays a sport called baseball. It's a sport that involves a bat and a ball. The ball is thrown from like 90 feet away or something from home plate. There's 4 plates. One's a plate. The other 3 are bases. And then you throw the ball past the guy, and he's supposed to hit it in between this right angle-ish kind of thing that touches the plate. And yeah, so that's what is going on, okay? The Astros might do something, and that something is acquiring a baseball player. Yes, I know. That was the most annoying thing I think I've ever done on this show. But here's the thing. I am losing my mind right now. I am going on X every single commercial break, and every single time I go on it, some random person is saying, the Astros are talking to this guy. And then the next thing you know, after the Astros are talking to this guy, someone's about to say, the conversations between the Astros and this team about this guy are all but over. And they always word it like that. And it's so damn annoying. More annoying than me doing what I just did. But that's what's been happening out there, you know? Anyway, no move was made. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. 10832. Paul, I almost crashed trying to park my car on the side of the road. Sorry about that. It happens. That happens, man. But the city of Houston's on pins and needles for something that's likely not going to happen. I think right now all they have done is upgrade the third base position, which they certainly need to for perhaps next year as well, given that the hamstring injury, which you assume is going to be like a month, for Isaac Paredes has turned into a 2-month injury, which then turned into a 6 to 7 month injury. So they get Ramon Urias from the Baltimore Orioles, an infielder who won the Gold Glove a couple of years ago. Not great years fielding-wise, 2023, 2024, but this year he's been a little bit better. His OPS is in the high 600s, making less than $4 million. They're supposedly, the Astros, thinking about Steven Kwan. That actually seems realistic. Dylan Cease, Sandy Alcantara, Carlos Correa, some of the Eugenio Suarez, some of the names that the Astros have been linked to have always seemed far-fetched. So I think that you're going to see some more rumors over the next couple of hours and the next couple of days. It'll probably be, looking back on it, a whole lot of nothing. So we'll see if they have an updated roster in Boston this weekend. Defensively, they should be a little bit better if they bring in this guy, because I don't even really know who the hell is playing at third base. I really don't. Who do you optimally want out there? 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Hanging out at Carbach. Come out here. Register for a chance to win a pair of e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. What else is going down in the world of sports as we continue to wait? Should we bring back a segment that we haven't done in a while? because it's the only other sport that's going on right now. Sean, should we talk a little WNBA as we wait for the Astros to not do anything by 5 p.m. Central Time? What do you think?
What a choice you just given me, but it's in the rundown, so let's do it.
Let's do it. Time for some WNBA. It is. Did anyone see what happened in the game? There's two things that have paused games over the last week in the WNBA, and I'm not sure which is worse. The first incident took place when a strong, powerful, independent woman on a WNBA team's wig was knocked off of her head. Play stopped, and she ran into the locker room as if she had been pantsed or peed her pants. It was weird how quickly she ran. I don't think that she's balding or anything like that. It seemed like she had a hair cap on underneath it. Why the hell would you wear a wig while playing a sport? I suppose that could be asked of a lot of different people, because I believe Andre Agassi, for the longest time, that mullet crown that he had on the top of his head, I'm assuming that was a wig. Go back and look that up if you've never seen it. Holy smokes. There's like a boat up on top of his head. But what was that all about? A while ago, I went on a few dates with somebody, and she had great hair, but she would wear a wig from time to time. And I was always like, why not just have the natural hair? But I don't know. Maybe that's a WNBA thing. Maybe there's other players doing it. But they stopped the game. They stopped the game in the middle of the action because she had to go and get her wig, I guess, glued back on. And someone got ejected for making fun of that. So that's one of the reasons that a WNBA game was paused over the last week. There's also this. Did anyone see what happened? A neon green device was thrown onto a WNBA court. A neon green device that we've seen Buffalo Bills fans in the past throw on to the football field. Yes, one of those. Go and watch the video. The broadcast was so uncomfortable talking about the object that had been thrown and nearly hit somebody as they were driving towards the basket, and it just bounced. And the camera, weirdo, zoomed in on it until whoever was running the broadcast realized, oh, we just zoomed in on a device that's designed to get certain people to Happy Town. Yes, that literally just got thrown on the court, and it bounced. It bounced a lot. It definitely made a rubber. Boom! So 2 WNBA games have been paused for random devices and wigs falling on the court in just a week. I don't get why they zoomed in on the object. I really don't. You got more stories about people hating Caitlin Clark. Sophie Cunningham, strong, powerful, independent woman, and I guess Arby's model now, had this to say about all those who have been saying that Caitlin Clark isn't the reason for the WNBA's popularity. Watch out for the language.
And it literally pisses me off when people are like, she's not the face of the league.
Who would be?
What?
Sabrina? No.
No, there's really good, well-known people in our league. I'm not discrediting them. We have a lot of badasses in our league.
Yeah.
Hell yeah to that. I'm all for that. But when people try to argue that she's not the face of our league,
yeah,
or if our league would be where we're at without her, you're dumb as
yeah.
You're literally dumb.
Damn. Well, she showed them. So Sophie Cunningham, if you mess with her or you mess with Caitlin Clark, watch out. Just drop your ass. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. We're talking about the WNBA. It's everyone's favorite sport this time of year, you know? Angel Reese, I feel bad for. There's an Angel Reese story. Somebody posted a fake quote online that was attributed to her, and she definitely didn't say it. But this is what happens these days. You post something to Facebook, and it just blows up, and people will run with it. There's no fact checking of it. So this quote said this, and it's never happened, by the way. But the quote says, where did it go? It's a bizarre one. Y'all make $1,400 a week. I make $1,400 in 7 days. Someone just put that out and attributed it to her. She never said it. Obviously, that's a very funny statement because it's saying you make $1,400 a week. I make $1,400 in 7 days. 7 days is, get this, the exact length of time that it takes to get from the start to the end of a week. So now you know the rest of the story. And Angel Reese, poor lady, who definitely has not done herself any favors with the way that she has handled all things Caitlin Clark. She did not say that at the very least, okay? Anyway, Paul Gallant Show. I'm Paul Gallant. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Just talking about the big league. Up next, did the Astros do anything? Probably not. So how about we find inner peace thanks to the musings of an Astro that we didn't know had this in him. What am I talking about? You'll find out next. Stick around. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston, live at Carbach Brewery. It's part of the ESPN Houston Summer Circuit. I'm Paul Gallant. Stay there. The most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. We're hanging out at Carbog. Come on down, swing by. If you're out here, you can register for a chance to win a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. Also, got to tell you about some of the cool stuff going on here at Carbach. In case you didn't know, Carbach has an awesome brewery location. So there's a big beer garden. This beer garden is a pretty damn cool spot. Today, obviously, in the last couple of days, it's been hot as balls. So maybe you're not going to be out here in the near future. But come springtime, we were out here in March for March Madness. It was awesome. There's TVs out on the patio. There's also, in the backyard, a place called Pizza and Pints. So it's got draft beer and pizza, and you can smell the pizza from the oven. It smells so effing good. So lots of stuff going on. At the end of the month, on August 31st, Carbach's doing a beer garden bash from 11 to 6. It's a Saturday. There'll be yard games, hot dog eating contests, local vendors, live mural painting, a petting zoo, and more right here in the beer garden. The beer garden, Bundesliga. Family friendly, free to attend, pure summer fun. So mark your calendars. That's coming up. There's also going to be a Hopadillo home run derby on August 9th. That sounds pretty interesting. And got to check this out too, because listen, drinks, they're fun. There's a new drink. It's the lager. For those who don't know, Carbach Lager is a bottled version that's going to roll out next year. But Carbach Lager is the first namesake release. It's a true Texas lager with a crisp and refreshing finish and a medium to light body, perfect for riding up the Texas summer heat. So there you go, guys. It's got the balanced flavor with Saaz and Hallertau traditional hops. I don't know what that means, but it sounds awesome. It's a cool-looking bottle, too. Anyway, baseball's trade deadline is this afternoon, 5 p.m. Central Time. I guess it's in the evening. Nothing new for the Astros outside of what they did earlier today. They traded for infielder Ramon Urias. They sent a minor leaguer, Twine Palmer, a pitcher, to Baltimore to bring him back. They also got cash considerations in exchange for him. He'll make $3.15 million this year. He's under club control next year as well. His splits, for what it's worth, somewhat better than Carlos Correa. Actually, from a hitting perspective, considering what Correa is making, you'd be surprised to know that despite playing in fewer games, Urias has more home runs than Correa, 8 to Correa's 7, more RBIs than Correa. And while he's hitting 248 with a 688 OPS, Correa's just hitting 267 with the 704 OPS. Correa's been a bit of a disappointment this season, and the Twins also a bit of a disappointment this year. Urias was a former Gold Glover. Meanwhile, some of the other names that we've heard the Astros attached to, Carlos Correa, those conversations all but dead. Dylan Cease, those conversations have cooled. I don't know how much stock I put into the idea that they are pursuing Sandy Alcantara or into Astros pitcher, Guardians outfielder Stephen Kwan, but those are some other names that have been floated out there. So you want to jump in, you know what to do. It's 713-780-3776 to call the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch, ESPN 975. I do not think that the Astros need to make a move by the trade deadline. I think getting that third baseman is probably enough for now. But maybe they feel otherwise. In the meantime, we just got to sit and we've got to wait. So now, guess what, guys? We're going to bring you something positive, a little energy into your life, because a man on the Houston Astros, who I believe will be here when the trade deadline passes, he's got some words of wisdom for you. I am, of course, talking about Framber Valdez, who joined the hellscape known as X. Let's share some of his words of wisdom with some nice music in the background to get you happy. Here is what he said on X when he first got on. Hi, everybody. I share with you my X account. Please follow me. And you should, because he's going to help you be a lot more positive. Good morning. God bless you. Buen día. Que Dios les bendiga. I think that's the same thing on Spanish, unless he's all of a sudden just a cussy guy on Espanol. I don't really remember much of the Duolingo I took on Spanish. More from Framber Valdez, words of wisdom from his X account, which is a shining light on the hellscape that app has become. Every day is a new opportunity to improve and get closer to your dreams. Don't give up. Or on Espanol, cada día es una nueva oportunidad para mejorar y calzarte a tus sueños. No te rindas. Did I get that right? I think so. Wow. Multilingual. One last thought to share with you from Framber Valdez's X account. Just one small positive thought in the morning can change your whole day. God bless you. Or en español, solo un pequeño pensamiento positivo por la mañana puede cambiar todo tu día. Que Dios los bendiga. Again, I hope none of those were cusses. But there you go, guys. Framber Valdez, follow him on X if you want to feel better about the world. It's pretty hard to do that. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Ryan Lost in Texas says, Paul, you should see how quickly you can chug 6 pints of rodeo clown. That seems irresponsible, Ryan. So I'm not going to do that kind of thing. You know, I just won't. I just will not. I can't do it. But the rodeo clowns are very good. It's usually like 2 or 3, then you're feeling it, which is for a beer, for me, a little bit quicker than normal. And beer is something I can usually just keep going and going and going and going and going and going and going. I don't know if I could do the 9 beer, 9 hot dog challenge, mainly because of the hot dogs, though. I do think that over. Could I do 9 beer? I don't know if I could do 9 beers in a baseball game. That's a lot of beer. It's a lot of liquid in the stomach. So I'm not sure if I could do the challenge. Do the hot dogs help? Do you eat the 9 hot dogs first and then the 9 beers? God, that would be just absolutely catastrophic burpage going out there. You're just going to be it's not going to be great. It's definitely going to smell, you know? 9 hot dogs, 9 beers. Definitely not doing that with rodeo clowns, everybody. So, yeah, nothing's going on, guys, on the Astros trade deadline. I really thought there would be a little bit more. I essentially thought that today's show would be one of those ones where the Astros make a move. We talk about it a little bit every single segment, and then we drift off into other things. I honestly thought that Framber Valdez had more motivational quotes on his X to this point, but right now, he only had 3. I thought there might be a little bit more. That's what happens when you just start your X account. But I hope he doesn't stop. Powerful, positive messages are things that we absolutely need on X going forward. Other moves across baseball. The Tigers have gotten a couple of relievers. They got Nationals closer Kyle Finnegan. They also traded for Rafael Montero. I can't believe they traded for Montero. The Phillies got Yohan Duran, and they also got Harrison Bader. The Mariners got Eugenio Suarez back, and they also acquired a left-handed reliever. But for the Astros, it's only been one move to this point, and that move was acquiring Ramon Urias, who is a pretty good fielder and a pretty forgettable hitter. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. A texter brings up a great point. There is a football game tonight. There is. The NFL Hall of Fame game. It's the Los Angeles Chargers and the Detroit Lions, 7 p.m. on NBC and Peacock. Now, the team names are cool. Is it possible that starters actually play? I'm skeptical about that. What would the Lions gain from risking players getting injured in a preseason game? Also, I'd ask, I think there was a rumor that you might see a little Justin Herbert in this game, but same logic. Like, what is the benefit in putting him out there? How much better can they get out there? You know, I think it's just going to be really difficult for them to, especially given the Chargers' brutal luck historically, leave him in there for a long period of time. Preseason's first game is one of those ones where you're happy football's back. You see helmets, you see cool uniforms for about, I would say, like 7 minutes of action. And then after 7 minutes of action, you're like, oh, yeah, there's no stakes attached to this game. It's a bit of a mess. I don't know who's out there. And then, of course, you've got the problem that happens regularly in Canton, Ohio, where sometimes the field doesn't work. Like sometimes it's just not ready to go. But, hey, football is technically back. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, and Twitch at ESPN 975. Coming up next, it looks like even if the Texans' offensive line is not going to be great this coming season, it looks like things are once again going to be pretty damn easy in the AFC South. You'll hear why next. Stick around. It's the Paul Gallant Show.
This is the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Carbach Brewing Company as part of ESPN Houston's summer circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Nothing from the Astros on trade deadline day outside of Ramon Urias, who they traded a relief pitcher in the minor leagues to get. That's it. As far as anything else, there's some names that they're linked to, but I'm not putting a lot of stock into any of those links. Someone asked earlier in the show, and I forgot to answer this, so apologies on that front. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, after all. But this person asked the question about Derek Stingley. I guess one of the other shows here on ESPN Radio had, not local, I think national, had ranked the corners in the National Football League. And they put both Sauce Gardner and Patrick Surtain, Sauce Gardner with the Jets, Patrick Surtain with the Broncos. I think is it Patrick Surtain the second? I think it is, because I remember his dad played for the Dolphins back in the day. Were ranked ahead. I'll be perfectly honest. I haven't seen enough Surtain to really make a strong point that Stingley is better than Surtain. I do think, though, that Stingley over the last year and a half has been better than Sauce Gardner. I think he's been more impactful. And I think on top of that, the fact that he's quiet helps his, I guess, aura, if you will. So I think Stingley has been better than Gardner for a bit. I think a lot of people are still putting him ahead, Gardner over Stingley in the rankings. And I think it's entirely related to the fact that one plays in New York and is often discussed, though generally in clown car fashion, given what the Jets have always been. And with Stingley, he's a quiet guy from H-Town, you know. But I like Derek Stingley going into this season. I really like this secondary. I think it's loaded. As far as the AFC South, how's that division looking? Some updates from training camp as we take a look around the South side. Yeah. Everybody. Yeah. Doesn't matter, Brian. AFC South champs. Sorry to interrupt. So, the Colts quarterback competition, it is apparently a heated one. Anthony Richardson, Colts quarterback, who subbed himself out of a Texans-Colts game, thinks he's the day one starter. But Shane Steichen thinks the battle between the two quarterbacks, Anthony Richardson and former Giants quarterback Daniel Jones, is neck and neck. And once again, I'm seeing the same rhetoric from the same people who are claiming the Colts need to figure out what Anthony Richardson is. Guys, they have. I do not see Anthony Richardson dramatically changing his approach to the point where he can be counted on as a quarterback, even if he does it temporarily. Do you really buy into him being more mature for the entirety of a regular season? A guy who subbed himself out in the middle of a game against a division rival who had taken the Texans to the absolute wire at the end of the 2023 season. This guy is subbing out when he should be the difference between the Colts of 2023 and the Colts of 2024 in terms of maybe the Colts beating the Texans a couple of times. I thought that was a lame move. He has splash plays from time to time. Lots of players can do that. He's inconsistent, and I just do not subscribe to him, given what we've seen to this point through 2 years, ever being in Indianapolis the kind of guy that realizes that he's got a golden opportunity here and he's not taking it as seriously as he needs to. I think this is one of those guys where he's going to need to fall hard and potentially in the next spot he does well because he definitely has talent. He's exceptionally fast and he's got a bit of an arm. But I'm tired of seeing analysts online saying, look, you got to figure out what Anthony Richardson is. You know what Anthony Richardson is. The offseason puff stories should not change your mind. But for some people, it has. Another story from the AFC South. God, the Titans are such an abomination. So Lorenzo Carter signed with the Tennessee Titans this offseason. And I guess right after training camp started, he just retired. That's it. Per Buck Rising, who works for Titans A to Z Sports and 104.5 The Zone, does a lot of football stuff. He says, it is objectively hilarious that in 3 separate seasons out of the 9 I've covered the Titans, a player has signed here in free agency, taken about a month to look around and decided, you know what? I'm actually all set here, and retired. Woof. Yeah, that's rough. That's rough. They're a bad organization, guys, and I think there's a chance they're once again the worst team in the league this year. We'll do more South Side tomorrow about Cam Ward, his performance as quarterback. Travis Hunter, meanwhile, we go to the Jaguars around the South Side, is a player who can play on offense and on defense. Best case scenario for Jacksonville. Pete Prisco of CBS Sports, who's a bit of a Jags honk, despite having all these hot takes that he has. He's always had an affinity for the Jaguars, and I feel like it's always been misplaced. He asked Travis Hunter to come up with a nickname for himself.
We got to come up with a nickname for you, okay? Because nobody does what you do. What will it be?
It's the unicorn.
It is the unicorn.
Yes, sir. It's
You're
the
gonna market
unicorn.
that and get it out there and get some posters and stuff and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to see what I can do.
I like it. I like the unicorn. I call you the machine though, because you play all those plays.
So it's not like he went up to a press conference and said, I'm the unicorn now. It's not like he showed up to the press conference with a horn that he got at Party City with like one of those little elastic bands underneath his head and said, like, I'm the unicorn now, bitch. Like, he didn't do that. So I think you have to be a little bit fair with how you describe this. And I do want to see Travis Hunter actually play both sides of the ball. We've never seen it. But the unicorn is a nickname. It's a lame one. You know what I think of when I think about unicorns? I think about Charlie the Unicorn. But I also think about an Irish folk song that's been stuck in my head for years and 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 years. I hate that it's stuck in my head, but every single St. Patrick's Day, when I was going to school up in Massachusetts at a Catholic school, there was an array of Irish folk songs that I heard, and this is one of them. And it's a song about a unicorn. And you know what unicorns should be remembered for? For being lazy a-holes who ended up getting themselves killed by procrastinating. Maybe Paul needs to take a lesson from this unicorn. Here is a song by the Irish Rovers.
Then the ark started moving, and it drifted with the tide. And the unicorns looked up from the rocks and they cried. And the waters came down and sort of floated them away. Oh, that's why you've never seen a unicorn to this very day. But you'll see green alligators and long-necked geese, some hunchback camels and some chimpanzees, some cats and rats and elephants, but sure as you're born, you're never gonna see no unicorn.
So this is a children's song essentially about Noah's Ark and about all the animals that were on the ark. And it's funny, like the end of the song is essentially that like there were some unicorns too, and the unicorns could have gotten on the boat, but they were too late. And basically, did you hear him just like that Irish song just happily singing about these unicorns seeing the boat leave as they were swept away by the waters and probably died an agonizing death via drowning. Ah, I'm a unicorn. Ah, I'm drowning. I didn't make the boat in time. Like that's legitimately how that song ends. So it's a lesson. You don't want to be a unicorn. Everyone gets called a unicorn. You know, was it Kristaps Porzingis and a bunch of other basketball players were called that? No, you don't want to be a unicorn. Unicorns are lazy slobs. I mean, every single time I've seen them in fiction, they've been dead, like in Harry Potter, or they've shown up late to the ark and they drowned. They just drowned like an idiot. Their horn sticking out of the water. Like just stupid ass horse with the horn on your head. Anyway, Travis Hunter, I think you want a better nickname than that. Long story short. Interesting. A couple of different interpretations of what unicorn is on the text line. From the 747, Key from LA says, call guys unicorns if you work cleanup and you know how to grocery shop. Interesting. Women call guys unicorns if you work, clean up the house, and you know how to grocery shop. Okay. I don't know. I think guys would call that something else. They call that what they call me. For the 281, unicorn is also the woman that wants to join you and your wife in the sack. Kinky much, Texter? What else do we have here on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston? From the 281, Paul, how would you rank the professional stadiums in Houston? I feel like they are becoming outdated. Oh, are you one of the owners of sports teams in Houston? Are you one of the owners? Is this Cal McNair or Hannah McNair? This 100% feels like some sort of plant. I think all the stadiums are fine. I don't feel like paying any extra taxpayer money. I think the problem with the Dynamo Stadium is it's outside. I think it's a pretty nice stadium, but it's outside and it's hot most of Dynamo season. The big problem with Toyota Center is it just feels old. So I'd say probably Toyota Center of the three major ones is the worst. And then between that, it's Daikin Park and NRG Stadium. I hate driving to the NRG Stadium area. I think it's in the middle of nowhere and it's kind of an ugly area. And I've been there so many times that might have jaded me a little bit. So Daikin Park's probably my favorite. I wish the air conditioning was better, but I do think it's actually a very pretty ballpark. And of course, you've got my $3,000 El Tiempo margaritas, which are great. Anyway, guys, it's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. We're hanging out at Carbach. Come out. You have a chance, thanks to our ESPN Houston Summer Circuit, to register and win a pair of bicycles from the Power on Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. You can join us Thursday, which is today, until 6 p.m. Yeah, baseball's trade deadline's at 5. Killer Bees will tell you if anything else happens Astros-wise. We're keeping you posted. It seems like nothing's going to happen involving the Houston Astros by the end of today's show. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The most interactive sports talk show in town. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from Carbach Brewing Company as part of ESPN Houston's summer circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. Only one move for the Astros at the trade deadline to this point. They traded a minor league reliever to Baltimore for third baseman Ramon Urias. He's a pretty good fielder. Meh hitter. Not bad, though. Average, I think, 248, 249, 8 homers, an OPS just shy of 700. So there you go as far as who the Astros brought in. Pete Martinez comments on YouTube, trading for that Orioles third baseman is not going to be enough. Well, I don't think anything that they could realistically have done at the trade deadline would be enough, because I just don't think that they have that much to give to potentially get someone. And they also don't have that much financial space to add someone without another team spending a lot of money, which would likely make whatever the Astros give up to go get a player a little bit more expensive. So there's certainly been some rumors, Dylan Cease, Carlos Correa, Sandy Alcantara, et cetera, but I do not think you should be waiting with bated breath for the Astros to make a move at the trade deadline. At this moment in time, you should think about this. You should think about, are the Astros going to be able to get back some of their injured players? Per Dana Brown, Jeremy Pena, this was yesterday, Jeremy Pena could be back this weekend. Jeremy Pena hit a home run in a rehab assignment for the Sugarland Space Cowboys last night. Christian Javier pitched. He didn't look great, but he did pitch. Didn't do so bad. And didn't do great either. This is, I don't know how to judge a rehab start for a pitcher. Spencer Arrighetti, meanwhile, is on the hill for the Astros tonight. So that's something you could watch. Or excuse me, not the Astros, for the Sugarland Space Cowboys tonight. So that's something you theoretically could watch. But I think you're just going to have to continue waiting until 5 p.m. Central Time, and I don't imagine the Astros are going to do anything. The Mariners have added. They added Eugenio Suarez, who's got 35-plus homers to this point, adding him to the Cal Raleigh side of things. I mean, they got two of the most dangerous power hitters in the league, and they also added a reliever as they try to outgun the Texas Rangers for that final wild card spot. All right, it is 2:36 on a Wednesday. Excuse me, on a Thursday. It is time for How Far is Too Far. How far is too far? Is it too far to use your husband getting fired to promote your podcast? Because that's exactly what John Singleton's wife, Lindsay Singleton, did. Lindsay Singleton posted, "Let me break the news. John Singleton was just DFA'd." Okay. I suppose you want to control the message or something like that, or maybe you don't want some other reporter putting it out there. But she then reposted it with this caption, 1 million views on this tweet is insane. We have always loved Houston and the great fans. You count the views you got on an X post? It's kind of lame, dude. Then, in parentheses afterwards, imagine seeing this tweet and then finding out I have a podcast where I'm a lot more unfiltered than this. Laughing while crying emoji. So are you in your middle-aged white man era? That's my lane. That's my lane, Lindsay, first of all. Second, Your husband got fired, and you're like, wow, lots of people saw this post where I broke my husband getting fired. Hey, I got a podcast. Check it out. First guest, hubby. It's weird. I'm sure she's nice. I think that was a weird post. So I think that was too far. Using your husband to promote your podcast? Yeah. More. How far is too far? Is it too far to get fired by ESPN a couple of days before your brother is supposed to get inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame? Because that's what Shannon Sharp thinks. Here's what he had to say on the nightcap.
To get started, obviously, I'm sure everybody's heard the news by now that I will not be returning to ESPN.
Got fired.
I found out this information a little earlier in the week.
Just say
and
fired.
Really, the only thing that I really ask is, like, guys, could we wait until Monday?
No, because they
my
fired
brother's
you.
Going into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I really want it to be about him, and I want it to be about my family. I know this coming out will overshadow everything that he's worked his entire life for. And unfortunately, it didn't happen that way.
Yeah, no bleep, because you did weird kinky role play with an OnlyFans girl who's like 30 years younger than you. And again, not judging necessarily, but I mean, she made some pretty serious allegations against you and you settled. What do you think was going to happen? What do you think was going to happen? So now, listen, Shannon's going to do fine with his side project. He clearly has a pretty massive audience for that nightcap show, and I imagine it's going to be stepping into the void, probably Chad Johnson. If you like those speak for your pizza shows, I'll be honest, pass. But it's very weird. Shannon's like, I wish they would have, fired me after my brother got inducted into the Hall of Fame, because this is going to take away some of the headlines. Like, no, it actually isn't. I don't think people really care that much. Like, people are going to be talking about this when Sterling gets inducted into the Hall of Fame. And by the way, long overdue for Sterling. Sterling was really awesome. Then I think it was a debilitating neck injury. And then all of a sudden, I just remember growing up, I remember Sterling Sharp as an NFL analyst. When did he get hurt? Because he played for the Packers, right? 94. Oh, right before they won the Super Bowl, too. That sucks. 88 to 94, 3-time first-team All-Pro, 5-time Pro Bowler, led the league in receptions 3 times, led the league in receiving yards once, led the league in receiving touchdowns twice. Good God. 595 catches for 8,134 yards and 65 touchdowns in, 7 years? Jeez, that's incredible. What a family. That's a lot of talent. I get that maybe there will be some buzz about Shannon Sharp getting fired, but, I don't know, man. Shannon's kind of making it about himself here. And indirectly, by saying, I wish they'd fired me before, after the Hall of Fame. Well, you bring this up, you're kind of Streisand affecting yourself here. More. How far is too far? This just bummed me out. Some little bleep, some little Gen Z or one of those interview on the street people stumbled across one of the most famous quarterbacks in the history of Texas outside of a bar, which is on brand for him. Here is how that went down. I'll tell you who the person was in just a moment.
Who am I here with today?
Johnny Manziel.
I don't know who you are. What do you do for a living?
I was a football player at one point in time.
What are you doing nowadays?
I'm just a guy now.
Just a guy.
Yeah, just a guy.
I was just guessing at numbers and figures.
It's brutal. This kid came up to him and he's like, hey, I'm Johnny Manziel. I don't know who that is. Oh. I used to be a football player. I'm just a guy now. I feel bad for him. I mean, it's Manziel's fault that he's in this spot, but damn. That was tough to hear. Pour one out for Johnny Manziel. It was a fun couple of years at Texas A&M, that's for sure. Man. Anyway, guys, it's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92, 5713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, and on Twitch at ESPN 975. That is how far is too far. On the off chance the Astros do something in the next 17 minutes, we will be first on the scene. If not, you want to stay tuned to the Killer Bees after this. We're hanging out at Carbach. Come out, have a couple of drinks. Stephen Kwan, Dylan C, Sandy Alejandra, Carlos Correa. Could it happen? Or is it just going to be Ramon Urias? That and garbage time on the other side. Stay put.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Carbach Brewing Company as part of ESPN Houston's summer circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Get this, guys. Buckle up. Because something just happened. The Astros have done something. I'm not screwing around this time, okay? They've done something. they posted this to X. Welcome to Houston, Ramon Urias. That's what they did. So it's official. Congratulations. The Ramon Urias trade is ready to go. So that's fun. I guess some other moves are happening. That's cool. That's neat. The Padres got a catcher. Is it time to trade for Maldi? Listen, at this point, I just want Maldi. You know, if I'm not going to get Correa, I'm not going to get Verlander. I'm not going to get Dylan Alvarado and what's the other guy? Fella McFellapants or Caesar. What's his name? Alcantara. I don't know. I'm just throwing all the names together. None of these people are real unless they're Houston Astros. All I'm trying to say is, hey, sports. It's a game. You know, it's a competitive game. You're trying to be competitive, and with competition that's being competitive out there, you know what you need? You need to make moves, and maybe you don't. People are not happy with me doing what I did. What? I'm just telling you what the Astros did, which is sorry I slowly built it up. I mean, look, guys, nothing's gonna happen. Nothing's gonna happen 5 p.m. Just get it through your heads. Rocky is upset. He thinks I'm a bobo for the Astros. Paul's trying to normalize the bleep Astros front office making excuses. Trade Bryce Matthews. Trade Jacob Melton. Trade Christian Walker. Who's going to take that contract? Trade these names I've never heard of. Listen, the Astros do not have that many assets to ship right now. They just don't. So I'm not worked up about Dana Brown not making a move. I think next offseason and the season after that, we're going to see really how creative Dana Brown is, but they are hamstrung a little bit by their roster. The hope now has to be Christian Walker and Yainer Diaz continue to do what they've been doing of late, that Jeremy Pena returns, that Yordan Alvarez returns and plays better than he played earlier this year, and that some of the starting pitchers come back so that you're not forced to put out Ryan Gusto and Colton Gordon and Brandon Walter and all these other guys that are out there. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Time for a little garbage time before we get out of here. All right, garbage time. Hey, remember the Island Boys? Those two kids those rascals on social media. The Island Boys are a musical group. Just imagine like if the Jersey Shore had a child with someone with dreadlocks and then got tattoos all over their body and face. And then you'll get the Island Boys. They have grills. They became popular on TikTok, twin brothers based out of Coral Springs. They went viral with their song, I'm an Island Boy. Their names are Alex and Frank Venegas. They have 7.5 million combined followers. And, yeah, man, they're a vibe. That's for sure. One of them just had a child. The infant child cannot control how he looks like, but his eyes do seem to be rather disproportionately far apart from one another. And I guess a lot of people are calling the child E.T. online. So he's not feeling that, this Island Boy.
E.T., E.T., E.T. Listen, if I get one more comment about him looking like E.T., I don't think you understand. I am going to completely get off of this app. Completely get off this app. Stop saying that about him. He's a precious bundle of joy. He is beautiful. Hold on, do me one period, don't look. If you call him that one more time, if I see one more comment about that, I promise you, with everything on the line, with everything I had going on, right? You would never see my face again on this app.
Well, I mean, he is a twin brother, so that's kind of a stretch, right? Unless the twin brother's in jail. I think he is. Look, the child does look a little like E.T. Just a little bit. E.T. phone home. It's unfortunate for the child, but not as unfortunate as having that character as a father. What else is going on in garbage time? Threatening to leave the internet. Did you know that Kenny Dillingham, head coach at Arizona State, has a big plan for the Sun Devils? And that plan involves the greatest tailgate spot in the United States.
We want to move it over by the football field. We want to use that indoor facility for tailgating in the future. So we have an indoor tailgating location for fans to come and make it an awesome tailgate experience, like the 16th hole of the Waste Management Open. We want to create the 16th hole of the Waste Management Open, or as close as we can to it, in our indoor facility by our stadium here. And we just got to fundraise enough money to do it. So it's good for us.
So on one hand, that sounds awesome, right? The 16th hole at the Waste Management Open in Phoenix. And I mean, Phoenix knows how to party. That's for sure. Ever been to Scottsdale? Flex. But at the same time, you're on a college campus and you're going to create a 16th hole kind of situation. Some kid is going to die, like Locke. Someone is going to get the alcohol poisoning. It's not going to be great. It's not going to be pretty. Ay, caramba. But hey, if you're an adult and you can responsibly handle your booze, maybe it'll be a fun time. So that's neato. Speaking of, this is not Arizona State. This sounds like Arizona State. A 23-year-old who passed away from cancer after refusing chemo had 5 coffee enemas a day. Huh. Well, that's a shame this girl passed away. 5 coffee enemas a day? Is that the key to caffeine? Is that the next step for me when it comes to getting my energy on? Good googly moogly. Anyway, guys, on that note, that's going to wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to Sean Mapes back at Mission Control. Big thanks to Brian McDonald out here on site, and great times had by all here at Carbach Brewery. Killer Bees have you covered for the next 3 hours as we get closer and closer to baseball's trade deadline, a little over 2 hours away. Hope you had fun on today's show. Subscribe to the podcast, Apple Podcasts, and on Spotify if you haven't already. For our callers, texters, YouTubers, Twitchers, and appers, and Sean Mapes and Brian McDonald, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful Thursday. Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Tomorrow, the Killer Bees are next. Peace!
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's blank. I am Branham. Brian is here, turning knobs. AJ's back at the studio. We're at Carbach. Having a good old time, having a fantastic trade deadline is 2 hours away. Astros made a blockbuster. I'm kidding. They made a trade last night. They're in the mix for other players. Stephen Kwan is a guy who came up a little bit earlier today. He's going to be very expensive. And then John Heyman 9 minutes ago. Astros aren't completely off Carlos Correa. Still talking to the Twins. Lots of finances to work out, however, is his tweet. What's been your take of the trade deadline as we're 2 hours away here, Blankers?
I think it started with waking up to the inevitable that Eugenio Suarez was rejoining the Mariners. So once you hear that, you're like, okay, now the Mariners have made two significant moves to put both corner infielders from the Diamondbacks on their squad. They're doing a lot. And then the fact that it's all about nothing so far from the Astros makes me think that something's going to happen. Something more is going to happen. One, maybe two moves. Joe and I were talking about it before the show, and he had listened to
the Icebox
in the past, of when Luno was on with Chandler Rome. The way these negotiations go, and talking to people back home and around the Midwest, Minnesota is desperate to cut salary. And Correa's salary is a quarter of their total salary. They would love to get out from as much as they can. And I know that as much as everybody says, oh, it's dead, they're too far apart. I think in the next 3 hours, it's going to get really, really intense in terms of the conversations from a Minnesota standpoint of, with that no trade, he basically only wants to go to Houston if he doesn't stay in Minnesota. And I think that they have some leverage there to try and get something done.
Well, I hope it gets done in 2 hours.
Okay, so in 2 hours, you're right. 5 o'clock.
Sorry, I had to.
Semantics.
There's a new rumor out there as well. Mark Feinsand. I see him a lot. I've never heard of how to say his last name, but he tweeted out 4 minutes ago the Astros were interested in Ryan O'Hearn in their search for a bat. But according to a source, Jesus Sanchez of the Marlins is now high on Houston's radar. As I reported a little while ago, O'Hearn's price tag remains high within 2 hours before the deadline. I've had my eyes on Jesus Sanchez for a while. Left-handed bat, doesn't play a great defense, but good enough. He hits righties really well. Doesn't hit lefties much, but that's okay. The Astros need a left-handed bat. I actually prefer Sanchez over O'Hearn. I know O'Hearn has the name value.
Right.
I like Sanchez more. The Astros have made a trade? The Astros have made a trade for Carlos Correa. Carlos Correa is a Houston Astro, according to Brian McTaggart. Paul was just saying how boring the trade deadline is. And Carlos Correa
you know what?
gets traded
Shout out to the Astros who said, wait till that Gallant guy gets off the air, and then let's go full board to give the Bees what they want. You wanted him, you got him. Carlos Correa coming back to the Houston Astros. Everyone but Paul Gallant is very happy right now.
Carlos Correa is a Houston Astro. So, I guess our Ramon Urias talk will have to hold off a little bit.
Another utility player. Did you see, by the way, some of the headlines talking about his height? I don't care how tall he is. Can he play baseball? I know he's a good defender. He's not a great hitter, but they got another utility piece that can help them in the short term until they just made this move.
All right, so what does this mean for the Astros? We don't know what's going out. We don't know how much Minnesota's retaining. All we know is that Carlos Correa, according to Brian McTaggart, is a Houston Astro. McTaggart tweeting minute ago, the Astros have agreed to a deal to reacquire Carlos Correa in a trade with the Minnesota Twins. How much money does Minnesota need to retain to make you pleased? Because you were a little bit more against it yesterday than I was. How much money does Minnesota need to retain? And, of course, what's going out matters too. But what would make you comfortable to be in a better spot than you were yesterday about how much money Minnesota's hanging on to?
I preferred that I guess between 98 and 102 is what's left on the three main years of that deal. I preferred if the Astros could get 50 of Minnesota to pick up 50.
That's what they were asking for.
Yeah. If they didn't get it to 50, but between 40 and 50, depending on the price tag, right? The price tag matters too. If you don't have to give up as high a priority prospect and you can get him, you have to pick up 40 of it. I mean, you're going over, right? So the bottom line is that if it's between 40 and 50, I'm good.
You're going over the competitive balance tag.
Yes.
Because I forget who, Heyman, Nightingale, one of the talking heads, they said that the Astros were asking for 50% of the salary to be retained by Minnesota, and they wanted an outfielder thrown in. I don't know which outfielder, but they wanted an outfielder thrown in. They wanted Minnesota to retain 50% of the contract. So even if they retain, let's say that they talk that down to let's just say it's 50%. Even if it's 50%, the Astros are going well above the competitive balance tax. So this is Jim Crane pushing all his chips to the middle of the table, saying we're going all in. We're going over the CBT. Fromber's in the last year of his contract. You might as well just blow way out of it and start acquiring everybody you can ahead of the 5 o'clock deadline.
I think this goes to when everybody used to refer to Jim Crane and question if he was cheap. This goes to when he said that, hey, the window's always open as long as I'm here, and as long as we're in a chance to go for it, that I'll be willing to do what's necessary. And this is him doing that. This is him saying, hey, put it all to rest, shut the hell up, and here we go, because I am committed to this team winning baseball games, and this is where I'm proving it.
What are your concerns with Correa?
I mean, injuries are first and foremost. I think that from the standpoint of a guy that, look, I think that he's going to bring juice to the clubhouse. I think he's going to bring juice in the fact that, it's going to really rejuvenate everything in this city in terms of baseball. People love this guy. Him coming back is going to fire up the fan base. I think it's going to be a huge shot in the arm for the team, knowing what we basically have all been told, that Paredes is out 6+ months and he's not going to come back. This gives you that kind of plug-and-play replacement for him and keeps you where you are right now, 5 games up in the division. And then for the future, like you and I've talked about, we'll figure it out where he plays. It seems like, and you were the first to bring it up, but it makes the most logical sense. Play him at second base. Your infield is unbelievably good defensively.
Yeah.
And then it's just a matter of he's got to stay healthy. And you hope that, he hits the baseball and kind of can return to somewhat of the form that he had in his best years in Minnesota.
Yeah, to your point, 2026 can wait.
Right.
That's kind of cross that bridge when you get to it. If all those guys that you currently have under contract do return next year, and Isak Paredes, that news, I'm sure we'll get to that at some point today too. They're saying 6 to 7 months.
Right.
Hopefully he's ready by opening day. But that's kind of one of those. Let's worry about that in spring training. I would play Correa at second going into next year. Obviously, this year he's your third baseman. Yeah, this is shocking. I mean, this is shocking. And in the last 12 hours, the Houston Astros have totally revamped their infield. We find out that Isak Paredes is done for the year, which, I mean, we pretty much knew that.
Yeah.
But Isak Paredes officially done for the year. They trade for Arias last night, who I like that piece. I think he can help you. Like, you're carrying a Forshea Whitcomb. You're carrying Zach Short. You're carrying Cooper Hummel. You're carrying Bryce Matthews, who strikes out in half of his big league at-bats. Arias helped you. Arias helps this ball club. But the news of Carlos Correa, I mean, you have your starting third baseman. You have a guy who's going to hit in the middle of your lineup.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And because of what they've had to endure this year with injuries around the infield with both Pena and Paredes, and the fact that they've done a makeshift, who's next to fill in at second base, you now have depth in your infield if someone gets hurt too, because Correa is capable of still playing short. Correa can play third. He can move around, but the fact is you've solidified what has been a massive problem, not just because of the batting order at the bottom part of the lineup, but because of the guys you named, and almost any of them that you named, you're like, can he hit? Is he going to hit? Yes, Short has had a couple of timely hits. Hummel's had a couple of timely hits. But overall, we know that the last 3 to 4 spots in this lineup have been grossly disappointing at the plate since Paredes and Pena went down.
Yeah, we're waiting the return.
That's going to be big.
Yeah, I mean, I asked you about the salary there. So what'd you say, like somewhere between 30, 50%?
Yeah.
That would make me happy. That would make me happy too. Because the conversation we were kicking around yesterday was if you just take the entire salary, because what Correa's owed isn't nuts. Like, it's $31 million, $32 million for each of the next 3 years. Then you get into those vesting options. So if Dana Brown got him to eat 50% of it, now you're looking at Carlos Correa at somewhere between $15, $17 million a year, which is tolerable. Now, still into the competitive balance tax, but you're right. It's a steal.
For what he could still, what he's still capable of doing for you offensively, defensively, and veteran leadership wise. I know you love that part of it, but overall, like, the total package of Carlos Correa back in Houston at that number is easy for anybody, Jim Crane and otherwise, to take on and go, I'm good.
I still value leadership. I just mock
I know
it
the
because
mound visits.
people act like it's the most important thing. Like, people were acting like Carlos Correa's leadership was more important than his bad glove and arm. Like, let's pump the brakes a little bit. It's tangible, it matters, but it's not his best attribute. And then the Astros won the World Series the following year, and I felt like it reaffirmed my take there. Now, a lot of the critics here are going to be wondering about the money, how much money Minnesota is retaining. They're going to be worried about the prospect capital, which we haven't seen that. Brian's eagerly working, and if he's not, I just put him to work. And they're also going to look at the Carlos Correa numbers this year and be like, I don't love the offensive production that I'm seeing from Carlos Correa, which traditional stats, 267 average. 267 average is okay. The 319 on base percentage is fine. That's above big league average, but he's not slugging much. 386 slugs, 7 home runs. The OPS is at 705 for Correa, 92 plus, which we all know is below big league average. Now, some of the peripheral, like analytic stats, like him a little bit more than that. So that's the hope, is that the predictive numbers kind of carry him forward as opposed to what has been the norm this year. And he's also been getting better as of late. Like, if you eliminate the April-March where he hit 215 and had a 579 OPS, it's been way better since then. In May, 313 average, 875 OPS. In June, 269 average, 682 OPS. In July, 300 average and a 759 OPS. So, like, it's been pretty good since the beginning of May.
Let's also factor in with all of the things that you just said in the fact that when has he been biggest for this Astros team? Postseason. You take a guy on a team on a sinking ship, and he knows he was going to be there for the long haul. The team's up for sale. They're leaking oil all over the place. They're now selling off all their pieces. He knew he was in, basically, aside from the contract that he wanted, he was in a really tough spot to be in. And now suddenly he's back in his happy place. He's back in the H where he loves the city. He loves some of the players that are still here, but he loves the fact that he is going to be injected right into the middle of a pennant race and playoff baseball where he steps up and does his best work. And he's got to be just completely excited as all get out to get back here and get in the middle of it. And I expect that he's going to play that way.
Brian's showing me a note that he has agreed to move to third base for the Astros, which makes it official. We'd all assumed that that was the case. That does make it official to Correa. Plus, he had a full no-trade clause. Like, if he wasn't going to play third base, then he wasn't going to accept the trade. So, look, left side of the infield, Pena, Correa. There was an article, I think, by Chandler Rome of The Athletic like a couple of weeks ago that Pena worked out with Correa for the first time in the offseason. So it looks like they have that friendship. Altuve and Correa have the friendship. Correa is the devil, we know. Who knows, like, again, what Minnesota's retaining. Who knows what the prospect capital is. At the very minimum, the Astros big league roster is better right now than it was 15 minutes ago. And it is a very entertaining time to be a Houston Astro fan, bringing back one of the pillars of the golden era of Houston Astro baseball history.
For all the people that have pulled the plug, crapped out, waved the white flag, and said the season's just basically over, we can't take any more injuries, and it's just, they've treaded water and done everything that they've done, but it isn't realistic to think they can do it the rest of the season. This just gave them everything that they needed to believe again that this team is capable of going a long way in the playoffs and maintaining where they are right now. So it's got to be extremely exciting to be an Astros fan, to know that you still have time on the clock.
Bob Nightingale, the Astros didn't eat $50 million of his contract as the Astros desired, but still a significant amount with other major league players involved in the mega deal. So they ate a significant amount, but not 50%. And the Astros are also getting a piece back in this trade. Don't know I hope it's Willie Castro.
Oh, the Astros are getting a piece back.
Yeah, I read that right. Astros getting a piece back, Brian.
That's why I read it. Yeah.
Yeah. If it's Willie Castro, I'm ecstatic. Now you got a left-handed bat that's versatile, and you get Correa back to fill the voids in the infield. And you've got to be on cloud nine if you're an Astros fan, because there's still time on the clock if you want to go pursue a pitcher. But as you and I talked about, we'll deal with the fact that whether he wants to play second or where they realign the infield next year. This makes you in a wide open American League. This makes you right there as one of the leaders in the clubhouse to be a team that can take this all the way to another return to the World Series.
Still haven't seen the totality of the trade. Obviously, we'll get to that. We'll get you that as soon as we find out. We'll be all over it. Get your thoughts, too. Major League Baseball trade deadline. Are the Astros done? Do you want them to be done? 713-780-ESPN, the HRMP listener line on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on TikTok at ESPN 975, on Twitter at ESPN 975, Blankers at Pac-Man Joel, Brian at Sack by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Major League Baseball trade deadline day. Pencils down at 5. Heidi Watney will join us at 5:15. Do the Astros have something else up their sleeve? Significant trade already for the Stros. Is more to come. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Carbach Brewing Company as part of ESPN Houston's summer circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
All right, Astros have traded for Correa right when we went on the air. We're at Pizza and Pints, by the way, Carbach. Fantastic spot. Get some great pie, get some great drinks. Donna's out here, Joe's out here, Lone Ranger's out here. Everybody's there. Victoria's out here. Skylar left us, though. She bailed with Paul. I don't think at the same time. 713-780-ESPN. Lots going on, though. We were talking about this yesterday with Schwab. Some people think Schwab has some stuff. Some people think that Schwab's a fraud. Depends on who you ask. Maybe you're wearing blue. I don't know. Schwab is saying the Astros are acquiring Jesus Sanchez. Ken Rosenthal says that the Astros are acquiring Jesus Sanchez, and he says that Michael Schwab was first. So it sounds like Rosenthal is confirming Schwab. So according to Ken Rosenthal, the Astros are acquiring Jesus Sanchez from the Marlins. Fine sign, tweeting it out. The Astros are acquiring Jesus Sanchez from the Marlins for Ryan Gusto. Awesome.
Okay.
Great trade.
Okay.
That's fantastic. I love it. The Astros are going all in. The Astros are throwing caution to the wind. Jim Crane heard all of that. Oh, he's cheap talk. And he's saying, pedal to the metal. I'm going all in. We're winning one final one for Fromber.
The Astros are the Angels, only they had the team to back it up. The Angels all of a sudden went to go for it mode, and everybody went, wait, what? Why? They have nothing. And on the flip side, the Astros have everything going for them. And now, whether it's Crane and or Dana or a combination of a better, smarter version of the Crane gang, they have put all their chips in the middle and said, let's go get this thing done. And it has got to be an exciting time in Houston for the rest of the baseball season.
Pretty sure that Sanchez has years of club control, too. So it's not gusto for a rental. I'm working on pulling that up, Sanchez's contract. But I'm pretty sure that he has a couple of years of club control. But Gusto is kind of one of those fringy, back of the rotation starters, like kind of your 6th, 7th starter, can kind of dabble into the bullpen. If you're bringing back, and we think they will, Arrighetti soon, Javier pitched yesterday, was okay.
Yep.
Maybe they're going to acquire another starter. There's been rumors that they're looking for starters still with an hour and 40 minutes ahead of the deadline. Gusto, to me, is very tradable.
Oh, for sure.
Like that isn't. I like Gusto, but at the same time, hey, see you later.
I think what we always say about tip of the cap for the guys on the back end of this rotation this year that have, again, been contributors to keep this thing afloat, because we saw the flashes of Gusto. We saw flashes of Colton Gordon. We've seen different guys that have been able to keep this thing afloat. But at the end of the day, with the amount of starting pitching that is still waiting to return, you can afford to get rid of those guys. And if it means you don't have to tap into your farm system as much or at all to get some of the guys that can help this major league club this year, we know how much they've been starvingly and deprived of a bat or two in this offense. And the things that they're doing right now, and the fact that so far what we've seen, at least of this second trade, we don't know the Correa details. I'm totally good with the fact that they are doing it in a way that I'm excited about both now and the future.
So Jesus Sanchez is controllable through 2027.
Okay.
So you have him next year. You have him in 2027. He's pure left-handed bat that doesn't hit lefties well. Like, you probably don't want to see him against left-handed pitching at all. But against right-handed pitching this year, he has an 814 OPS. Ooh. Like that's easily that's a middle of the order bat against right-handed pitching.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I mean, look, again, the same thing I just said about the starting pitchers they've gone through. If this costs you Cooper Hummel and even Taylor Trammell and guys like that, hey, tip of the cap, thanks very much. If this thing works out the way we want it to, you get a ring. But other than that, you just move on and you say, I'm good with it, because you are better because of the addition. You are better for what they're doing than anything that these guys that have stepped up in their kind of spot duties and their desperation calls to do for you to this point. You're a better team going forward in multiple ways. We said going into the deadline, you got to get pitching. You got to get a bat. You got to get infield help to replace Paredes. You're doing all those things so far. The pitching's going to be interesting if they still make one more big swing, but this has been good.
Ken Rosenthal literally tweeting as you talk that the Astros are going heavy after Dylan Cease.
There you go.
So the Astros they're not done. I mean,
no.
It's hilarious to me because we had this whole idea, hey, we don't know if Jim Crane's going to want to go over the competitive balance tax. You can understand that he wouldn't because they were over last year. Repeat offenders had to pay a higher premium on the tax. Framber Valdez is going to be a free agent, we all assume. Qualifying offer if he signs somewhere else and you're above the competitive balance tax, it's a 4th rounder, not a 1st rounder. So all of the reasons that we thought that Crane could stay under, Crane just saw like the one avenue to go over. And now that he's over, he's like, screw it. We might as well just keep adding. And I love it.
Yeah, it's like, hey, where's that fine line that I'm not supposed to go over to stay under the tax? I'm not just going to tiptoe over it. I'm going to kick it away, and I'm just going to tell you all chips are in the middle of the table, and this is go for it mode, baby. And you've got to love this from your owner of your team, because we always say it's not our money. If the fact that he's willing to do this and he sees the benefit, both from the financial standpoint, because the rush, the Correa jerseys are going to be sold again. Everybody's going to be rushing out and following this team, but more so than anything else, because the deeper this team goes, the more money they make. And this team now is loaded for bear to be the best team in the American League.
Yeah, Sanchez is kind of he's got some freaky skills, like 93rd percentile in bat speed, barrels baseballs up. His range is actually better than I thought. He's a better defender than I thought. Good arm. So, I mean, this is a guy who could, he's normally a right fielder. You're not doing anything with Cam Smith, but I wondered what the how they would deploy him. I guess in left field mostly. DH until Jordan's back, I suppose.
Yeah, I think until you know what's up with Jordan, I think that he is the left-handed bat in the lineup. When, like you said, when facing righties, that gives you pop and gives you the potential to do a lot that you haven't been able to do. And then when Jordan gets back, it's a great problem to have, and you figure it out as you go. But overall, this team is way better offensively than they were even an hour ago.
Jeff Passan has confirmed the Jesus Sanchez things, too. You know who's a big winner today? Michael Schwab.
I guess so, yesterday and today.
Michael Schwab was hinting that Carlos Correa, he said he was first on Jesus Sanchez. He's getting quoted by Ken Rosenthal. Jeff Passan also giving him credit for the news as well. Michael's like Jim Crane, winner of the deadline. Astros, winner of the deadline. Michael Schwab, winner of the trade deadline.
Carlos Correa, winner of the deadline, just to be able to get into this situation and come back home. I mean,
No doubt.
I think for as much as everybody was kind of groveling, there's only a couple hours left, that they haven't done anything, this sucks. Screw what the Mariners did and everybody else. This is big time if you're an Astros fan.
Still working on the what the Astros are giving up for Correa. There was reports that another piece is coming back in that blockbuster trade too. So we got our eyes on it. We'll get your thoughts on this. The Astros, since we went on the air, since Paul was complaining about a boring deadline, they've acquired Carlos Correa, franchise icon, and they've acquired their left-handed bat in Jesus Sanchez. Rosenthal says they're still going after Dylan Cease. We're all over this one. 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees broadcasting live inside of Pizza and Pints at Carbach on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from Carbach Brewing Company as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Killer Bees inside of Pizza and Pints at Carbach. Keep Carbach's Beer Garden Bash in mind. August 31st. Go ahead and put it in your calendar now. Carbach knows how to throw a party, and Carbach's Beer Garden Bash on the 31st is going to be outstanding. Yard games, hot dog eating contest, local vendors, and, of course, terrific Carbach beer. How many hot dogs could you eat in 5 minutes? How many minutes do they get on the July 4th thing? Do you know?
It's not. I don't think it's 5, is it?
I don't know how long it
it's
is.
longer than that.
10 maybe?
Yeah, like 10 to...
Okay, 10 minutes. 10. Let's go 10. That's a good round number. How many hot dogs could you eat in 10 minutes?
12.
Wow.
Whoa,
I was going to say 2.
I was going to say 5. I thought I was
I
overshooting
hate
it at 5.
doing it, but I can do it.
Wow. You got definitely ketchup on it.
Feels
though,
like we
right?
need to make that
gotta have
happen.
ketchup on it. Yeah, I know. Lamont says Friday's our casual day. I was just going to wear some jeans, Timbos, and a polo, but I got to bust out my Correa World Series jersey. Look at Lamont flexing again.
I'm telling you,
talking about how he has a job, how he has a casual day.
And he has meetings.
Flexing.
And he has meetings. I did not peg Lamont as a jersey guy, but okay, you get to break out the jersey. This is what I'm talking about. Like overall, this entire city just got like the biggest shot of caffeine that they could have for the next couple months. They are going to be juiced to have him back.
713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Texture might as well go for Springer. Blue Jays aren't trading Springer.
No, not in first place, Blue Jays.
Sanchez is listed as a right fielder. Does Cam move? No, I think Cam stays in right. I think Sanchez is going to be your left fielder. Maybe they give Cam some more days off because he's hit the wall and stuff like that. But it gives a spot of some options. Cam Smith's still the future at right field for the Houston Astros. And the rest of the way, I think Cam Smith starts the most games there.
Oh, I agree. But I think that you hit it. We were talking about it earlier. And in the situation that the Astros were in prior to these moves, they couldn't afford to give their best players days off. They eventually had to because Cam was struggling and scuffling so mightily that they finally just gave in and they did for a day. But I think that because of the fact that now that you're going to have some depth and you're going to have some guys capable, now you're going to be able to let this kid who had obviously hit the wall and is playing way more games than he ever played at Florida State, a chance to kind of recharge the batteries here and there and keep everybody a little bit more fresh. And I think that, Joe Espada will definitely do that.
Yeah, for sure about that. Flex emoji. Didn't we boo Correa last time he was here? Fickle fans. Did they? Did they boo Correa?
I don't think they did. I don't remember. I know we've had the discussion about Bregman and other guys, but I think he's so beloved in this town that I don't think that they're going to boo Carlos Correa.
I wanted Bregman to be booed.
Yes, I do remember that.
I was a boo Bregman guy. I don't think I said that about Correa though, because the Astros never gave Correa a real offer.
Yeah.
Whereas they kind of gave a real offer to Bregman. Maybe some might push back on that. Does Altuve go back to second with the new pieces? See, Espada is still going to be able to mix and match.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't think Altuve is going to play much second base whenever Fromber and Hunter Brown pitch. It depends if there's a lefty or righty that you're facing. I don't think there's a set 9 as it stands right now. Until Jordan comes back at least. Because I guess Sanchez could be your left fielder. Altuve could play second. But Arias is going to play. Dubon's going to play. Who's going to be your everyday center fielder, unless there's another move? I don't know.
See,
there's still a lot of moving pieces here.
That's what takes me back to the fact that we don't know the pieces in the Correa deal with them making mention of the fact that there were major league roster guys involved. Because before the Sanchez deal, before the Urias deal, I'm thinking, well, Willie Castro's a perfect fit. I know he's still a left-handed bat that's versatile. But I'm just curious now if it's more the pieces from the Astros perspective going to Minnesota off the big league roster so that they can kind of plug and play for the rest of the year. And because of the fact that the Astros have some depth in the outfield now.
A lot going on with the Astros. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Pete, you're in the hive with the Bees. What's up, Pete?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up, Pete?
Hey, I'm loving it, because right at about 3 o'clock before I started listening to you guys, I was upset and kind of wondering, is anything going to happen? And then 5 minutes in, you announce Correa and then all these other trades, Suarez. And it's like, this is exactly what this team needed. Just Correa alone is going to juice this ball club to get back on track. And I think like yesterday, what I said, Correa is going to be motivated. He's going to want to do well for the home team and for the fans. I'm looking forward to it. And just like the Horseman, baby, Learn to love it because the Astros are the best thing going today. Woo!
Pete's fired up.
Grade the woo. 713
That was kind of a weak woo.
It is a weak woo.
It had a little dip in it.
Yeah, it was about a 6.2 woo, I think. 713-780 ESPN HRP listener line. Have y'all seen Killer Cam the last couple of games? The wall is over. Stat the cap. Blue emoji, blue hat emoji.
Shocker who that was.
Correa starts at third on Friday in Boston against Bregman. Oh, the irony of that. Correa will get his juice back now that he's back playing for a playoff team.
Yep.
I think it's possible. Also, Correa, since the start of May, 291 average, 345 on base, 417 slugging. Like that's a 8.6 or 760 OPS. That's pretty good.
No, I'll take all of that, especially from what this team has been throwing out there. Yeah, he's going to help you offensively no matter what. But I believe that he's going to get really rejuvenated coming back in this situation. And like I said, his best games that we've seen are playoff baseball, and that's our best times ahead of us. And that's what you're looking forward to, and putting Carlos Correa in the middle of it. And you got to be excited about that.
That's a top 5 offensive player on this team.
Oh, for sure.
750 OPS. Like
he's taking over for Paredes.
Yeah, I mean Paredes was really stinking good,
and he also had pop.
It irritates me. Like he was on pace for an over 30 home run year.
Yeah,
so it really irritates me.
I think I had him for home runs too.
Did you?
I think so.
I probably had Jordan.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
But let me ask you this, because this is a conversation that we had the other day, way prior to any of this, and then you and I had, I think it was yesterday, when we were just kind of contemplating the Correa aspect of this, knowing that he's got multiple years left, and if he would indeed play second base. Are you now more likely to trade a Bryce Matthews? Because I heard McTaggart today, who basically said he's untouchable. And I say, I don't think anybody's untouchable.
Really?
But now, because of the fact that you're looking at a situation where your infield is crowded with really good Major League Baseball players, is that something where if he's going to be roadblocked from getting to the bigs and having an everyday role for the next several years with Correa, is that something where you contemplate Bryce Matthews moving on simply because there's no place to play him?
Oh, I think one or two things has to happen. I think either he gets moved, or maybe for one of these pitchers, or you move him to the outfield.
You could be a center fielder.
Yeah, you make him your center fielder, where probably wouldn't take over for Myers, but could kind of be that center fielder too. He has some versatility where maybe he's like a utility player for a year or two. There's also the fact that I don't know if he's going to be able to handle big league pitching consistently.
Yeah,
his strikeout rate right now is over 50%.
Yep.
So maybe he's used for Dylan C. Well, I mean that would kind of stink because Dylan C.
is a rental.
Yeah, but I mean maybe he's used to attract a pitcher. But no, I think that Bryce Matthews' status as a Houston Astro is currently in flux.
I do too.
Whether it means he is going to be moved to another team in the next hour and 20 minutes, or whether he's moved positionally in the offseason.
And I also, and that's why when I brought it up yesterday, I thought that now he could be a piece that could be used because there's really no place to play him. And you brought up he could play outfield, which is true. But at the same time, if I can get a pitcher with a couple of years of team control to where that this window is so wide open for the next 3 years for this team, and it replaces Fromber if you can't re-sign Fromber, and it gives you another horse at the top of your rotation, and it gives you the chance to not miss a beat if Fromber does move on, then I think it's something that they're going to consider.
Yeah. Baseball trade values, which I'm not a huge fan of, but they're grading this trade out as a massive underpay by Houston, the Jesus Sanchez trade.
Oh, the Sanchez trade.
The Astros, apparently there's a couple of other prospects in that trade too, though. The Astros acquire Jesus Sanchez for Ryan Gusto, Chase Jaworski, Ismael Valencia. I've never heard of Valencia. Jaworski, I think, is kind of just
he was a quarterback for a while.
Jaws.
Yeah.
Well, I'm blanking. Ron
Jaworski,
same
from the
last
Eagles.
name, right? Yeah. But it says that it's a major underpay by Houston. Chandler Rome is reporting that the Astros are including a prospect in the Minnesota trade. Minnesota's eating a significant amount, doesn't have the amount yet. And then that rumor about the outfielder, that Chandler mentioned nothing about that either. So we'll see if that is true or not as news continues to leak out about Carlos Correa coming back to Houston. Pretty insane.
Oh, my God. I mean, again, going into the big weekend, you're going to get a lot. Here, this is what we were talking about during the break that I brought up. This is exactly what Jim Crane lives for. Jim Crane, we know, loves the shiny diamond, the brand new big splash. Look at me if he's going to make a move. And we've seen it over and over again with the Verlander trade, with when he signed Hader, with all the way that he likes to make the big splashy moves. This, from a Houston Astros perspective for his fan base, is as big and splashy as you can get finishing off this trade deadline. because you bring a local hero back home, because you tell the entire city, I'm going for it, because of the fact that you look at everything that they've had to endure to still be 5 games up in first place with 50-some games left. And now instead of going, boy, I sure hope that they can still put another Band-Aid or two here or there and then get these guys back from being injured. Instead, he just basically said, screw all of that. Here you go. We're going for it.
Texture, they absolutely booed Correa during the playoff series. I was there and didn't like it. Another texture, I was at the Twins game. Correa did not get booed. Maybe you are at different games, though. Fake Tony Stark, 100% people booed Correa when he came back. It made no sense. Look, booing in sports is a term of endearment, I think. I boo my wife. I get home at night and I'm like, boo.
Yeah, not doing that.
That's my way. Everybody's looking at me like I'm a terrible human being. That's my way of saying I love her. I go, boo, honey, and she's like, I love you too. That's a term of endearment, Donna. No, it's a term of endearment. You boo those that you love.
Day one Donna's here without a microphone, but she is here to interject, which we know and we love. So I just want to make sure that's there.
Don't throw anything in her beer today. She was a little upset about that last time.
Which is why I might do it again.
Marwin 2 years ago, Verlander last year, now Correa. Bregman 2026. Players coming back. We offered what Jose Ramirez signed. That was a real offer. Oh, okay. He's talking about the Bregman contract, I guess. Jose Ramirez's contract was also super team-friendly.
Oh, big time.
Super team-friendly.
If you think the Yordan to the Astros team-friendly was kind of what Ramirez signed with Cleveland to stay there because he wanted to team-friendly, he did them a huge solid by doing what he did and staying there.
Did Crane sign Correa to take the spotlight off the Texans? No. He's just trying to help his team. Although it is very nice for the Texans to have a day off today. Today's a scheduled day off on the Major League Baseball trade deadline day. All right, 713-780-ESPN. I want to react to this text whenever we come back. Dana Brown is overdue on flowers. Do you agree with that text? Dana Brown, should we be giving him some love for how he's handled really this entire season? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Killer Bees broadcasting live inside of Pizza and Pints at Carbach on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Carbach Brewing Company as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Inside of Pizza and Pints over at Carbach. I'm sipping the new Carbach lager, which is fantastic. They're going to bottle this bad boy out and get it out in the markets coming February 2026. But you can have it here, of course, at the brewery. But coming to the supermarket near you, February 26, Carbach's crisp new lager, expanding to Texas market in draft bottles, 6 packs of 12 ounces, 12-ounce cans. It's fantastic. ABV of 4.5%. Very, very good. It pairs perfectly with smoked brisket, barbecue chicken, fried catfish, and soft pretzels. All staples of the great taste of Texas lifestyle. It is a very good beer. Good crisp, good flavor. You can see the legs on that bad boy. You can serve it with fish if you can see through that. I learned that from Bear. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Astros have traded for Correa. They've traded for Jesus Sanchez. Apparently, they're in on Dylan Cease. They might be in a reliever from San Diego as well. Who was it that was saying Quan could still be on the table? Jim Crane's going nuts.
John Heyman.
John Heyman.
He also had Alcantara as a part of what they're going
Alcantara, Merrill Kelly, or Cease are all on the table, and they're still in on Stephen Kwan. This is unbelievable that they are going for it like this.
Hour 13 left ahead of the deadline.
God, it would suck if you're a Cubs fan and you've done nothing and you got to sit here and just wallow in all this success for the Astros.
Yeah, you're right. Texture says elite mound visits. You're right, man. I mean, mound visits coming soon to the dike are going to be lit with Carlos Correa out there. Carlos Correa is going to be punching Framber Valdez in the heart whenever he gets upset.
I found the audio the other day. Did you ever hear the interview when he
listened to it today?
Yeah, whenever he said exactly what he told Framber out there. But it was kind of fun to finally hear what he said to him in maybe a more spirited way. But I just feel like, again, the intangibles are a different story than obviously his defense and his ability to hit the baseball. But there's no doubt that we've questioned who's the outspoken leader of this team once we've moved on from all the guys that have moved on from the Astros. And Altuve is a leader, but he does it in a different way. This is a guy that, at least from a leadership standpoint, that he will make no bones about the fact that he's not afraid to say anything, and he's not going to be afraid to put his foot down on anything that happens with this team.
Yeah, it's
I think Espada probably likes it too.
I'm sure. Like Correa's a leader. There's no doubt about it. Like I mock the mound visit things, but I'm not poo-pooing on Correa's leadership at all. Texture, as long as Correa and Paredes take turns going to the IL, the Astros are set. LOL. That's probably truer than I want to admit right now, Texture. Now is the time to be joyful and to rejoice and to be excited. Don't hit me with all the IL stuff, Texture. Come on now.
Yeah, we don't need that now. This is every spark that you needed going down to the final 50 games of the season to say, let's go for it, baby. Let's go.
Texture asking us before the break, is Dana overdue on flowers? And then Victoria, who is a relative with a serial killer, said the only time that men get flowers are whenever they're dead at their funeral. I was like, oh my goodness, she's going to kill me. And Brian did say her name wrong one day. So look out, Brian. I hope you sleep with one eye open. But does Dana Brown, is he due his flowers here, Blankers?
I think you and I have been more fair and complimentary of Dana than a lot of people throughout this entire year. But I don't know how, we talked about it well before the moves today. And we just looked at it and from the perspective of, look at the guys that are consistently keeping you in first place, keeping you afloat, making you competitive, and look at all the guys you've lost. And you think about the guys that he's found. And you go back to the fact that before anybody had even kind of pegged and pointed at a guy like Blanco, and he was like, I think Blanco's going to be a starting pitcher for us. I think we're going to stretch him out. I think he's going to be good. He's been really good until he obviously had needed surgery. But when you look at the guys this year, especially with Gordon, with the fact that you found a Walter, you got guys, even Augusto, and you've taken the guys that have performed from that level. And then with the Taylor Trammell and some of the guys that he brought in, and yes, they weren't long-term mainstays like, lock, stock, and barrel. These are going to be guys for the future. But for this season, he's pushed all the right buttons, and everything has gone his way.
No, I don't think Dana Brown gets enough credit for being a guy who has big cojones. I mean, how many general managers are from a World Series contender? How many teams from a World Series contender are trading one of the best players in baseball, like Kyle Tucker in the offseason? Yeah. Dana Brown did that.
With the track record of not willing to do that in the past. Trade a guy before you know he's going to walk.
Astros,
Right,
for sure.
yes.
Dana Brown, unsure because he's
Exactly.
kind of new on the job. I think that Dana Brown has a lot of courage. And look, like the semantics and the logistics of trading for Correa, I'm sure Jim Crane had to be very much involved. But Dana Brown's working most of that trade. So, like, go after Correa. We heard that he was kicking the tires on Correa for a few weeks now. So, like, Dana Brown is the guy who went after that. Like, okay, like that's bold, Dana. And he carries himself kind of as like a modest guy. I know that you think he likes to talk a little bit. I think he's a little quieter. You know, maybe the truth is somewhere in the middle there. He's a guy that has incredibly big cojones to make the moves that he's made, whether it's Correa, if maybe it's Dylan Cease. Last year with Yusei Kikuchi, like people hated that. I hated that trade. In hindsight, I take it back. And then same thing here with Correa in the offseason with Tucker. I think he's very courageous.
I think you're right. And I think here's the other thing that while you were talking, it's really dawned on me even more. Coming into this situation is one thing, and being a general manager for the first time. Coming into it on the heels of a general manager that got you a World Series title and then got shown the door because he didn't know how to communicate the right way with ownership would make you be a little bit walking on eggshells, would make you be a little apprehensive about how this whole thing's going to play out. And then right from the jump, when we heard that the whole Crane gang of Bagwell and Reggie Jackson and maybe Enos Cabell and all these guys with Crane that were feeling like they could be capable of making baseball decisions and they wanted to be involved in the process, that could handcuff you. That could limit you. That could make you feel a certain kind of way. Instead, he's found a way to kind of persevere and find a common ground to fight through and communicate with the owner on situations like this. And then when you see what he hasn't had to give up and the moves that he's been able to make this team continuously be a first-place team with a chance to win in the playoffs, he's done a hell of a job.
Yeah, he has. Like, you have to tip your cap. I think Dana's like, I like the trade he made yesterday. Like, we haven't even talked about that.
Right,
we'll get to
right.
it. Like, he traded nothing for a dude who, prior to today, was looking like he could be the third baseman for the rest of the season. He has another year of club control. He is a Gold Glove winner. He has a career OPS plus of 105, and he got him for last year's 19th round pick.
Yep.
Like, the more and more, and look, it's still very early. Like, general managers probably need like a 5-7 year run before we get a true feel of that general manager. But the more and more that I see of Dana, the more and more I like.
Yeah, and let me be clear in the fact that it's not that I think that he likes to talk, that I think he talks too much. I think he's too forthcoming with information that he probably shouldn't give, because I think in a lot of cases,
I would agree.
It's about like when he puts what everybody's critical of, when he puts the, hey, here's the return date on so-and-so. Let's not do that, because it basically just puts more eyes and pointing fingers at you instead of just basically saying, hey, we're going to play it out. And based on how he takes to the rehab and how things are going, we're hopeful we get him back sooner rather than later. Leave it. He has a tendency to get too specific. Then he sets himself up for criticism down the road because of it. But other than that, I think that what he's done, his talent avals, the way he's been able to put guys in the position to fill in for guys that they've lost, and, you know, rejuvenate the farm system to a certain degree with the way he's picked and placed talent for this organization. He's done a hell of a job.
I'm with you that he can be loose-lipped.
Yes.
Like, I don't think he's loud and talks a lot, but I do think he's very loose-lipped with, like, pieces of information that he should probably be tight-lipped on. If I'm going to defend him in this moment, though, it's stuff that doesn't really matter. There aren't roster moves. They aren't things that are getting him in trouble in terms of free agency or making trades. It creates an expectation that a lot of times are coming short and not being met, and that's frustrating from a fan base perspective, but it means nothing to, like, the actual roster.
Well, it can, in the fact that it matters when he gives you that false deadline, and not only is it missed, but then we get into the whole medical side of all of this, when not only is the initial deadline missed, but then you hear we're trying to rush, because he likes to do this a lot. We're hoping to push him through the process or however to get him back sooner. Well, then because of that, we go through the Jordan fiasco with the imaging and you know, was it right to do what they did and how they did it? And some of the other players, when you hear that they're trying to accelerate their rehab so they can get back quicker, and then instead of being out 3 to 4 weeks, they're out 6 to 7 to 8 weeks, and you're going, now it is affecting.
I don't know if that's preventing him from making moves, though.
No, not from a move perspective, just as it relates to like how people perceive him and the fact that it can cost you games because it's some of your better players are missing more time because of how it was handled. And at the end of the day, that's on your watch.
Yeah. Is Carlos here if Isak doesn't get injured? I don't think so.
No.
I don't think there's a chance.
Nope. Not even close.
Does this move him up with the list of Houston GMs I mean, I don't know. I'd have to think about this. I'd still have him. Do you have him ahead or after or behind Click?
Ooh.
I mean, Click won a World Series. He'd still be behind for me. Like those are pretty good GMs.
Yeah, I mean, again, if the biggest knock you have on James Click is the fact that your owner didn't like the way that you guys communicated, then I don't think I have a problem with Click. He's deeply analytical, but he did a hell of a job when he was here too.
Do we really think that the guys glamour over Correa, maybe Altuve, McCullers, Dubon, and Fromber, who else? He led a certain group of guys, but didn't set the world on fire statistically. I'm not saying he isn't an upgrade, but all the leadership talk seems a bit presumptive.
I think to answer that shortly and sweetly, he works out with Pena in the offseason. He was classy as hell when Pena was ready to take over for him, when he was ready to hit free agency and sign a big deal, and basically set him up for success by giving him advice and kind of mentoring him along the way and then checking on him after he checked out of town. I think it starts right there for one guy, but I think that any young guy in this clubhouse and even the veterans that know what he did when he was here know that when he walks back in, there's going to be a different vibe, there's going to be a different energy, and there's a level of respect that comes with all that he did while he was here, and he's still in the prime of his career enough to where you can expect he can do that more.
I mean, the Astros just upgraded from Zach Short to Carlos Correa. I think the clubhouse can be pretty happy.
Yeah.
I think it's a big deal.
I mean, because again, and you mentioned it yesterday, if they do nothing, you're sending the worst kick in the grapes message to your team that, hey, it's been great that you've been able to do everything you did this year, but we've seen enough. We think you're good. We don't think we got a shot going forward. We'll reset the deck at the end of the year. No, you just told Christian Walker that just got here and all these guys that have been sitting there busting their ass all year, hey, I love what y'all have done, and I believe you could do more of this if I give you that, and this is what we're about to do.
I do think for the new guys, though, like it's going to take, like, I mean, not that they're going to be put off by Correa at all, but it's going to take a while to build that relationship and that leadership.
They don't know what they don't know, right? So they don't know who Correa was the last time he was here. They just know that, hey, here's a guy that's being brought in to kind of help save the day. Now I've got to build a relationship with him. I'm Christian Walker, but I believe in your ability.
And they're happy that he's there from a talent perspective because he helps them win, and they all want to win. Dustin says he's more excited about the Jesus Sanchez deal for the Astros. That was a need. I like Sanchez's bat. I think he can be an offensive weapon for this team. I think that was a great trade for Ryan Gusto. It's also kind of funny that Joe Espada used Ryan Gusto literally yesterday for 102 pitches, a career high, and they trade him the next day. They trade him the next day. I know, but I like that trade too, Dustin. I think that's fair. Now, the Astros did all of a sudden have a need at third base because of the Esau news too, though. Michael Swab tweeting a second ago, I got a call at 2:57. I was told that it was between Jim Crane and the Twins owner. Minutes later, the news broke. Jim made it happen. So I mean, they're talking finances. Hey,
that's all about how much are you willing? How much are you absorbing, and how far are the Astros willing to go?
But this also backs up the entire MO on Jim Crane. What do we know about Jim Crane? He likes shiny things.
Yep.
Carlos Correa is a shiny thing. John Morosi. We still don't know the particulars of the Twins trade in totality, how much money's retaining, which prospects are going. But John Morosi is saying that it is not Bryce Matthews. So Bryce Matthews is not in that trade. I imagine that the prospect capital wasn't great in that trade. That's more about the money.
And the other rumor that was out there was the fact that it was major league talent that was going to possibly be going back and forth. We didn't know who from either side. And even Blummer, I think, and TK had alluded to the fact that when they got on the plane to Boston, there were going to be guys on that plane that potentially were not going to be with the team by the time that they got settled in to play the Red Sox Friday night. I think that's kind of what you're seeing as well. I think Bryce Matthews right now, because they're still, in search of a big-time starting pitcher, I think, he hasn't been dealt yet. But I think to what I said earlier, if Correa's going to be here for the next several years, you got to find a home for him and Pena and Paredes and Walker, and the entire infield is going to be loaded up. I think there's a chance that he could go if it brings you a big-time return.
713-780-ESPN. Israel will get to you on the other side. We're reacting to the big news for the Astros. 2 trades are in the books. Franchise icon Carlos Correa is back. Also, Jesus Sanchez, the left-handed bat the Astros needed, has been traded to Houston for Ryan Gusto. An hour left in Major League Baseball's trade deadline. What's up, Dana Brown sleeve? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Carbach Brewing Company as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Broadcasting live, pizza and pints at Carbach. Great spot to always be. Great spot to be when the Astros trade for Carlos Correa, Jesus Sanchez, and Dana Brown has 56 minutes before the horn to get something else done. But 3 trades already. You mentioned 2 yesterday.
I did.
So over. I think we all cashed it, though.
Yeah,
so
we did.
We're on the right side of history there. But reacting to the Correa news, reacting to the Sanchez news, how much better did the Astros get today? Crane deserves some credit. Obviously, Brown deserves some credit. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Israel, you're in the Hive. What's up, Israel?
What's up? Hey, good job, brother Dana. Look at here. Let me tell you something. He picked they needed third baseman. My man, Sanchez, Jesus, he's gonna be all right. Now he got a career batting average of last year he batted 252. Okay, this year he's batting 258. He ain't finna replace Cam. Cam, I don't think had an error this year. He got a 2 WAR, so you can forget about that. But you're right, he
Who
can't.
said anything about Cam?
What? But man, can I talk? I didn't say you did say.
Oh, my bad,
Cam.
Israel. It's your show. Go ahead.
Y'all was just talking about Cam. I was just saying that I think these are some great ads. And let me tell you, Bryce only got 35 at bats. He got 3 home runs and them 35 at bats. He won 2 games for them. Okay, so he's not. It's not like he's been terrible compared to his 3 home runs. Is more than I can go down the line. Rogers, Whitcomb, I can name them.
They're all bums too.
Okay, all right. Well, you got 35 at bats and 3 home runs. So don't act like he's been a scrub. He won 2 games for him.
Israel. No one said Bryce was a scrub. Where's he going to play if Correa's going to play second base next year? Where's Bryce Matthews going to play?
He played well. Right now he's a shortstop, so we'll see. You know, when my man gets back, you know what I'm saying. He probably ain't gonna play the whole thing, but it's not. You know who need to be getting traded out of Houston? The bum Shepherd. That's talking, but y'all never want to talk about that rookie who didn't produce nothing. That bum didn't do nothing, and it was.
It's the wrong deadline, Israel. It's Major League Baseball deadline.
But it's going to be exciting this fall. You got KD coming to town. You got the Texans from the
okay, all right. That's enough of Israel. That's enough of Israel. Thank you, AJ. Appreciate it. Israel, it's MLB trade deadline day. We're not going to take.
You goes right to the Rockets.
We're talking Rockets, Texas. We'll talk plenty of that when the time is appropriate. We're talking Major League Baseball trade deadline. And look, you bring up fair points, Israel. You always do. Jesus Sanchez wasn't traded to take Cam Smith's spot.
No.
Like, we're just saying that Cam might get some more days off because that would help a rookie who's never played this many baseball games in a single calendar year in his life. We think it would be beneficial to Cam Smith. Cam Smith's the right fielder for the Houston Astros for this year and the next 5.
Yep.
And then if he signed long-term for those years as well. Cam Smith is the franchise right fielder. No argument there. We're not even saying anything different. Sanchez could play out there a few games whenever Cam Smith is getting a day off, if needed, if he's in a slump, stuff like that. Sanchez is the left-handed bat. Sanchez is probably going to play left field. It is interesting, though, like whenever Fromber and Hunter Brown are on the mound, and they like an infield defense, like what is your alignment? What are you going out? You can go with an offensive alignment. You can go with a defensive alignment. Like maybe we see Altuve at second base more and Sanchez is in left field and Arias and Dubon are just like back to being utility guys, which is probably where they're best suited. So there's a lot of options for a spot. We get in this mindset where we're like, here's the Astros starting 9. Like it's going to be that every day. It's going to change every day.
And it should, based on matchups, based on the strengths of the players that you have and the pitching you're going against. And like you said, and who's pitching for you. And you're going to plan accordingly. And you're going to alter who you do. And that's what a spot is going to do best, is he's going to maximize what he has. Because prior to this, he didn't have a whole lot to work with. So he was making chicken salad out of chicken bleep. and trying to just find, stuff that stuck to the wall when you threw it there, hoping that someone would step up and do what you need to do. Now you have a bona fide major league roster of not just starters, but versatility because of the backups you have with the players that can play multiple positions, so that you are a stronger Major League Baseball club and one of the best in the American League, if not all of baseball.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and no one's blaming or talking poorly about Cam Israel.
Not at
We
all.
We all like Cam. We're in the same pod.
But Israel is so protective of his kids, but that he put Trammell on his kids list. But because Bryce is one of his kids, no one's crushing on Bryce Matthews either. But the fact is, it's like, look, those 3 bombs that he mentions, that might get more people across the league to open their eyes and say, oh, he does have major league pop, and that he still has a lot of value, because of the fact that you don't have a place for him to play next year, possibly.
I think there's a decent chance that if Bryce Matthews is not traded today, which, I don't care if he's not traded.
Right.
I think there's a real decent chance that he's in Sugarland this weekend, though. Like,
yeah.
They want him to get every day at bats. Like, Bryce Matthews shouldn't be on the bench. Bryce Matthews should be getting at bats every day, and he's not going to get at bats every day on a whenever you've added Correa, whenever you've added Arias, whenever you've added Sanchez. So I think Bryce Matthews is going to be with Sugarland tomorrow.
And I think stranger things have happened when we saw Jose Altuve be moved to the outfield at the start of this year, that if he isn't traded and he is here and he's still hitting the ball like he's capable of, that we see him start taking reps in the outfield, because he then will have versatility to find another place to play within a lineup that's going to be stacked.
Yeah, it's he has a bunch of options, which makes it fun. And Joe Espada likes to mix and match. Like, I mean, Sanchez is going to hit a lot against right-handed pitching. He might not hit very much against left-handed pitching because he's not very good against left-handed pitching. But that adds to the depth of the team.
And I think that if, I asked you during the break who the comp might be for him, and maybe from the other side of the plate, a guy like Soler, because Astros fans might not be familiar with him, but they certainly remember what Soler was able to do in the World Series against the Astros. And the fact that you're getting a guy that is known for pop, for power, and the fact that he can play the outfield and he gives you a bat, a left-handed bat against right-handed pitch, I think that's who you should be looking at and be excited about.
Yeah, I think it's a solid comp too. Has that power, has if it connects, it's going to go a long way. I think his contact's probably a little bit better. So Pro Baseball Reference does similarity. Let me nerd out for a second. Okay. So they do similar batters over the course of his career. One of them is actually Chas McCormick. I don't know how that is.
Really?
Yeah, it has similarity scores. At the top of the list is actually Kareem Garcia. You remember Kareem Garcia? Pedro Martinez threw at him one time. That's how I remember Kareem Garcia, was that Pedro threw at him and they got into a Donnybrook. So similar batters through the age of 26. Top of the list, another Houston connection, Josh Reddick.
Really? Well, Reddick early in his career was pretty good.
I wouldn't mind a Reddick type of bat. They have Byron Buxton as the number 3, similar batter. Now, this is just offense.
There's a lot of pop
This
there.
isn't defense at all. That's who he is. He's a guy. And remember, Reddick had a lot of pop early in his career, and he kind of turned into a contact hitter a little bit later in his career. No, I think he's gonna kind of be a free swinger. He's gonna strike out a decent amount. I don't think he walks a ton, but he has some thump in that bat. He's kind of a better version of Taylor Trammell.
The other two that I saw on the comp list, Teoscar Hernandez and Eloy Jimenez.
Okay, yeah,
I'll take any of them.
Plus offensive players. Yeah, I would too. She thought you were talking about her. 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line 713-780-3776. Got to give Crane credit. He'll make the necessary moves to win. Now, if you would only do something about the medical staff, yeah, head's got to roll, man.
Yeah, I don't know when, but you can't go into next season with the debacle that you've been dealing with for the last several seasons.
Texter trying to poo-poo Correa. What about these numbers? And he gives us his season numbers, 267 average, 7 homer, 31 RBIs. Now, his season numbers have been below his standard, no doubt about that. But he has been better lately. 63 games since May, 291 average, 345 on base, 417 slug. You would certainly welcome back that into this lineup. And we're still monitoring what they actually gave up, still monitoring if there's more moves to be made. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Killer Bees broadcasting live from Pizza and Pints at Carbach on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from Carbach Brewing Company as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Correa is an Astro. Don't know how much money Minnesota is retaining. Don't know the one prospect that is going back. It is not Bryce Matthews. And the Astros traded Ryan Gusto and a couple of flyer prospects for Jesus Sanchez. Apparently, they're still working on Dylan Cease with San Diego. A couple different reports there that progressing pretty far along. Nothing official yet on the Dylan Cease front, but already a spectacular deadline for the Houston Astros, adding significant talent to this big league roster.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think that you just took everybody that was caught up in their feelings a little bit and deeply concerned that they were going to do nothing, and just not only put it to rest, but said, "Here, hold my beer. Here comes the big heat." And Jim Crane just basically opened up his wallet and said, "Let's do this." And you got to be super excited if you're an Astros fan for the rest of the season, because now we were talking about the fact that everything that we've already talked about too, and you're going to get Pena back. At some point, you're going to get Jake back. Whether you get Jordan back or not, and again, Dana put one of those kind of timelines on it to say by mid-August he could be back. But even if it's later than that now you've got like some backup plan. Now you've got some guys that are legit Major League Baseball players that can play if he's not back when Dana said.
It could be one, insurance. Two, it could be, hey, Jordan, take your time, big fella. We need you in the postseason. Like we have reinforcements here. Let's make sure you're 100%. Let's ease you back into this thing as opposed to trying to expedite the process, like you said.
And like you said, and then if all things go just exactly as planned, then Espada's in just like heaven with all the different options he can do based on matchups.
Yep. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go back out to the HRMP listener line. Eric, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Eric?
Hey, guys. Would y'all trade Bryce Matthews for Dylan Cease? And is Correa and this medical staff a good mix? I know one thing. HEB commercials are going to be fire. I'll hang up and listen.
Eric, thanks for getting off the Dell train to work another show into your repertoire. We appreciate having you. I don't think Bryce Matthews for Dylan Cease is the right trade, and it makes sense because Dylan Cease is a rental. And even if you re-sign him, I think it's too high of a price to pay for a guy that potentially could be here for a couple months.
Yeah, I don't. I wouldn't give up Matthews for Cease straight up. But if you could get more to that trade, I wouldn't hate it.
What about Alcantara?
He's got that's interesting
because he's got team control.
He's got 2 more years of team control. It's not cheap team control, like it's extension team control, but it's cheap for a starter. I think it's like 11 million, then like 15 million or something like that, somewhere in that vein. He's not been good this year from a production standpoint. I actually took a deep dive into him earlier today because it came up like on the Astros radar.
Mm-hmm.
His stuff is still almost identical to what it was when he won the Cy Young.
He won the Cy Young.
The difference, though, is the command. Like his walk rate is up almost double.
But again, is he trying to be too precise because of the team he's playing with, and he knows that? He knew all season long he was going to be a guy that was going to be talked about and kicked around as a potential big fish out there on the open market in the trade. And maybe he tried to be too particular because of the fact that he knew didn't have a whole lot on his side. I don't know. But I think that a guy that's a former Cy Young Award winner, that if you had to give up a Bryce Matthews for, but you know that for the next couple of years, you've got your built-in replacement going forward for Framber Valdez, who basically we both have said, I think he's gone at the end of the year.
Yeah.
That's a huge bonus for a team that has seemingly just about everything else.
Okay, let's eliminate the return for a moment. Would you rather the Astros acquire Alcantara in the next 5 minutes or Dylan Cease in the next 5 minutes?
I'm gonna say Alcantara because of the fact that I know you're going to lose Framber. And for this year, if he's your number 3, he's still better than anything you got and better than most that you're going to put out there against. And I think that going forward, he's your insurance policy if you lose Framber.
I rather have Alcantara too, just because of the club control. Like Cease has also been a bit unproductive this year.
Yes.
Now his unproductiveness has been better than Alcantara's unproductiveness, but Alcantara's been pretty solid in his last 2 starts. The stuff is still there. They both have command issues. Cease even more so. Like Cease has had a couple of years where he's led the league in walks. Cease gets you more strikeouts. Alcantara gives you more ground balls, but Alcantara's here for 2 more years. So I would go that way.
But you can tell me if right or wrong on this, because I don't get into it like you do on the numbers in terms of his stuff. But Cease's stuff, it's not about the quality of his stuff. His fastball still plays, and it's really, really good. And I think that he still competes at a very, very high level. And if you want to look at it from the standpoint of could you do what you did with Kikuchi, if you believe in these guys, these pitching coaches, and the system that the Astros employ that can really kind of turn pitchers around, could you get that out of him? And then could we be in a situation like we were a year ago coming off of Kikuchi? Can you re-sign him?
I would say no. Okay. Like, I mean, Astros,
then it's definitely Alcantara.
Like, what are the probables with the Astros? The Astros probables that they're not gonna sign pitchers to significant contracts, to long-term contracts. That's just not their mantra. It's just not something that they do.
But he's gotten paid in the past too, where if he finds like this is a home for the next 4 years, and he realizes what a lot of pitchers realize when they get here about, all the different things that the organization and the pitching staff does in terms of the coaching staff, then maybe that's a better chance than a guy like Alcantara who's probably looking for that big payday.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is Alcantara is still a couple of years away, whereas Cease is immediate.
Right. No, I'm just throwing it out there because I'm with you.
But even if you're right, like, let's entertain that. Like, how much of a discount is he going to give you? $5 million a year?
Well, so you look at what Kikuchi got a year ago.
21 a year.
Yeah. If I can get Dylan Cease for 21 a year for 3 years, I think that's a formidable response to losing Fromberg.
No, I think that's fine. Like, I do too. I would agree. A texture, I can see Carlos in a new HEB commercial, freezing in the snow in Minnesota, then jumping for joy with Pena and a tortilla chip in Houston by a pool. That's a great call.
That is fantastic.
That's like great marketing right there. Do y'all think that the exit of Ryan Gusto means that Spencer Arrigetti's coming back next week?
I don't think they're related to that level. I think that they think that they're going to get one, if not more, pitchers back real soon, and that Gusto has done everything that they needed him to do.
Yeah.
But you also don't have to tap into your farm system to get a guy that you surely need the rest of the year.
No, I don't think they're related either. I mean, Espada all but said Arrigetti's coming back up after his next rehab start. He says he's going to get one more rehab start, then join us. Now, what's ironic about this is that when Arrigetti does get called up and Gusto is not traded, Gusto might have been the corresponding move. Like, he could have been the guy that was sent down to
because he had options,
for
right?
Arrigetti. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the irony there. But no, I don't think that they're related either. Look at what 2026 is going to look like with all these players that are coming back, all these players that we've acquired and everything else. You might be down one starting pitcher next year. That's about it.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
We got breaking news. The Texas Rangers have acquired Merrill Kelly.
Okay. That's cute. It's cute of the Rangers to do that. Did the Rangers trade for Michael Young today? Did they trade for Pudge Rodriguez?
Hank Blaylock's not walking through that door.
Did they trade for Juan Gonzalez? Did they trade
Josh
for
Hamilton?
Rusty Greer's not walking through that door.
Did they trade for an icon? Did they trade for a pillar of that franchise's history like the Astros did today? I mean, I'm mocking it. That's a pretty good pickup by the Rangers. Look, the American League West has been very, very active. Rangers with Kelly. Rangers haven't been active really up until this move, but the Mariners have been very active adding offense to that team.
Nader and Suarez for the Mariners, they're all in with a pitching staff that's getting healthier, and we know how good their starting pitchers are. And then the Angels, a team that probably should be sellers yet again, and everybody thought we're going to be. Instead, they go and they trade for 2 relievers from Washington, and they look like whether it's the right move or not, it looks like they're actually buying.
Yeah, Merrill Kelly's 3.22 ERA. He's older than I thought. I didn't realize he's almost 37 years old.
Oh, I didn't either.
But that rotation's formidable. I mean, you're looking at DeGrom, who's going to be a top 3 potentially Cy Young guy in the American League. Leiter's been solid. I'm blanking on the other dude. Eovaldi. Yeah, Eovaldi from Alvin.
And then the other kid from Vandy.
Yeah, Rocker has been kind of up
Mar
and down.
Rocker.
Like I wouldn't include him in that group of guys who've been really good for them. But you add Kelly to Eovaldi, DeGrom, a lesser degree Leiter, a lesser degree Rocker, like that's a really good rotation. I'm not going to sit here in front.
Right.
Like that's a legit rotation.
On a team that's already been hot, coming out of the All-Star break, one of the hottest teams in baseball, and you know that they got another starting pitcher. Their lineup, when healthy, is really formidable when you talk about Seager and Simeon. And Simeon's a guy that's gotten the best of the Astros more than most. but it starts with those two guys. But they still have Garcia. They've got a lot of young hitters that maybe some of them have fallen off a little bit more and been disappointing. But overall, they've got a ton of talent in their lineup.
No, they have underachieved. Casher trashed the American League West, gets 3 teams into the playoffs.
It's going to be close. I think there's a really good chance of it. I'll trash it because I just don't see the third team. I don't. I'll trash it, but it's going to be close.
So division winner, you're guaranteed
Yes.
1.
Yep.
As it stands right now, Seattle and Texas are tied for the final wild card spot. They're both 1.5 games behind Boston, and they're 2.5 games behind New York. So they're going to be in contention. They're going to have a shot. They're going to have a chance. And the Angels are only 4 back, and they're buying.
And the Red Sox haven't done anything yet. Like, if the Red Sox did something to try and, enhance what they already have, maybe. Yankees are doing everything in almost desperation mode, trying to do more. But I think that it's in play that the Rangers and the Mariners could get wild cards.
Yeah, it's a very competitive division, no doubt about it. 713-780-ESPN, 33 minutes before Major League Baseball's trade deadline expires. Astros apparently in on starting pitching. I've already added to the offense with Correa, with Sanchez. Will more get done? Also, Brian McTaggart has some quotes from Carlos Correa on his return to Houston, and he's talking big. We'll discuss that next. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from Carbach Brewing Company as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Fine saying Astros are pushing hard to acquire Cease from the Padres. Cease was Houston's top target as of Wednesday night. And after trading for Correa and Sanchez, that's still the case. Killer Bees, Pizza and Pints, and Carbach, 713-780-ESPN. Look out for the Carbach Lager coming to store shelves February 26th. You can get it here at the brewery, of course. It is fantastic. I've been trying it. It's very, very good. Branham seal of approval. 713-780-ESPN. Texter saying that my buddy in the Rangers organization says the deal is all but done with Benji Gill. So there's the franchise icon that's going back to Arlington. Benji
There's
Gill.
a blast from the past. Benji Gill.
Whenever I was, I can't remember when I saw this, but they were, you know who the most recent member of the Rangers Hall of Fame is?
I do not.
It is, see you guys. Thanks for coming out. It was the shortstop that would always mess with Adrian Beltre. Why am I blanking on his name? You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, always mess with his head.
They always mess with his head. I can't remember his name.
And and Beltre used to try and punch him.
Yeah, he would mess around and try to punch him. They put him in the Rangers Hall of Fame, which is like, that guy was incredibly, I mean, he had some decent years, but was pretty mediocre. Elvis Andrus.
Oh, there you go.
I wanted to call him Rocky. I don't know why I wanted to call him Rocky. Texas, the first commercial will be with Altuve, Lance, and Pena throwing a welcome home party with all the H-E-B ingredients. Somebody texted earlier and said, will Correa slap Lance McCullers into becoming a good pitcher again? Maybe. Cash or trash, Correa.
6 weeks with a blister, Jeremy.
Correa will fix Fromber's mental lapses. Mound visits are back, folks. B-Mac, you got to play the soundbite. Texas is back. B-Mac's out here. He's not there. Mariner fans are losing their minds over the Correa deal. You have to love it. I couldn't care less what the Mariners are doing.
Yeah, it's not about them. It's about us.
This is a move that makes Astros, including Sanchez, not Correa alone. If they add another pitcher, that will be part of the equation as well. The Astros are doing what they can to try to be a World Series contender.
Yeah, Urias too. I mean, the moves that they've made, who cares what anybody else thinks? The fact is you know what you know, and that they're in go for it mode, and that's a great place to be if you're a fan of a team.
Texter says Nolan Ryan to the Rangers. There you go. There's a franchise.
What was the catcher that the Astros had for a year?
Pudge.
No, after Pudge. Chirinos?
Oh, Robinson Chirinos.
Chirinos.
He had a good year with the Astros.
He was pretty good for the Rangers for a couple of years.
Did he win a World Series with the Astros?
I think no, he won it with the Rangers, I think, didn't he?
He had a really good year with the Astros. I can't remember if that was the World Series year or not. I can't remember. I think he might have went to one, but didn't win one. Because the year that they won, it was Maldi and Vasquez. I think he's the one they went to and lost against the Nationals. I think the 19 catchers when they lost to the Nats, or it might have been the Braves. I can't remember. 713-780-ESPN. So here are some quotes from Carlos Correa after being traded back home to the Astros. And he's talking big. He's talking, he's got some aspirations. Correa does. Correa texting into the show. I let them know there was only one team. I would allow that to happen. So he wasn't going anywhere else. It was Houston or bust.
Yep.
Yeah, and that was reported yesterday. Schwabe was all over that yesterday as well. McTaggart, Correa told me several of his teammates in Houston have texted him and called him and to tell him how excited they are. He said he expects to be on a flight to Boston tomorrow morning. Is Carlos Correa in the lineup tomorrow?
Yep.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it.
Yep.
He's in the lineup tomorrow. He's got
national TV too.
Oh, it's on the Apple game?
Yep.
I didn't realize that.
Yep.
Correa on rejoining the Stros. Oh, that's right. I should have known that. Heidi Whitney joins us
That's
at 5:15. Correa on rejoining the Astros is going to be electric. It's going to be a lot of fun, and I cannot wait to get started with the guys again. I'm coming home, and there's only one goal in mind, and that's to win championships.
Love it.
Correa's got the championship
This is the
mindset.
juice that everybody was longing for. It's here, baby. It's here in full force, and just soak it up. It's going to be fun.
713-780-ESPN. 75 Court Jester on the Twitch says that I'm blowing off Twitch. I am. I can't keep up. What we got?
Red Sox, the Astros' opponent this weekend, just acquired Joe Ryan, according to John Morosi.
Okay.
Minnesota.
That's a pretty good get for them.
Pulled the plug.
I wonder if he's available to pitch. Joe Ryan's a good pitcher.
He is.
That's a good get for Boston.
Yes.
They could
very
use
good
rotation help. The American League went from like being wide open, which it still kind of is, to being kind of loaded.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that everybody saw that the door was wide open, and the way Toronto kind of came back from where it looked like they were fading and suddenly have the best record in the American League. Detroit, who had the best record the entire first half of the season, falls off, and they scuffled through a long losing streak. I think there's so many teams in the American League that said if we were going to go for it, this might be the year that we do, and so they're all putting their chips in.
Yeah, it's interesting. We mentioned Willie Castro going to Chicago. The Twins haven't sold yet, have they? They're
No.
up for sale.
That's what I was interested in when we heard one of the reports that it was between Crane and the owner of the Twins. It's like, well, it's interesting to be the owner of the Twins because you're not only negotiating for the current valuation of the Twins, but you're trying to sell the team. So I guess your number one mission was to try and lower the bottom line in terms of salaries.
I guess you don't want any what would be the right word to use here? I'm not a financial guy. I'm
Long-term
not a financial
liability,
bro.
financial liability,
Maybe so.
with all the salaries.
Overhead, there's a lot of money that's still to be paid out.
Well,
You
they
don't
say-
want to sell an organization, so have to owe
Correa's
$500
salary was
million.
25% of their overall salaries for players.
That's insane.
So that's why they wanted to move off of that one.
713-780-ESPN. We already mentioned the Gusto. He's the one traded to Miami. It is interesting that you have a lot of players under contract. Like Correa is going to be here next year. Jesus Sanchez is going to be here next year. Most of the players that you have on this team, other than Framber Valdez, are under contract. So, not only is this the roster that you're going to have, which I think we all like right now for the rest of the season, this is the roster you're mostly going to have next year, with the exception of Framber Valdez.
No, I think that when we were talking about it previously today, you look at it and say they are locked into just about everything. Maybe middle relief, or maybe the bullpen might be something you look at. But other than the most important pressing need that you're going to have is another starting pitcher, that's it. Everything else is pretty solidified depth-wise, across the infield-wise. That's why we were talking about where's Bryce Matthews play, because you're assuming that the guys that are hurt are coming back too.
Yeah.
So you're loaded off. I mean, from an offensive and everyday player position.
Are you with me on if Bryce Matthews is still a Houston Astro after the next 25 minutes that he is sent down?
Yes.
They need to play him every day.
Yeah, they do. He just has to get, and he needs to work on what we all know he needs to work on. I mean, his strikeout rate, his chase rate, he's not as disciplined as he needs to be as a player at the plate, regardless of anything else. That's where it starts. And then I think that you have some serious conversations going forward if he's in your long-term plans about him potentially playing outfield.
And it's also not this happens a lot to players. Players get called up, they get a little bit of a taste, they get sent back down, and it's not a death sentence either. Bryce Matthews can be sent down to Sugarland the rest of the year, and they could come back next season ready to go, and all of a sudden he's a contributor for you. Yeah. So it's not a failure. If you send him back down, it's not a failure.
Absolutely right. It's not like hey, you're not good enough. It's, hey, you came through and we loved you for it. The fact that you helped us win a big series and, your first ever dip into the toes of the waters of the Major League Baseball lifestyle and everything that goes with it. You handle it.
Yeah.
And we believe in you long term. But we're loaded right now for the rest of this season. It's not a slap on you. It's just what we need to do.
Morosi says the Astros will pay a majority of Correa's remaining contract, although the Twins are including cash in the trade. Rome says it's a salary dump. The prospect was described to me as minimal. Again, it's a salary dump.
So what we talked about all along was you either give up a higher prospect, but they eat a lot of the salary, or you're not giving up much, but you're also taking on a lot financially.
If I had to guess, I think the Astros are getting 25% salary retained by Minnesota, and
30.
then gave up nothing.
Okay, I was going to say 30.
Gave up a prospect that is a flyer. Probably not even as good as this Tickle the Twine guy that the Astros traded for Ramon Urias.
Oh, the 19th round guy from last year?
Yeah, that's who they got for that's who they traded for Ramon.
What's Urias'
Urias.
contract again?
He says his name funny. It's next year. He's signed through next season.
Okay.
And then he's a free agent after next year. Which and
what's Dubon?
I think Dubon has one more year.
Okay, good.
And then he's free
Well,
after next season.
There's
as well.
a ton of depth and versatility there. Yeah.
The only free agent you have coming off the books is Framber. I mean, you get out of them. If the Astros did retain money in the Montero trade, they get out of that. Jose Abreu's money's off the books. You're not paying Framber.
How about Montero going to Detroit to reunite with AJ Hinch?
That's not real.
Yesterday. I thought it was real.
No, I tweeted that, but I put it /yes. They didn't cross paths.
Oh, they didn't.
Hinch was
But they did trade for him.
They did.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. But they didn't reunite.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
No, yeah. Tigers
It's just
traded for
anybody
Montero.
finding value in Montero is really kind of strange to me.
I'm with you.
I was shocked
I'm with
by
you on
that. If that's the move the Tigers are making compared to what everybody else is making.
Yeah, I think Victor Caratini's coming off the books too.
Oh, that's right.
But then other than
not that
that,
you want him to.
No, I mean, I would love Victor Caratini back. I think they could even try to get Victor Caratini back, but I think it'd be difficult. Hector Neris is off the books, whatever. Jason Alexander's not under club control, whatever. Caratini, Brendan Rodgers, whatever.
Right.
But everybody else is back. Everybody else is under contract for next season other than what we just mentioned.
Do you think that between now and the end of the day, do you think that they try and find a home for Chaz?
I would keep Chaz. I obviously I put down Chaz a lot, and I call him an idiot and low baseball IQ and can't hit righties and not the sharpest tool in the shed and forgets how many outs there are. And
bunts with 2 outs.
Other than that, I really like Chaz. No, I do think that Chaz has a role. Like, he doesn't make much money. The Astros are already going over the CBT, so you're not shedding salary. You shouldn't give him away for free. You don't have Jake Myers right now. Like, what is your answer in center field as we talk right now, 18 minutes before the deadline? It's probably a platoon of Trammell
right?
and Chaz.
Yeah.
Like, Trammell plays against righties, Chaz plays against lefties. Chaz McCormick hits lefties. Chaz McCormick is an above-average offensive player against lefties. He's an above-average defensive center fielder. You shouldn't just be dumping Chaz to dump Chaz. He is a solid backup outfielder.
And please understand where I'm coming from on that was from his perspective of trying to, instead of being frustrated with the fact that he probably feels like he should be playing more and should have already been playing more. And is he going to be okay with it? Because, look, I'm fine with him in terms of all the depth we're talking about as an experienced guy that you can use like you just described.
Yeah.
I'm just curious about how frustrated he is going to get with the fact that he's going to probably get less reps now.
No, I could see that from a Chaz perspective. Like, hey, I want more reps. Hey, I want to play every day. I mean, I totally understand that.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it from a team perspective.
Right.
They shouldn't just give away Chaz for the sake of giving away Chaz whenever Jake Myers is going to be out for the foreseeable future.
And you've got other guys that, the Cooper Hummels of the world and other guys that you can, move on from easily that don't have the experience and the versatility and the value that Chaz McCormick has if he just fills the role of one of those guys that's, a spot replacement.
I mean, you need center fielder right now.
Yeah.
I mean, those are your two center fielders. Who else? I mean, Dubon, I guess, could play out there a little bit too. But
that's true.
Like that, though, that's your center field depth chart at the moment. And also, do you notice whenever Chaz and I guess Melton too? We didn't mention Melton. Whenever Chaz and Trammell are both in the outfield at the same time, which of them play center field? Chaz does.
Yeah.
What does that tell you? It tells you that the Astros actually like Chaz's center field defense more than Trammell's center field defense. Melton's a good defensive center fielder too. So Chaz and Melton are your best defensive center fielders. So you shouldn't just be tossing Chaz to toss Chaz.
I just
from
wonder,
a team perspective.
I wonder if Melton has been in his name might surface in one of these deals.
He wouldn't be in the Minnesota trade because if that's a salary dump, we know he's not in the Miami. Now, could he be in the Cease trade? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely, he could be.
If it's not Bryce Matthews, it's probably because San Diego has been known and they've been outward about the fact they're looking for an outfielder.
Mm-hmm. Heidi Watney join us in the 5 o'clock hour, 16 minutes ahead of the Major League Baseball trade deadline. What's going to happen up to the wire? 713-780-ESPN. The countdown to the deadline next. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
back with the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from Carbot Brewing Company as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Inside of Pizza and Pints at Carbach. Very, very good cold beer. Very, very good pie. I haven't had any yet, but I'm going to get some soon.
I'm about to place an order myself.
Yeah, what are you going to go with?
Probably going to go with the pepperoni mushroom onion.
Oof. Okay. All right. I won't ooh somebody else's yum or yuck somebody else's yum. 713-780-ESPN. 12 minutes ahead of the deadline. Brian telling us in our ear during the break that Miami is taking Alcantara off the block. So if the Astros are going to trade for a starter, it looks like it would be Cease. It looks like it would be San Diego. How are you feeling on that? What are the chances in your mind that the Astros trade for Cease?
I think they're still better than average. I think they're still good. I'm curious about what the conversation is and if there's other teams involved in Dylan Cease. If it's just those two negotiating and you know that he's a rental, how much are you going to have to give up to get Dylan Cease? And are there other teams that are in the mix as well that are still searching? Because now that you mentioned Merrill Kelly's going to the Rangers, I guess the Yankees are still in need of some starting pitching. I'm curious how many teams would be in on Dylan Cease because it does kind of seem like it's those two teams that have been deep in discussions.
Yeah, I'm going to put it like 25%. Just because, they've done a lot already. But they've done a lot already without trading, a lot of their big names, too. Like Melton, like Matthews, et cetera, et cetera. Padres, according to Rosenthal, are acquiring Nestor Cortez from the
Milwaukee.
Brewers.
Yeah.
So, maybe that makes Cease even more attainable.
And they got Sears yesterday.
Yeah, so
from the A's.
Yeah, maybe they're getting a surplus of starters so they can move Cease. We'll see. 10 minutes left. Passan tweeting that the Red Sox are acquiring right-hander Dustin May from the Dodgers. Sorry about it, Key from LA. I know you're a big Dusty May fan.
Carrot Top.
Nightingale says that Ari Alexander had it first, apparently, according to Nightingale, that the Reds are acquiring Miguel Andujar from the Athletics, which Andujar was a cheap bat that I didn't mind. Now you get Correa, you get, Arias, you get Sanchez. I'm not really
I'm not losing any sleep over it.
No. I think it's a good gift for the Reds, though. Kind of an under-the-radar offensive bat who's above average.
And they're not in go for it mode, but they are trying to make a run to at least get into the playoffs. When they got Hayes at third base yesterday, they've made a few subtle moves trying to improve that ball club. I don't think that they're a contender in the National League. Do I think that they could fight for a wild card spot? Yeah.
Yeah, I do too. And I kind of appreciate that the Reds are being active. This is not it's not an organization that is active very often, So them going at it is kind of interesting. Kind of going at it. Fine Sand, who's been really good at this trade deadline, not as good as Swabby, but very good. He's tweeted 8 minutes ago with 9 minutes left to go before the deadline. The Astros are not done yet, as they still hope to add a reliever. Rays closer Pete Fairbanks amongst the relievers they're looking at. One source said Houston is, quote, turning every stone right now.
So now do you think that they're going to just focus on a relief? Fairbanks, I watched him pitch last night in that Yankees game. He's got really good stuff. That would be boy, you talk about putting him as in the seventh to go with Abreu and Hader. And I know that everybody's going back and forth about who has the best bullpen now with the Mets and everything that they've done and the Phillies and what they've done and some of these other bullpens. Holy cow. If you put Fairbanks in the mix with Abreu and Hader and you make it a 6-inning game, I'm for it.
I would guess that they're turning their attention away because we had saw that their strategy coming into the deadline for the Astros was that they would be interested in a number 3 starter. And if they couldn't get that done, then they would turn their attention to a leverage reliever.
Mm-hmm.
So
a right-handed version of King for the 7th inning.
So based on that would tell me that perhaps these Cease conversations have stalled. But Dana Brown is acting super hyper today, where maybe all of their plans have been thrown to the window. Like Mike Tyson used to say.
Let me throw this at you too. Yeah. Just because we've talked about this in the past about how everybody's a pawn in the big game in terms of the media and the general manager and everything like that. Or the Astros are throwing the screen out there that, hey, if we can't get to find a common ground on Dylan Cease, then at least it's out there that we're changing directions and we're looking at a relief pitcher. And then the Padres go, wait a minute, can we have one more conversation?
Yeah.
It's possible.
No, it is possible. And look, maybe they get both. Who knows? Dana's been super aggressive. Texter, we'll talk about that after 5 o'clock. That's not what we're talking about right now. Is it just me or Cease having a terrible year? 4.5 ERA. No, his numbers don't look great on paper, but you look at some of the metrics and stuff and like the predictive stats, and he still has nasty stuff. And then the idea of trading for Cease would kind of be similar to the idea that you had trading for Kikuchi last year.
Where I was going to go.
Whereas you get a high potential, high stuff guy, and then you let the Astros pitching lab go to work.
Yeah, you don't doubt the ability of his arm, and you realize that you put your trust in the guys that have been there and done this for you in the past, taking pitchers that have an arm but maybe don't really realize from sequencing and the pitches and how they throw them and spin rates that they can really give you a kick in the hiney that makes you a better pitcher. And I think that that's where you don't worry about Dylan Cease's ability as a pitcher with his arm, and you have full confidence that the Astros guys are going to be able to take him to another level.
Yeah, that would be the idea. Yankees, according to Passan, says that the Yankees are acquiring Jose Caballero from the Rays.
Rays are selling big too.
Are
Twins
they,
and
though?
Rays.
I mean, the Rays haven't. They kept all their big pieces. They kept Lowe. They kept
for now.
Yeah, I saw earlier that that they were going to keep him. There was the reports that Yandy Diaz went to get X-rays, so like that kind of maybe threw a wrinkle in that plan. No, but I feel like the Rays have been kind of quiet.
But if Fairbanks goes, if they get rid of
They
their
could
closer,
act quickly here.
yeah, if Fairbanks goes on top of that, then the Rays have basically just thrown in the towel for this season. And I think that was a lot of the conversation last night after losing the 11-inning game to the Yankees, and they had multiple opportunities to win it, that maybe the Rays are just going to pull the plug.
Brian, did you tell us that Ryan's to Minnesota was official? Because Francis Ramiro saying that the Red Sox are desperately trying to acquire Ryan in the final minutes.
Yeah, that's been weird. But, yeah, the tweet originally was that it was official.
Okay. Nightingale says San Diego getting starting pitcher depth by acquiring Nestor Cortez from the Brewers could mean that he's there to replace Cease in the rotation if he's moved to Houston. So,
want some more breaking news?
We're on watch.
An old friend of ours, Phil Maton, going to the Texas Rangers.
No, I don't like that. I don't want Maton in Arlington. Poor guy.
Just go punch a locker.
He's going to have to do with mediocre barbecue for the rest of his life. So the Rays have now acquired Adrian Hauser from the White Sox. So the Rays buy a little bit, which is Rays are weird, man. Rays will buy and sell at the same time.
But if they can get a guy under a lot of team control that they find ability, I mean, they find talent in, that's kind of their mantra too. Hauser's been pretty good for the White Sox, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has.
He pitched well against the Astros.
Yeah, I kind of had my eye on Hauser a little bit as a piece to go after. So he's going to the Rays, which I think it's a good get for the Rays.
Cease pitched well against the Astros this year too.
Did he? I don't remember it.
That was in San Diego. I think it was like a shutout, or he only gave up like one hit. I think he rolled against the Astros.
I mean, his stuff is still nasty. Like, he still racks up a bunch of strikeouts. It's just his walks are kind of high, and sometimes he'll leave pitches in the zone, and those pitches in the zone will go a long, long way. 713-780-ESPN. We're 4 minutes away from the deadline. We know how this works, though. A lot of times teams will get trades in time, and then it gets released to the beat writers and stuff, news outlets minutes later. The texter says Ryan was scheduled to start for the Twins tomorrow. Cease has Garrett Cole light vibes. I think it's a bit of a reach there. I'm not going to give Cease Garrett Cole light vibes.
No.
I can't do that.
He had 5 innings pitched, 6 hits, 2 earned runs against Dylan Cease did against the Astros this year.
Texter says he's theorizing that the Padres are waiting to the last minute to see if they can get a better offer for Cease. If not, welcome to the Astros. That could be in play. Texter, great response. Thanks, guys. I don't know what you're responding to. I don't know. I can't keep track today. Today's nuts, man.
It's fun.
I can't keep track of everything. Yankees and Rays are playing right now.
I watched them last night.
They said Caballero just flex. You have cable television.
Satellite. Yeah.
Caballero just walked over to the Yankees dugout. Did you hear the story on Suarez?
No.
Suarez playing, I don't know who they were playing, but Arizona got back in time apparently. Oh, I need to look up the story because I'm not doing it justice. Anyways, Suarez somehow was able to get on Seattle's private plane to Arlington yesterday, or back home yesterday.
He's playing tonight.
Yeah, but the plane story was interesting. So he got off the Diamondbacks plane and stepped right onto the Mariners plane and flew out. Like, they went to the same airport somehow.
Were they playing? No, because the Mariners were playing in Sacramento. Yeah, they were in
playing the
Sacramento.
Aces. I guess the Diamondbacks played a day game and flying into Sacramento.
Oh.
So the Diamondbacks were playing a day game and flew into Sacramento to get ready for their series that starts either tonight or tomorrow, whenever. And Seattle had yet to leave. So Arizona's plane landed before Seattle's plane took off. So Suarez flew with the Diamondbacks into Sacramento and then flew out of Sacramento like an hour or two later on the Seattle
wild.
plane. Yeah, these
wild.
trades are always funny with that.
And you've seen all the different trades so far where the guys get emotional. Was it Butte from the Mets that had to leave the dugout leave the bullpen in the middle of the game and had to do the walk of shame, crying as he walked by his teammates to say goodbye as he was on the way out. And then Sir Anthony Dominguez was playing a doubleheader, played the first game with the Orioles against the Blue Jays. And then in between games of the doubleheader, they walked him over to the other dugout because he'd been traded, the other clubhouse because he'd been traded to the Blue Jays.
Yeah, those are always funny. 713-780-ESPN. 2 minutes from the deadline. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get you all the latest information. If anything happens right at the deadline, we're going to tell you on the other side. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Carbach Brewing Company as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Heidi Watney joining us in about 15 minutes. We're inside Pizza and Pints in Carbach. MLB trade deadline day. It's over. Trade deadline is over. We'll get some leaks. We'll get some information of trades that were made right before the buzzer. Dustin tipping us off on this. Buster Olney said that on ESPN on TV that the Twins are paying $33 million of Correa's remaining contract, which factors out to about a third. So 33.3%, repeating, of course, retainment, if that's a word, for Correa's salary by Minnesota. You pleased with that number?
I can live with that.
So mediocre prospect, flyer prospect, you take on the money minus the 33% that the Twins are eating. You're good with that?
Yep. Yeah, simply because of the fact that we knew they were going to go over the tax no matter what, and the fact that you didn't really have to give up much to get someone that for the next couple of years is probably going to be more affordable each of the years passing in terms of how high contracts and salaries are going to go, to where I can live with that.
Yeah, I think it's, I mean, you're not giving up anything from the system. You're not giving anything of significance from the farm. This is just Jim Crane making a financial commitment. Now, what it does hurt in terms of the farm is the competitive balance tax and what it means for Fromber. That's really the only thing of significance for going over the tax. Repeat offender, like that's all on Crane. But Fromber, if he does leave in free agency, you get a fourth rounder for him instead of a first rounder for him.
Well, then you just have to re-sign him, Jeremy.
Good.
Just add him back to the mix. That's what we said, that the one thing that they're probably going to be lacking this offseason if Fromber walks. If Fromber doesn't walk, you're loaded for bear for the next several years.
Yep. Maton heading to the Rangers, said that one. Charlie Morton is going to the Detroit Tigers, reunites with A.J. Hinch.
Interesting that the Tigers haven't done a whole hell of a lot, but they already have two with Flaherty and with Skubal. They have the two at the top of the rotation, and then they add a third starter that's capable in Charlie Morton.
So it looks like the Astros are not going to get Cease unless something breaks in the next. I mean, they're past the deadline now.
It was 2 years ago I was thinking about Cease. Cease 2 years ago threw 8 1/3, 2 hits, no runs against the Astros. Almost threw a complete game, 2-hitter. So he's got a 3.35 ERA and 46 strikeouts in 8 appearances against the Astros. He's still a good pitcher.
Cease?
Yeah, you'd love to have him if you could get him, but it just doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, unless the news breaks after. Which, I mean, if this is it, unless we get a piece of information, the Tampa Bay Rays are acquiring Griffin Jacks. So the Rays have added some pieces. Blue Jays acquiring Louis Varland from the Twins. Their fire sale continues.
God, the Twins are just selling it
Yankees are getting Camilo Duvall from the Giants, which the Giants have been sellers after acquiring the first baseman from the Red Sox. Not Pablo Sandoval.
No, why can I not think of it? I can see his face.
I was distracted because Chandler Rome just tweeted, the Astros are done. Their trade deadline haul is Correa, Urias, Jesus Sanchez. Talks with Dylan Cease were legitimate and at times picking up steam, but ultimately never got over the finish line. So the Astros are done. Their trade haul, Carlos Correa, with the Twins eating 33% of the salary, a flyer prospect who we don't know who it is yet. Trading Ryan Gusto, a couple of flyer prospects to Miami for Jesus Sanchez, and then last night the trade, trading Twine for Ramon Urias of the Orioles. So immediate impressions, Astros, those 3 trades for what they did at the deadline. Pleased, unpleased, where do you stand?
Super pleased. Rafi Devers, by the way. I had to get
Rafi
that.
Devers, yeah.
From the standpoint of what I was worried about and concerned about, and I said yesterday on the air, with everybody around them that's at the top, hovering above the top in the American League as best teams, all making moves. If you didn't do anything and you hadn't done anything of any kind of significance, I'd be grossly disappointed. I am the exact opposite right now. I'm extremely excited. I'm extremely pleased because, one, they didn't have to give up a whole hell of a lot to get everything that they needed, short of starting pitching, but because you also know that you have the potential to get multiple starting pitchers back, that would be exactly what Dylan Cease would be in your rotation, a third starter at best for the guys that you would be getting back. Totally fine with it. Totally excited about what they've done.
All right, so your rotation, you still have Hunter and Fromber at the top.
Yep.
Your number 3, I mean, you're looking at Arrighetti.
For now.
Arrighetti's probably your 3. I mean, hopefully you get Colton Gordon back and he can be a factor. You said for now because of Javier?
I mean Walter. right?
Brandon Walter.
Instead of Gordon. You said Gordon. You said Colton Gordon.
I meant Brandon Walter.
Yeah.
Did I say
with you.
Golden?
Yeah.
I mean, I was envisioning Walter.
Yeah, I'm with you because I know you're a Walter fan.
Yeah.
I think Javier last night, the only thing that he threw 60-some pitches. He gave up a couple of runs. I'm not really as concerned about that. But the velo wasn't what he started even, and what
I
he
thought
did
the velo was
previously.
okay.
It's like 92, 93.
It's about where he was.
I thought he could, because early on in one of his first reps, he was like 95.
I think he touched it. No, but he whenever he was really effective, he was sitting 93, 94. Like he's never been a super high velo guy. Like he was always that invisible top of the zone.
The riser. Yeah, I think that there's the possibility that Javier could be your number 3, but the safest bet, because it's the guy that's not coming off of arm surgery, he just broke his thumb, is Arrighetti. So Arrighetti is your 3.
Yeah, Arrighetti would be in the mix there. Walter, if he comes back healthy, would be in the mix. Javier, if he can, find it, would be in the mix. And then you have a bunch of guys who can start games. Like, I mean, who knows about McCullers, but the guys we just
JP
mentioned,
France,
Golden still around.
Garcia.
Yeah, Gordon France still around. Maybe you even dip into the minors with Ulola.
Yep.
You didn't acquire the reliever that apparently they were looking after, but I still like the bullpen. I'm pleased with the bullpen. Your offense, Yiner, Caratini, both of those guys will play even if they're not catching. Walker at first. Who knows what they do at second? Because, Altuve will be in the mix at second and left. You added with the trade Arias. Dubon's still around, obviously. Pena's coming back tomorrow, it looks like. Correa is your third baseman. Your left fielder, either Altuve, either Jesus Sanchez. That'll be interesting to see how they play that out. As of right now, with no Myers, I think you're looking at a Chas McCormick, Taylor Trammell. Yep. Jacob Melton didn't get traded today. So, those guys would be in the mix and center, and then Cam Smith's in right. And then Jordan, if he comes back, is your DH, of course.
Absolutely. Look, I think that they bettered themselves by leaps and bounds offensively. You have options for Joe Espada from a night-by-night basis based on matchups. And I think that from a pitching staff perspective, what you weren't able to get done, you already know that your pitching staff was above average in baseball, and you're getting some help potentially back with the starters that could come back, which then could also slide some guys to your bullpen to make it better.
Yeah, I think we're all happy, huh?
Extremely happy.
How do you grade the Astros trade deadline? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. A+ for me. A+.
Yeah, I'll echo that. Look, would it have been just complete icing on the cake to add another starting pitcher for this year and or possibly for that and beyond? Sure. But you still have Framber Valdez for the rest of the season. Your 1-2s can be matched up with just about anybody in baseball. And because of that lineup getting so much better, I feel great.
The offense has a chance to be pretty good.
Yeah.
Now, you need guys to be back. You need guys to get healthy. But you can run out a best 9, just kind of brainstorming through the lineup here. Like Pena, Altuve, Jordan, Walker, Sanchez, Yiner. I didn't even mention Correa yet. Whatever you want to do with Dubon, Arias, this lineup could actually Myers if he comes back.
Myers is the big one. If he comes back and he's anywhere close to where he was when he got hurt, that's just a massive bonus because of the fact that the offense was not something that I ever expected to be this consistently good. But you throw him in the mix, I mean, that lineup can hunt with just about anybody in baseball, short of the Dodgers powerhouse of what they can do at the especially with the top of their batting order. Overall in the American League, I'll put that up against anybody.
Yeah, I would too. How about Altuve's the current DH until Jordan comes back? I think that's very much in play. I don't think they'll make him the permanent DH because they want him to play defense some. And they also like to use the DH to kind of get guys days off without giving them days off. But I think that Altuve could kind of be, you still have Caratini Yiner that you'd both like to play too. So, you have some options.
I mean, even with Walker, because you really didn't have, you play Caratini there every now and then. But Walker's starting to get hot finally, but you have guys you can give days off to that you couldn't afford to give days off to in the past. So you have flexibility if you're Espada to kind of give some guys some rest sometimes so that they're not burnt out.
Texture, Branham, I thought you were Mexican, pronounced Urias' name right. He's got a weird pronounce. It's not Urias. It's Urias. I was watching some highlights from him yesterday.
Like Guillermo.
Yeah, he's got a weird
instead of
saying.
Guillermo.
It's like maybe it's the accent there, but no, it's not. It's not Urias. You'll see because he's going to be playing here pretty soon.
And maybe someone will ask him, "How do you properly say your name?"
They should. Joe Ryan is not going to the Red Sox, says a texter. I was really looking forward to getting Cease. I wanted France and Cease to be called Stastros. Cease does have a really good mustache, and France does
JP
too.
France did, yeah.
Yeah, that's yeah. I mean, you don't get the number 3 starter they wanted. They didn't get the leverage reliever that they wanted, which was on. But you're not going to get everything you want.
And
on
you
your wish
also
list.
can't fault them because they were trying. Because every report we saw was they weren't done. They were still kicking the tires. They were still talking to teams about the two positions you just said. They're talking to San Diego about Cease. They're talking to teams like Tampa about Fairbanks. So we know that they were trying. You can't fault them if they put every effort into still trying to get even better.
713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Keith, you're in the Hive. What's up?
Hey, guys. 10 out of 10 trade deadline. Explosive deals all around. My grade that you asked for the Houston Astros, I'm going to go with a B+, and I'm giving them a B+ and not an A+, because they didn't get a reliever and they did not get a starter. If they got one of those two, I think it's an A+. Getting Correa back is great. What Correa has done for the year. Getting the left fielder Sanchez is great with Myers with the injury. And then obviously, Altuve's been kind of up and down at second. You get a Urias to go at a second. It's fantastic. I think it's perfectly fine if Dubon and Caratini, those guys aren't playing every day. Those aren't everyday guys. Walker is getting paid like an everyday guy. He needs to be in there every day. So B+ from me.
All right. Fair enough.
Thank you, Keith. Look, I'm not going to nitpick it that much. I think that would it have been great if they got another starting pitcher? Yes. But would it have been a luxury add? In my opinion, yes, because I do think they're going to get at least one starter back. That's going to solidify your three. So, and again, with every starter that you get back, there's another pitcher that's able to go to your bullpen to potentially make your bullpen stronger.
Mm-hmm. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, Heidi Watney from Apple TV. She'll be on the field tomorrow. Astros-Red Sox Game 1. We'll get her thoughts on the Astros deadline and set up the storylines ahead of that big 3-game series at Fenway, which begins tomorrow. Killer Bees broadcasting live at Carbach on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Are you looking to escape the rat race for the weekend? Maybe this trade deadline caused you a lot of stress and anxiety. Hey, well, you can go rest and relax at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston and escape the city and enjoy the relaxing great outdoors. Book that stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. From open green spaces, wildlife you just don't see in the city, beautiful, majestic trees, and some of the best fishing in Texas. You can't beat it. You can fish on the Two Creeks. You can fish right there on the lake on the property, catch and release pond, which is great for the kiddos. And one of the best things, it's only 90 minutes from Houston. You can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Hike their 92-acre property. Do a little kayaking, play some pickleball, or just hang out by the pool to drink. That's cool, too. Two Creeks Crossing Resort, always looking to take care of their visitors. A barbecue cook-off one weekend. Crawfish boils the next, whenever it's in season, of course. You're always going to have a great time at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. From the glamping to the cabin to the tree houses, pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for everybody. Book your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Broadcasting live from Carbach Brewing Company as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let's go straight out to the HRNP guest line, being joined by Heidi Watney. You can catch tomorrow on the Apple TV broadcast of the Astros and the Red Sox, game one of a pivotal three-game series at Fenway between a couple of contenders in the American League. Heidi, thanks for taking a few minutes on this Thursday evening to join us. A lot going on today in Major League Baseball. Astros made the trade for Arias yesterday. They bring back franchise icon Carlos Correa today. Jesus Sanchez, a nice left-handed bat, which was a need for the Astros. What do you make of the Astros deadline acquisitions?
Well, I love Carlos Correa coming back. If for nothing else than just, a boost for a team that's just been ravaged by injuries lately. But I know Correa is excited to go back there. And the team obviously excited. I'm a little surprised they didn't get a pitcher. Just the rotation's been so depleted this year, and they've still been able to maintain despite that. But I kind of expect them to get a starter. I know they were trying to get a deal with Dylan Cease for the Padres, but the Padres just seem to acquire just about a quarter of the players that were available on the market. They have an entire new team out there in San Diego after this trade deadline, but. So, yeah, that surprises me a little bit, the lack of adding, starting pitcher. But I like the moves that they made, adding a couple of versatile pieces in Urias and Sanchez, and of course, bringing Carlos Correa back. That's a good one for the fan base.
It's got to be exciting for you, too, Heidi. I mean, you guys are coming on the air with the first game with a matchup with Alex Bregman against Carlos Correa coming out of the trade deadline. That's got to be fantastic for you guys.
Yeah, well, I get to sit down with Alex Bregman tomorrow, and I was going to sit down with Jose Altuve, actually stand up with Jose Altuve in left field and talk about the monster, but we're pivoting for our pregame show. Now we're going to talk to Carlos. I've covered this team and these players throughout their entire, this last 9 years where they've just dominated the division and won 2 World Series and done so well, and I just love to see these players succeed and the success that this organization has had. So I'm excited to talk with Bregman because, look, I know you guys in Houston were sad to lose him, but I thought if Houston wasn't going to re-sign him, that Boston would have been the best landing spot for him. And by all accounts from everyone around the Red Sox, I mean, outside of the Rafael Devers drama, which was a result of bringing in Bregman the way they did and communication and all of that, but Alex has been fantastic for them, not only on the field, but also in the clubhouse. I mean, everyone just loves him. He's the same guy that he was in Houston where, he quietly behind the scenes is almost like a player coach. And Boston has so many young players that are top prospects that really can use his experience and lean on him in those situations. I mean, it's absolutely a win for Boston, and Bregman's done fantastic there. And we knew he would. He's always hit well in Boston.
Yeah, he has. His numbers there are through the roof. I wanted the entire city to boo Bregman whenever he came to Houston, out of admiration. It's a term of endearment for me, Heidi. Heidi Watney joining us on the HRNP guest line. She'll be on the Apple TV call tomorrow of the Red Sox and the Astros. Boston has not announced a starter, at least according to MLB, but then Buehler on Saturday, Giolito on Sunday. Astros pretty good. Hunter Brown tomorrow, Gordon Saturday, and then Fromber will be back on the mound on Sunday. A pretty good pitching matchup in all 3 of these games. From a Houston perspective, obviously you'd like to see Fromber and Hunter Brown any chance you get. Who are you most excited to see?
Well, we were supposed to get Garrett Crochet and Hunter Brown, and we were excited about that. And then Boston decided to push Crochet back a little bit. I wonder a little bit, just knowing Alex Cora and what a savant he is in that seat, if he's wondering if, potentially the Red Sox would be facing the Astros in the postseason, and he wanted to get Crochet a couple of extra days because, he's they want to limit his innings a little bit. He's already getting up there this year. So, hey, why don't we push him back? He skips the Astros. If we go head-to-head with them in the postseason, they haven't faced him just the last 2 months. But I don't know that that's the case, but I do wonder that knowing Alex Cora the way I do. Cooper Criswell, I believe, is supposed to start for them. They just recalled him from AAA the other day. So he's in line to start. That's what I think we're getting. With the trade deadline, nothing was confirmed, and they weren't going to confirm anything because you don't know. I mean, it looks like they just got ducked in May. So as the deadline was nearing an end in Boston. So everything's going to shake down. I mean, the deadline just passed 20 minutes ago, and a lot of times these trades are still being finalized in these last couple of minutes. So we'll see. But, yeah, Hunter Brown, I think he just looks like he's the Friday night pitcher, right? I feel like every time we have the Astros, we see Hunter Brown. But it's a good guy to get. He's such a great pitcher, and he's doing really well this year. I know he had a little bit of a bump in the road recently, a little bit of maybe dead arm, but seems like he's back.
Heidi, I'm curious just because of the fact that we get a little bit biased covering this team every single day, but watching what they've been able to do this year to kind of keep it afloat. You mentioned it and alluded to the fact they lead all of Major League Baseball with guys on the injured list, yet they're 5 games up in first place with 50 some odd games left to go. What's your overall take on what this team has done this year and the way they've been able to do it with who they haven't had on their roster?
A lot of times when teams face adversity, such as major injuries or the entire starting rotation hits the IL, or now they've got big-time players. Jordan Alvarez has been out and unable to get back, and then just losing guy after guy. That adversity can crush teams, or that adversity can make teams bond and stronger, right? Like pressure makes diamonds, right? And it seems like that's what this Astros team is doing. Every injury they've had, someone has stepped up. And that's been the case for them. But you wonder going into this season how they would handle. They've just lost so many players, so many really high caliber players over the last couple of years. And someone always seems to step up. And I know the American League as a whole, it seems to be taking a little bit of a step back this year. And there's another reason for Houston to go all in and continue to do what they do. And if they can get healthy and get some of these guys, on the pitching side back, I think position player wise, they're going to be fine. And they've, made some moves now. And, but I just think that the way that they've handled the adversity, and someone's always stepped up, and it helps to have a leader like Jose Altuve. He's a selfless guy. He's going to be out there. He's going to do what's best for the team. And he may not be a loud, rah-rah guy, but you can watch him and say, this is what I need to do, and this is what it takes to be successful. And, the team is falling in line.
Would you go as far to say they're a World Series contender? Can they win it all?
They can. They can. I wouldn't say they're my favorite right now on paper, but they're certainly a healthy team. They're a good team. Sorry, not healthy. They are a very good team, and we've seen it, right? We saw 2 years ago with the Rangers and the Diamondbacks in the World Series, and no one would have predicted that on July 30th of 2023. A team just needs to get hot in the postseason. They need to be healthy, and they need to go on a run. So, yes, can the Astros? Certainly. And they are in position to make the postseason, and they have the talent to take them very far. It just depends on, how they play come October.
What are your thoughts on Dana Brown and Joe Espada? We had a lot of question marks and didn't know what we didn't know about Dana in terms of how much the owner meddled and others like Bagwell and Reggie Jackson in the past. And then a guy like Joe Espada taking over for Dusty Baker, a legend in baseball, and then wondering how much was really him or what was left in the clubhouse and the jobs they've done this year.
I have always been a fan of Joe Espada. A few years ago when Bruce Bochy left the San Francisco Giants, I thought that they would hire Joe Espada and wanted them as someone who grew up a fan of San Francisco. And you always kind of have those allegiances in your back pocket. And then they hired Gabe Kapler, and obviously we've all seen how that turned out. Brilliant baseball man. He has learned from some of the best. He's been a bench coach to some, in great organizations and learned from some great people. But he also is just a really smart, savvy baseball guy, and everyone likes him. He's just a likable guy. I think he took over. Dusty Baker came in with a really talented squad, and he's a legend, like you say. I absolutely love him. but he inherited a really good team. Joe came in with players that were leaving and a lot of injuries and a lot of turnover, and is at the end of the dynasty. And he's done really well with that group and really well with some younger players coming up and plugging and playing, and, Cam Smith. And I mean, obviously the moves, the roster he's given is done by Dana Brown, right? But he and Jim Crane and all of that. But Joe's done a really, really good job with the pieces that he's had, despite a number of injuries, to keep this team in first place in the AL West.
Heidi, great insight as always. We appreciate you coming on, talking about the deadline a bit. And then, of course, tomorrow, Game 1, Red Sox, Astros, big series in Fenway in Apple TV. And you will be on the call. Thank you so much, and we'll catch up down the road.
My pleasure. Take care.
You got it. It's Heidi Watney, Apple TV. She'll be on the call tomorrow. Red Sox, Astros. That's going to be a fun series. I love games at Fenway because Fenway's a cool park.
Yep.
You have Bregman. Bregman asked for a day off yesterday so he can be rested and ready to go for the Astros. He's not sneaky. I know what he's up to. Correa is going to be there. Altuve is going to be there. Hunter Brown on the bump tomorrow. That's going to be a fun one.
No doubt. And two of these first 3 games against the Red Sox, or 2 of the 3 games against the Red Sox, national TV, if you go with the Roku game on the very early 11 a.m. start on Sunday. But front and center, right after all these moves that Dana Brown was able to pull off, it's going to be a really, really fun series because, like you said, Bregman's going to be all over this. But now the Astros can actually match that with getting Correa back and knowing that everybody wants to get back at their old teammates and see how it all plays out. And both teams fighting for playoff positioning.
You ready for the name that's going to Minnesota? Matt Mikulski.
Bye.
High A lefties headed to Minnesota in return for Correa. So the Astros get Carlos Correa. Minnesota gets Matt Mikulski and eats 33% of his salary.
Bon appetit.
That's a good trade.
Yeah,
Man.
it's a great trade.
I get that it puts you into the CBT, and I get that Correa's numbers don't look great this year, although he's been better lately. You added Jesus Sanchez and Carlos Correa and Ramon Urias for almost nothing.
Yeah. You didn't trade any of the guys that we thought
that guy?
You didn't trade Bryce Matthews. You didn't trade Jacob Melton. You didn't trade any of the pitchers that other franchises might have looked at from your system. I think it's a huge win.
All right, your thoughts on the deadline? Hey, grade it for us. A, B, C. What are you at? 713-780-ESPN. It's the Killer Bees broadcasting live from Pizza and Pints inside of Carbach on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Carbach Brewing Company as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
We're inside Pizza and Pints. Carbach's Beer Garden Bash a month away. 11A, 6P, August 31st. Yard games, hot dog eating contest. Blanker's going to do a dozen in 10 minutes. Local vendors, cold beer, much, much more. It's awesome. Petting zoo. So go ahead and put that in the calendar now. Carbach's Beer Garden Bash, August 31st, 11A, 6P, over at the brewery. You're going to love that. 713-780-ESPN. How much are you liking this deadline? 713-780-3776. Texture, do you fellas watch games or just look at stats? I do neither. I'm a huge casual. I don't watch games. I don't look at stats. I don't do any of that. I just go home and read books.
Is that
mostly
text?
Poetry? Yeah.
I would expect that from other areas.
No, I don't do any. I don't watch games.
Yeah.
I don't look at stats.
Forget
Don't
watching a game twice.
Why would you have to do that if you don't have to? Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Jacob, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up, Jacob?
Hey, guys. Man, I'm so excited about Correa. I think he brings the toughness to this team that we're kind of lacking a little bit. And I think it's going to spark Altuve also. One other thing is I think it's time to just put McCullers in the bullpen, have him stay in the bullpen. That way when playoffs come around, he already knows what he's doing. He can come out and can be effective out of the bullpen. This team, it's starting to remind me of the 2022 team, especially if Jordan can come back and get healthy, especially with the bullpen we got and the versatility we have now. It reminds me a lot of the 2022 team, and I'm super excited about Correa and down the stretch. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate the call. I think there's a name that we, I think all day today, have basically omitted from any conversation about starters and pitchers and what happens with the Astros going forward because of the fact that it has just been too tumultuous of a season for Lance McCullers. Do I think he's going to the bullpen? No. Do I think that if he did, I'd have confidence in him? No. I think that if he can give you anything anymore for the rest of this season, which remains to be seen, and if this blister truly puts him out 6 weeks or however long it's going to put him out, it may have put him out of the plans for the rest of the year for the Houston Astros in my mind. But I'm not counting on Lance McCullers, and I don't know how many more chances he's going to get this year.
Yeah, I think this blister might be season ending.
Yep.
I think the blister could cost him the rest of the year. Our guy, Astros Future, on Twitter, Jimmy Price, so he comes on with us every now and then. The Matt Mikulski is a 26-year-old reliever signed to a minor league deal back in May. It's not even a prospect.
It's not.
It's not even a prospect that the Astros traded for Correa.
It's just to consummate the deal and make it look like there was actually a trade of some sort. Basically, this was just a massive salary dump by the Minnesota Twins, who are for sale and trying to cut the bottom line. And the Astros were able to swoop in and capitalize because he had the no trade, and the only team he wanted to go to if he was leaving Minnesota was back to Houston.
Yeah, that's exactly what this texture, he mentions that too. He says that, this trade was because Correa has a no trade, only wanted to be in Houston. Minnesota wanted to dump it. Yeah, absolutely, that's it. But a 26-year-old reliever in high A that was signed to a minor league contract in May is not even a prospect.
Bye.
That's the only thing that's going to Minnesota in return for Correa. It's purely a salary dump. That's what it is.
And just look at everything Minnesota did. They are, if you didn't know it already, which most of us did, they are doing everything to try and facilitate a sale of the team and the person buying the team to not be left with a whole bunch of liability for the long term with big salaries.
Mm-hmm.
Period.
Yeah, it's quite the win. 713.
And in the process, you alienate your fan base.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. I mean, yeah, I have to imagine Twins fans aren't too pleased with where the organization's at right now. MLB Network said Altuve was part of the trade with a call to the owners saying, let's get it done after talking to Correa. That's pretty cool. That's a nice little neat caveat to that whole thing.
What was it again?
That Altuve talked to Crane, said, let's get it done.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much that's actually mattered, but it's cool that he did it.
Yeah.
Chandler Rome says Astros GM Dana Brown said Jesus Sanchez will play a, quote, a bunch of left and every now and then in right when Smith needs a break. That's a little different than what Taggart tweeted.
So what does that mean, that Altuve is going to play a lot of second?
Yeah, or they DH until Jordan comes back.
Yeah.
I mean, your best 9, assuming health, If we're assuming health here like that, this is optimal best 9. Postseason rolls around. This is the 9 you're running with. Yiner, Caratini catcher, Walker at first, Altuve at second, Pena at short, Correa at third, Sanchez in left, Myers in center, Smith in right, and Yordan's your DH. That's a pretty formidable 9, guys. That's a pretty decent lineup.
It's really good.
Pretty decent lineup.
And the fact that you've been able to use Caratini in essentially 3 different spots with his versatility means that you just have, again, you have so many different options if you're Joe Espada for so many different talented players finding a way into this lineup, no matter who they're facing, what pitchers, and what the matchups say. From a team that just went to starting 5 Space Cowboys in their lineup for a good stretch of the season, that's really this amount of time.
Swab tweeted that the Astros are under the tax threshold. I don't know how that's
How's that possible?
I don't know. Like, they were right up against it before this. And even though that Minnesota's paying, a third of Correa's salary,
they didn't trade out any other salaries though.
No. Like Correa's still making 11.5 this year. Maybe I don't know, maybe because you don't owe all of that. I don't know. Like, I don't know
how it's possible.
I don't believe that, quite frankly. If they are under, that's even a major one.
He's
I mean,
gonna have to
because
explain
you added Sanchez too, and like Sanchez is still cheap, but that's still a couple $1 million.
Yeah.
I don't know if I buy
And weren't
that
they
one.
just teetering on like a couple million under it?
Yeah, like a few million. Yeah, I don't believe it.
I don't know how that's possible.
I don't believe that part. Schwab earned his keep today. We'll have him on tomorrow at 5, but I'll have to ask him tomorrow if we don't get some more information how in the world they stayed under the competitive balance. I'm not buying that yet. I'll have to look into that. Garrick, the thing that excites me the most is they made these moves without giving up Kevin Alvarez, Bryce Matthews, Walker Yachty, Jacob Melton, and Miguel Yolola. Yes, like they've added significant pieces to this roster to literally make them a World Series contender, and you didn't strip away the farm at all. Gusto's the best piece.
Yes, and that's fine. Like, if you're giving up a minor league pitcher that, again, you can play is that guy that you don't even have any ties to and you didn't draft, and you're giving up
that guy.
Yes, and you're not giving up guys that we were wondering if they would be at least having to shop, because going into the as we got closer to the deadline, all we kept hearing was the Astros can't compete with these other big-time, big farm system teams that had plenty of assets to give up to get better. They got significantly better today on multiple fronts with multiple players and really didn't tap into all of their key assets.
And not rentals.
Yes.
They're not rentals. Carlos Correa is signed through at least 28. And if he has 4 more vesting options. Now he has to do things in order for those vesting options to vest, but he's here for at least the next this year and 3 more.
And 3 more, yeah.
Jesus Sanchez is here for, this year and next year, or 2 more?
Yep.
Does Sanchez have 2 more?
I thought it was.
Arias has this year and next year. So, like, all 3 of the guys that you acquired today are here for at least next season.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, you didn't get Reynolds. Dana Brown cooked, man. Like, he did. Some people are a little upset he didn't get Cease. Not upset, but, like, who's your third starter? And, like, maybe for them to reach their full potential, they need one of these injured guys to be a legit 3-starter, whether it's Arrighetti, whether it's Javier, whether it's Luis Garcia. Maybe it's the return of Brandon Walter. They might need one of those guys to hit and be a legit 3-starter. But you have a chance to have a good offense. You have Hunter, you have Fromber, you have on the backside Abreu and Hader. I like this roster a lot.
I love it. I think they have as good a chance of anybody in the American League to represent the league in the World Series. And I think that they did everything that I wasn't sure they were capable of doing to make sure that they were right there in the mix.
Sanchez 2 more years. So he has this year and then 2 more as well. So, like, you have a formidable left-handed bat for this year and the next 2 seasons that can play either corner outfield position. I love what Dana Brown did, man.
When you think about the wish list as we got in closer to the deadline, we knew that they needed a left-handed bat. Done. Yep. We knew that as we found out more information about Paredes, we needed a replacement, if only for the short term, but even still as it relates to even going forward after that. Done with Correa. You look at everything that they were able to do short of a relief pitcher and or a starting pitcher, and you're getting starters that are going to presumably be back.
Yep.
And when you do, someone's going to move to the bullpen, which makes that part of the bullpen better. I don't know how they didn't cover all their bases.
Yeah, I mean, if you want a super nitpick, you would say third starter, leverage righty in the pen. But I'm not. I'm cool. I'm good. I'm all right.
Yeah.
713-780-ESPN. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line one final time today. Jeff, you're in the hive with the Bees. What's up?
Hey, what's going on? Hey, it wasn't the worst move we made this year. Correa that maybe 250, 260, 8 home runs. I mean, he's right now healthy, maybe the 5th best bat on the team. but we're not healthy. So I think he's definitely going to help. I don't know a lot about that left-hander hitters to speak on, but I think it would have helped for sure if we would have got a solid pitcher. But I give maybe a B minus.
Okay. Yeah, that's
Thanks,
probably
Jeff.
a little bit on the critical side, but I mean, everybody has different feelings about it, and we encourage all of that.
Yeah. Some people are
Correa's-
going to be critical of Correa because of
Yeah.
the fact they just look at the numbers for this year.
I mean, his 2025 offensive numbers are below average. Like, there's no arguing that. That is a fact. Now, you can look at last year's numbers and be like, wow, that guy was really good offensively, hit over 300. His OPS was like 850. You look at his last 63 games where he's hitting 291, and he has an OPS of 762. Like that plays. Like 762 OPS plays, especially at a premium defensive position at third, which, by the way, Correa has never played third base, I don't think, in a big league game. I remember watching the WBC because he was still an Astro. I remember him watching play third base because Lindor played short. And look, that was a long time ago, and he's aged since then. He was unbelievable defensively at third base. I think Correa is going to be unbelievable defensively at third.
And that's so big for a team that was desperate to replace Paredes because, when we first saw him pull up, we're like, well, God, hope he's back in September or hope it's not too serious. Now to hear the rumors that came out today about the fact that the prognosis could be 6 to 7 months, this is exactly what the doctor ordered as the best case scenario. We talked about what Arenado, Suarez, Correa, and I think we both settled on the fact of the three guys we'd most like to have Correa, and you got him.
No, this is a fun deadline for sure. And then how they handle this going forward, probably a conversation for tomorrow. What kind of, what do they do with Sanchez? I mean, Correa is going to pencil at third. What it mean? I like Arias. Like I'm a fan of his. I messaged my guy Kevin Brown, who's the TV guy with Baltimore. I sent him a message like, hey, tell me what I need to know. And he said that Arias is the most underappreciated player we've had here while I've been here. Super solid guy. I'm not happy we traded him. Gold Glove in 22, below average last 2 years. Very good this year defensively. Good third baseman, can play anywhere else on the infield. Very solid bat. Just above league average hitter every year. Doesn't often get overwhelmed. Terrific situational hitter. Very nice pickup. And that dude's on your bench. Dubon's on your bench.
You got him and Dubon. You got two guys that most teams would kill for.
I like this team.
The depth is fantastic.
I like this team. I like what Dana Brown did today.
Me
All right,
too.
713-780-ESPN. Car wreck of the day. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5. Despite strong moves in both Meta and Microsoft topping $4 trillion in market value, the Dow and the S&P and NASDAQ could not hold on to early morning gains. The NASDAQ, which was up more than a point, finished down a handful of points at the end of the day. The S&P lost about 23 points, slipping to 63.39, while the Dow fell about 330, holding at 44,130 on the day. The market's coming under pressure amid concerns that even a September rate cut may now be off the table, as some inflation data out this morning suggested that core inflation is still running hotter than the Fed would like. Now, at the end of the day, bond yields did dip a bit to 4.36%. Oil also fell almost $1 to 69.07. Gold finished down 6.30 to 33.46 the ounce, as European and most Asian markets closed lower in overnight trade across the ponds. As for tomorrow, we have some important economic data out. The employment numbers coming out, expectations for 100,000 jobs created. We'll see whether or not that can shore up the market come tomorrow morning.
Thank you so much to Carbach Pizza and Pints for hosting us today. Hospitality, fantastic. The cold beer, very good. Did you enjoy their pizza?
Really good.
Looks very good. I got mine to go. I like the bread on the dough. I should
Their
say.
crust and the way that brick oven cooks it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the
fantastic.
char it gets on it.
Yep, love
Char
it.
is fantastic.
Joel didn't get his to go.
No, I did not.
Joel is one slice left of that whole pizza.
I'm right.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna put them on blast.
Well,
like
Brian
that.
did.
Oh, we talked about it before.
Yep.
Out at Nick's place.
I like to look out and take care of my teammates. I
like to look out as I throw them under the bus.
I never ever blast people at the station.
No, of course.
or
Why would you?
Say anything
not
poorly
you.
or negative about them. I would never do that. Car wrecks of the day: 713-780-3776. Do you know, real quick, before car wreck of the day?
Yes.
Do you know we have NFL football tonight? There's
Yes,
a
we do.
preseason football game tonight. Chargers Lions. I'm betting it.
Someone mentioned it to me.
You're betting it?
I'm gonna do something this preseason.
Oh,
Someone mentioned it to me in passing this morning, and I was like, "Wait, it's tonight?"
I didn't realize it. I saw it in my prep today. I had no idea.
And then trying to enhance my chances of watching it. Well, thankfully, because the Astros aren't playing, I'll probably see some of it.
Yeah.
But do you know who's starting for the Chargers?
I read it, but I forgot.
Trey Lance.
Oh, okay.
So at least you
I'm
get to
interested
see,
in that.
you'd see
I'm
if
interested in
see if
that.
he actually could play a little bit.
No, actually, I didn't read that. I read somebody starting for the Lions. Who's starting for the Lions? I think it's some random quarterback.
It might be Teddy Bridgewater if he's trying to
Like
pay
Conor
off his high
McGregor
school
drop?
No,
expenses.
is he? He's not on the roster. Is
No,
he?
he was last year though. They
Kyle
signed-
Allen. I knew it.
Oh, okay.
Go Cougs.
Oh, there you go.
I knew.
So what's
I
your
knew there was
bet?
a connection. So I am going to bet it. I've always made fun of people who who bet on preseason football, but I mean it's football season. Is this new, by the way, where they do it on Thursday? I thought the Hall of Fame game
No,
was
it's
on
all-
Saturday.
I always
No,
thought
it's
it was
always Thursdays.
Yeah, I thought it was the game Saturday night
thought it
and
was
the
Saturday.
ceremony is Sunday.
I thought it was Saturday.
I did too.
No, it's
I
always
never
Thursdays.
thought it was Thursday.
Brian, whenever he speaks to us with conviction and the
He's
amount
wrong.
of times he's
Look it
wrong,
up.
I can't believe his
Look it up.
conviction. I don't know. But no, here's what I'm doing this preseason. I'm going to bet the underdog on the money line every single game.
You have some numbers to back that up? or
No.
something? Just a gut feel?
No.
Okay. all
Vibes,
right.
baby.
Just
I'm a vibes
vibes.
guy.
Okay.
I'm gonna bet because they're a coin flip game, right? Don't you think that in the preseason
Yeah.
when they're not playing starters,
Sure.
they're playing guys who are gonna get cut? Don't you think it's a coin flip game?
Yes.
And
absolutely.
if I can get the underdog every single time at plus 120 to plus 140, and I bet it every single time,
I see.
like
Yeah, you
that-
should
that's
come out
plus
ahead.
EV,
Now, how many-
right?
how many
Isn't
of
that
you-
plus EV?
How many of these are you going to bet?
Everyone.
Every single one?
I'm gonna bet
Okay.
a unit every single. See how it goes. Experiment.
All
If
right.
I lose, I'll write it off. I don't know if I can do that. I'm pretty sure I can't. But I feel like that's plus EV. Underdog, money line, every game. Cannot lose, baby. To the moon. All right, what's your car record today?
I gotta, did you, again,
Betting preseason
I
football.
mentioned I was watching Yankees and Rays last night, which went extra innings, but it was really entertaining back and forth the last couple innings. Austin Wells of the Yankees, on a team that has been horrible running the bases all year, was on first base with one out, and the Yankees tried to bunt him into scoring position to potentially get him home. And the pitcher fielded the bunt through to first. Wells got to second, thought there were two outs, turned around, started walking to the dugout, taking off his batting gloves, and got tagged out. Like, what in the hell are you doing?
It happens a lot with them, too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All year, their base running blunders. Remember the throw Acuna made from right field?
Mhm.
But the third base coach never told him to slide, and it was an easier play to just sweep tag him and going, who's not telling him to get down?
Yeah, that was rough.
I love seeing it happen, too, to the Yankees.
That was mine, too. That was the only one
Was
I
it?
had today. Yeah. Boone, I don't know about Boone, man. Like, does he not teach these guys? Run around a little bit?
Someone, one of his coaches is supposed to. They have a base running coach. Every
Yeah.
team, the coach has multiple responsibilities.
They still won, so I guess that's good. You have another one?
Yeah, the Foo Fighters and 9 Inch Nails made the last trade of the day. They've traded drummers. In a rare move, the former Foo Fighter, Josh Freese, is going to rejoin 9 Inch Nails, while 9 Inch Nails' drummer, Ian Rubin, is going to go join the Foo Fighters. No word on any future considerations or draft picks, but that was the trade.
Has that ever happened?
I've never heard of that before.
I like
haven't either.
I like when people use the singular version of Foo Fighter.
It's in the, it's in the tweet.
I know. I'm not judging. I just
Fighter drummer.
I find it funny.
Well, I mean, collectively,
funny.
they're the fighters. A single one is a
A
fighter.
singular member
right.
is a Foo
That's
Fighter.
exactly
Yeah,
right,
no,
yes.
I just like it.
Like
I just
Houston
like it.
Astro,
Right.
Houston Astro, Carlos Correa.
Correct.
Carlos Correa, member of the Houston Astros.
Yeah.
Collectively, as a unit, you have to throw in the S. You should know about S's at the end of things.
So would that mean a individual member of 9 Inch Nails is a 9 Inch Nail?
Yeah.
Yes.
I like that one less.
So that's a long Nell.
Yeah, so I like that one. I like that one less.
What do you have, Brian?
I have the Minnesota Twins for just being apparently the poorest of the poor in Major League Baseball. I don't know if you saw the tweet from Bob Nightingale, but apparently they're $440 million in debt as a franchise.
Yes.
And so, yeah, just an absolute dumpster fire there.
How
and
do
then
you get so much in debt?
I have no idea. I thought all basically
Is it the ballpark?
maybe
It's a newer park.
It's kind of new, but I think that would you
they
owe
might
it.
have gone in debt to build the
Oh.
stadium. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
you don't pay off your
Based
house
on the
all at once
financing and
usually.
if the city, like with all the Houston stadiums, the city gets involved and like gives you a really sweet deal.
Like what I owe on my house, I'm probably in debt.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Same.
Yeah. All right. What else you got?
Michael Schwab's doubters. He had a big day today.
Oh,
We'll
good
have
call.
him.
Schwab had a big day.
Yeah, we'll have him on the show tomorrow. But he got mentions for both Jeff Passan and Ken Rosenthal as being the first to report. Was it the Jesus Sanchez deal?
There was people on the internet.
it was.
Yes, it was the Sanchez deal. There was people on the internet saying yesterday that he's not a real source.
I know.
There was somebody today here that told us in person that Schwab was a fraud.
And he's got Rosenthal and Passan sourcing him.
I
It's
mean,
pretty big.
That's a win.
And a guy that's not affiliated with an outlet.
Yeah.
That's pretty
That's
and
a
you know
big
what
win.
else? He was also showing receipts on the internet,
I know.
like backing up his work, like showing his work today.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah. Now, the
Schwabby for the win.
the same person that said Schwab was a fraud told me last Monday that the Astros were kicking the tires on Correa.
Okay.
So there is that.
Yeah.
All right, what's winning here?
Schwabby's doubters?
Yeah,
It's pretty good.
Yeah, I think we got
I was going to go Wells, but Schwabby
Yeah,
won me over.
I was as well, but Schwabby, he deserves it.
All right, congratulations, Schwabby. And your reward? You'll join the Killer Bees tomorrow at 5. Thanks again to Pizza and Pints at Carbach for having us out. It's going to do it for us. Thanks to Victoria for doing all the legwork. She's really doing all the man work, really. We're not doing anything. I'm going to carry out my pizza box, and that's about it. Thanks to Brian. He was a big help today for a change, giving us nuggets and information, all of that, on-site engineering.
Joe George with a nice sprint to give us the Correa trade.
Yeah, I love whenever Joe's excited because he just like runs over and doesn't tell you anything.
Just
What's the
slaps his phone in your
information,
face.
Joe? Yeah, and then AJ back at the station holding it down.
Thanks,
He's Blake.
Age.
I'm Branham. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Good night, Houston.